Benny the Gangster's bringing you the Racist Show every day. Coming at you live, Benny the Gangster bringing you everyday news about random this and random that. Join now.
When I pull it, it sound like a couple of bullets are coming your way, then it jam like goddamn. Sweater to a crop top, killing you and whoever in that drop top, etc., etc., and it will not stop.
Right on the streets where they thirsty, starving to eat, just a step away from valor. That's why they call it the D.
man. Orders? No problem, sir. Ready and waiting. Keep together, men.
Please subscribe, comment, and rate. Why they're not loved. Some of them commit suicide. Some of them have screwed up. Please subscribe, comment, and rate. Responding. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keene from God TV Radio, and today I'm going to be responding to Female Hating Feminist by Jacqueline Glenn. I notice whenever atheists are not talking trash about Christians, Muslims, or pagans, usually not so much about Muslims, to be fair, though. Atheists usually only like to pick on people that they think are passive. Muslims have been wiping out a lot of atheists lately, so atheists have been kind of hush-hush on that concept. But I decided to get back around to doing my rounds with Jacqueline Glenn. A user by the name of Reuven in a hangout of mine stated, "Hey, did you see Jacqueline Glenn's latest video about feminist?" So I went over and I watched the video. And to be honest with you, I couldn't really find much to disagree with. Pretty much the whole entire topic is some feminist out there is whining about individuals calling people or identifying people as females. I don't see anything inherently immoral or unethical about calling a woman a female, just as I don't see any problem with someone calling me a male. So I didn't see any kind of problem with the points and topics that Jacqueline Glenn pointed out. In fact, I actually did a video not too long ago about a feminist who actually aborted her fetus because she was convinced that the fetus was going to end up being a boy. And she said she didn't want to bring any more monsters in the world, and I felt that to be tyrannical and disgusting. I find abortion to be disgusting and sick. I find that if people kill their babies, there's something wrong with them. There's some kind of disorder. And it's definitely not something that you would think would go along with evolution either. I mean, the entire idea is survival of the species, right? You need to regenerate the species, reproduce, replicate, and so on. And if you're eating your young, obviously there's some kind of issue here, some kind of problem, whether you look at it on a spiritual matter or even a naturalistic view. I'm thinking, I mean, what would we do if every woman in the world decided that they wanted to go ahead and, abort their damn child every time they were irresponsible and laid down with some irresponsible guy who has no plans or any kind of goals to take care of his own child? Children. We live in a society nowadays where there's a lot of men out there who impregnate women and then they don't want to have nothing to do with them. They want to leave women to take care of these kids, and then these kids grow up wondering why it is they're not wanted, why they're not loved. Some of them commit suicide. Some of them have screwed up lives. Some of them end up having to call several different men that the woman brings into her life their new father. That's got to be confusing, right? That's got to suck. So I think that's one of the reasons why it is that we see a lot of feminists saying extremely fucked up things, because of the type of choices and ignorance that men have caused them. I'll be the first one to tell you that there's a lot of guys out there that are extremely insensitive, extremely disgusting. There's a lot of men that just don't seem like they used to be. Men used to go out of their way to try to be respectful and decent and do things. Times were different back in the day. Nowadays, it's ridiculous. You see these kind of videos where women are walking down the street and it's being recorded, where guys can't keep their head in their job or continue on their responsibilities without saying something sexual in nature. It just, if you notice, the more godless society gets, the more unethical and immoral people seem to be. A lot of people say that the world has gotten better, and I would ask the question, how so? Technology? We're able to use iPods now and Walkmans whenever we run down the street. Is that what makes us better than before? Because it seems to me, ladies and gentlemen, that history repeats itself. There's one thing, though, I do disagree with Jacqueline Glenn about, even though I've actually seen some feminists out there on video say some really heinous, stupid shit. On the other hand, I think that it's honorable and respectable that women stand up for their rights. I do think that it's admirable and commendable, and I think that it's an obligation of women to support each other and try to help each other, as well as help out the entire species, not just females alone. And I can understand where a lot of women are coming from on these issues. And I think it might be a little distasteful or even kind of downright dishonest to attack all feminists because one or two said something stupid. And I know some people out there might say to me, but Brett, you do videos about atheists a lot doing stupid shit. Well, atheism by definition is stupid. It's a ridiculous thing, but it sure makes a lot of non-believers money out there, doesn't it? It's funny how powerful the Bible and the very concept of God is, that whether you believe in God, you can make money off of it, or whether you don't believe in God, you can make money off of it, because the very concept of a mind being behind the universe inspires and motivates people no matter what religion or belief system they come from. It's something that'll be talked about for the ages, from here all the way to eternity. That's how powerful just the very words, just the very mention of God is. One of these days, Jacqueline Glenn's going to figure that out, and she's going to straighten up her act. But until then, I guess people are just going to keep on giving her kudos, most likely because they think she's cute. Just give her about 20 years when the beauty fades and all that. Won't be so many views and subs, which shows me that a lot of people are very shallow. When you watch somebody just for the way they look instead of what their content and message is, it shows me that the human race needs a lot of fixing. Peace out, ladies and gentlemen. You've been listening to Brett Keane from God TV Radio. And for anybody out there that doesn't like this or what I had to say, I don't care. Stick it up your ass. Peace out, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Dawn Keane.
Please subscribe, comment, and rate. TV radio. I've had a lot of individuals talk to me on Skype, as well as through my comments, as well as in my live hangout, saying, Brett, you should go on the Drunken Peasant Show. I don't even know if TJ is still interested in actually having me on there. I do know that whenever it was offered to me, I do have him on Skype. So unless it's someone who's trolling or has a sock account of the Drunken Peasants, which has been known to happen in the past, I would be interested in going on there. I don't know if they're still interested or what they're doing, but if they are, then I will go on there. The only thing that I ask is I don't want to be having conversations about things like, oh, why does God do this or why does God do that? You know, the usual atheist emotional argument where they state, well, if God did something I don't think was nice, then that means he doesn't exist stuff. I think that's a waste of time. And I've spent so many months and years at this point pointing this out and making videos about it. I just feel like it's just a waste of time at this point. Besides, atheists are going to imagine up whatever they want to anyway in their own deluded persona. So be it. I also am not interested in conversations having to do with my personal life or the nonsense or crap that people invented up about my history on the internet. That's not something that I find interesting whatsoever. Besides, anybody that's ever had any kind of popularity or fame on the internet has got their haters, they got their trolls who've invented their very own history to go along with nonsense. And I know that you're all for sitting there promoting that type of concept, TJ, anything that starts drama to get views. So be it. I do not want to get into a situation where when we're talking, there has to go into personal attacks or whatever. I don't want to be called names repeatedly. There's no need for this. Whenever I'm doing my shows or my live hangouts, I discover that atheists, when they come in, they can't control themselves. A lot of them feel the need to throw you up against the wall, say disgusting stuff, get nasty. Some of them even rip out their ding dong on video and start swinging it whenever that violates terms of service. So if I'm going to do this and you still want me on there, so be it. I'm also interested in talking with Bionic Dance in real time. I would like to be able to talk to her on her own hangouts, or she can come to my own. I notice that she doesn't do too much of that on her videos. I'd also be interested in chatting with Thunderfoot, talking to him about evolution as well as science. I have discovered when talking to DPR Jones, it's been pretty interesting. He keeps it respectful and decent, although he does have some things that trigger him and cause him to get aggravated. To be honest with you, I don't think I'd really care to talk to somebody like Cult of Dusty, even though that was suggested to me a while back. He's a typical atheist that just sits there and cusses and calls people names and belittles people all day. He doesn't really have anything to bring to the table. Not to say that any of the individuals I've already brought up so far have that much to contribute in the first place, but at least you can, there's potential for somewhat of a conversation or intellectual entertaining show, so that's fine. Well, pretty much any God believers out there, whether it's Venom Thing X or Shock of God whenever he returns, or Jesus Freak, or any God believers or non-believers, I'm more than willing to go on your show. I think the issue for me in going on a lot of these people's show, the biggest thing that's a problem for me is I don't like the idea of going on an atheist show, and then if I do manage to convince you or I destroy your arguments intellectually, my concern is that you'll remove videos, that you'll make it to where it never even happened. Sure, people will watch live and everything, and there might be some people who actually record it out there, but most likely it's going to be an atheist doing it anyway, so that atheist might sit there and just delete the recording anywhere of the clip. Not to be cold-blooded, but I don't have very much trust towards atheists. And I've seen in the past many times where I'll do a hangout with somebody or do a show with somebody, and then whenever I show them that they're wrong about what they're talking about, or I prove that their understanding of science is actually quite low level, average, not even above 6th grade education, these individuals will dishonestly remove the videos and content. So I guess that's what we find. That's what we find. Okay, so it's up to you. All right, peace out, ladies and gentlemen. You have a wonderful day.
Please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane from God TV Radio, and I have sad news to bring to you today. Leonard Nimoy, dead at 83, iconic Star Trek star, was beloved by sci-fi fans worldwide. Everybody loved him. He was known as Spock, the science officer of the Enterprise. His appearance started in the first Star Trek series to ever come to television. And of course, there were movies made of him. And then Even later on, whenever Star Trek went to Generations, he even did some spots within the show. In the new movies, he ended up starring, and every single performance he did was fantastic. It was always inspirational, almost poetic. It's hard to believe that a man like him no longer exists with us. If anyone deserves to go to heaven, to go boldly where everyone hopes and wishes to go, he would go. He gave a lot of people inspiration and the desire when you watched him, and you watched him explore space with Captain Kirk and the rest of the crew. He made you really, really just inspired you to get really into science, and had a great deal of respect for the idea of exploring the universe and being able to see beautiful things beyond imagination. He made us realize that we should always be open-minded, and we shouldn't always come to a conclusion that we know everything. And one of his sayings that everybody knows, whenever they go to the conventions, they would put their hand up and bend their two fingers on each side and state peace and prosper. You will be missed, Mr. Nimoy. God bless. You've been listening to Brett Keane from God TV Radio, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Dawn Keane.
Please subscribe, comment, and rate. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane from God TV Radio. Make sure you check out the video before this where I respond to Jacqueline Glenn, and the video before that where I respond to yet another YouTuber in his particular video about the homeless. Bionic Dance, you state that you do believe in justice. You believe that it exists. And I find that very curious. The video that I did today was about a homeless child who was out on the street, and hours went by and nobody did a thing. Nobody. Nor Christians, nor atheists, nor anybody with whatever belief systems or views they had. So what this tells me is that there's a lot of human beings that don't even observe some of the suffering or problems in the world, that they literally shut their eyes to it. And being that you come from a naturalistic point of view, that you believe that we all evolved, you can't really believe that justice played any kind of part in humanity. Let me give you an example. We don't see any kind of justice happening with gorillas and monkeys or primates whatsoever. We don't see really any kind of justice in the animal kingdom. What we see is that when a powerful animal is hungry and it needs to feed, it's going to catch whatever it is that's the weakest. It's going to go after whatever is the easiest. It's going to go after whatever is vulnerable to its predator instincts and abilities. So I find it strange that you would sit there and actually state that from your worldview that it's possible to have justice. Because according to you, you're nothing but a predetermined chemical reaction. You're just simply reacting to your environment and reacting to other chemicals around you. How can you actually have fairness and justice? I've asked many atheists repeatedly, what would you do if you were standing before Joseph Stalin, the atheist that murdered 62 million human beings? How would you, in your subjective morals and ethics, be able to talk your way out of being murdered? 95% of atheists that I've talked to, they usually conclude that there'd be no way, because Mr. Joseph Stalin would be might is right. He would have the power. And unless he was having a good day that day, you couldn't talk your way out of getting shot in the face. And that's the bottom line. That's just the way it is. So if you're nothing but a chemical reaction and Joseph Stalin is nothing but a chemical reaction, then how is justice served? How does justice ever come to be from this particular type of system? At least with a God, morals and ethics have already been written in the stone. At least with a God, we have something to work towards. We have something we can progress towards. You state that we ought to base our morals and ethics on humanity, and historically, humanity has showed us that it will fail every single time. So why is it that you put so much faith in humans? Can't you open your eyes and look at the judicial systems and the courts? What's going on with police killing people in the streets and children? Can't you see with all these wars and all this death and destruction that there's truly no justice whatsoever? All we do is we simply label someone a criminal, we label someone the bad guy, and then we execute them. Where exactly is the justice in that? We can't read their life. We can't know exactly what it is that was in their heart. We don't have the ability to do that, so therefore we'll never have perfect justice. Justice seems to work based upon who has the most money, who has the most wealth, and who can buy the most clever lawyer. In this kind of society, in many different societies, we see absolute corruption. We see that wealth takes away empathy and compassion. People are not thinking about what benefits the species. They're not thinking about what it is that's going to make things better for everybody else. And some people, even if they know that someone is innocent, even if they know someone didn't do something worth the punishment, they go ahead and do it anyway. And I know you're going to look at the Bible and you're going to say, well, this didn't seem fair. This didn't seem reasonable what God did. But the difference is that God actually created the universe and he has a right to do with his creations as he wants. And it's clear that God actually has a plan and he has something for humans to work towards. He wants there to be that perfect justice. He wants there to be fairness and reasonability. But what do you have to offer? Hair dye, My Little Pony dolls, a goofy looking microphone, and strange expressions that you make into your videos whenever you're talking trash about other people? How the hell is that going to actually help anybody? Oh, by the way, Bionic Dance, whenever you get an opportunity, watch my Nadia Chambers video. There's a transsexual out there that's having a hard time paying her bills and keeping a roof over her head, and she's got health issues. If you want to show what a good, moral, ethical person you are, and you want to show that you're a humane individual who believes in justice, then why don't you start with her? Show us what you got. Peace out, ladies and gentlemen. You've been listening to Brett Keane from God TV Radio. Have a wonderful day, Bionic Dance. Please subscribe, comment, and rate. It's amazing, ladies and gentlemen, how many times I've been seeing on the news for the past many years of black teenagers and young people getting killed right out in the street by cops. In this particular incident, the cop claims that he was assaulted. It was also claimed that the teenager had a gun. But whenever they did their investigation, they didn't find any weapon whatsoever. But the cops stuck to the story that the teenager tried to assault him, therefore he had to pull out his gun and shoot more than once at a teenager. How many times do you got to shoot somebody to make them stop? Because it's not like the movies, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever you shoot someone, they don't just keep on running at you like Rambo or something. When somebody gets shot, that's usually it. That's the end of the ball game. I got to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. If it was my kid, I would go through hell with gasoline-soaked underwear to find whoever the prick was that ended my child's life. So I can completely understand the anger, the frustration. But I want to suggest something to the individuals out there that are hurting and the other people who are watching who are feeling like things are unfair and there's no justice in this world. If you're going to take out your anger and you're going to get pissed off and you want somebody to pay and be punished for this, go after the people that did it. Don't blow up your own communities. Don't sit there and destroy your own private property. Don't destroy your neighborhoods or kill innocent people or harm people because of what the stupid bastards cops did. Make the cops pay for what they did. Make them fire these bastards. Make them get jailed. I understand that in some cases in the past, we have found that some cops have gotten away with what they did. I understand that sometimes it feels like there's no justice and there's no way to do anything about it. But it's not going to help the situation by destroying your own property. It's not going to help by burning the neighborhoods to the ground. It's not going to help by sitting there jacking cars or busting windows in stores and all that stuff. Just put your heads together. Think about this. Go after the government. Go after the judicial system. Go after the people who are allowing this kind of shit to happen. Not the innocent citizens who are just as disgusted as you. Don't go after innocent citizens that you know had nothing to do with this issue. Don't go after innocent citizens who, if you give them time and you be patient, they'll stand right alongside you and protest and go after the crap and garbage that is going on out there. I am so sorry for all the young people who die in this world. I am so sorry for all the people who have to suffer and go through this ridiculous, unfair society that's going on. It seems like the more godless things become, the more people get away from God, the more immoral and unethical life becomes. Notice this, ladies and gentlemen. How many times do we have to turn on the news and see this stuff? How many times does this stuff have to be posted out there? Cops are being paid to bring justice, to catch people, to do what needs to be done in order to keep society safe, not kill society, not to destroy society, not to harm people, not to cause some kind of fear in the community. This is terrible.
Right. We are here to stop. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Back up, back up. We want freedom, freedom. All these dirty racist cops, we don't need them, need them. We want freedom, freedom. All these dirty racist cops.
My name is Dawn Keene.
Please subscribe, comment, and rate. Show, I was talking. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keene from God TV Radio. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Yesterday, in one of my shows, God TV Radio show, I was talking to an atheist, and I asked him, I said, if you woke up tomorrow and you discovered that you had healing powers and that you could resurrect the dead, would you go out publicly, acknowledge what you're capable of doing, and begin healing everybody as well as resurrecting the dead? Some individuals actually stated right away without hesitation, oh yes, I would do that. And it just so happened to be another atheist by the name of Pierce, who's a guy I've been talking to for years and I consider a pretty decent friend. However, another atheist who has been quite a bit of an activist for quite some time, he stated, no, I would not do that. I asked him why, and he stated things like, because it would change the very fabrics of the balance of nature if you resurrected everybody. Plus he realized that because of the death and the way life works, if you went around resurrecting the dead, you would always be expected to do these things. You would always be expected to go to the graveyard and bring someone's mother or child or brother or sister back. And of course, if you refuse to go to the graveyard every time someone needed you to resurrect the dead, people would most likely become very angry. They'd become agitated, and it wouldn't take very long before you find yourself crucified, beat on, pounded on, maybe even shot in the face and many other horrible things because you refuse to use your powers the way people expect you or demand that you do. Now, a lot of people ask me, and I'm trying to put this in a clever way, does God actually sign autographs? A lot of people point out that whenever you look at the Old Testament, they say things like, God seemed very interactive in the past. He seemed to talk to people. He seemed to hang out with people. He seemed to be there in many, many different situations. And because they don't feel like God is interactive nowadays, this must mean that the Bible is mythology and that the God never actually did anything or never said anything at all. Yet in the same sentence or same breath or within the same 5 minutes, they'll state that God and what he did and his actions were inappropriate in the Bible. They'll say that God went too far, or God caused too much suffering, or God did something evil to his people. Yet then they'll say, why doesn't God help the little girl that's dead in the ditch? Why doesn't God help the rape victim? Why doesn't God do this or do that and do this? Strangely enough, most of them who ask this question also realize that there are literally thousands of people all around the world who state that they've interacted with God. Some people on a consistent basis. Some people say that whenever they needed God, he came through for them. There are literally voices all over this world from many different religions that state, even in their culture and under their languages, they had a supernatural experience and God helped them in some kind of way or another. But the non-believer denies this and simply breaks it down to the people were mentally ill, or they were under so much trauma, or perhaps they were smoking dope or took an hallucinogen drug, and that's why they had the interaction they did. But what I find funny is when we all turn on the news and we watch what goes on in this world, we say to ourselves, man, look at what's going on with ISIS and the way they behead people. Look at how this group of Muslim over here beats the living piss out of a woman out in the street because she just so happens to expose some of her body and not fully cover herself in a burqa. Or they say, oh, look at what this preacher's doing. If there's a God, then why doesn't he do this and do that? Well, just because something isn't happening at the moment to the individual the way you would like it to happen doesn't necessarily mean that something's not going to happen in the future or later on when God sees that time is fit for it. What I find interesting most of all, though, is that whenever you speak to a non-believer, they will tell you, why did God flood the world and why did God do this? How many times have you turned on the news and you looked at some of the disgusting sin that goes on this planet and you say to yourself, man, I can't stand this planet. I can't stand how disgusting humanity has gotten. Have you ever found yourself watching a news thing with somebody who suffered or a whole lot of people get blown up on a bus and you just shake your head and you drink your coffee and you just face palm? And then you get yourself dressed and you head off to work. And you think about it for a while and you think, man, this world is disgusting. It's horrible. And some people, whenever they watch the news, they think to themselves, I can't watch the news anymore. It brings tears to their eyes, literally. They say to themselves, I can't stand this anymore. I need to stop looking at the news and start looking at things that are more positive because I can't stand what's going on in the world. Well, imagine for a moment that you're God and you can see everything at all times. You can see the killing, you can see the rape, you can see the murder, and you've actually chose as a God and willed many times that things like this don't happen. And you intervene literally thousands of times through generations of men. You've interacted with their children. You've interacted with their fathers. You've done things. You've stepped in the way. You've taken the bullet for them. You've taken the hurt for them. You've changed their life. You've done this. You've done that. And then people say, oh, well, why doesn't God do that for me? Or God did too much. God did something horrible, or God did something evil. Don't you see what the problem is here now? Don't you see what the issue is? When God does do something, whether he floods the world or whether he commands that a group of individuals go in with his authority and power to take out some evil group of individuals who are beheading people, are sacrificing their children to Molech, or they're sitting there worshiping false idols and killing people or raping women, when God does step in and do something, people go, oh my goodness, God's a jealous God. He's an evil God. He's immoral. He's unethical. And of course, if God condones it and allows it and doesn't do anything at all, according to some people, according to their perception or their observing ability, then God's evil anyway, because according to them, he didn't do anything right, or he didn't do anything wrong, or blah, blah, blah. You see, if you're going to be an intellectually honest person, try as you might, even though your mind does not work as God's does, try as you might to imagine what it would be like being a powerful force in the universe who's tried every alternative way to make man happy, and man simply chooses not to. There's a lot of people out there that seem to be intellectually honest who state, you know what? I can't see the whole picture. I don't know what's going on. Just because you don't observe God, just because you feel like nothing's been revealed in your life, doesn't mean that other people aren't. I know what some people might argue then. Well, why does God help some people, but he doesn't help me? Again, just because God doesn't help you in the very second that you need support or need help, doesn't necessarily mean that he's not going to get around to doing it. God, being that he is able to see the past, present, and future, he can interact anytime. In fact, and some people might find this strange, if God wanted to, he could completely change something that has already actually happened by simply going back in time and making it to where that thing never even existed at all, or that problem. That's what an all-powerful God has the ability to do. Can literally fold the universe on itself and time travel if he wanted to. It's up to you. I know some people out there believe that time travel is possible, some don't. But it's a fascinating concept in the first place. If you're a God that exists outside of space and time, then anything's really possible for you. It's not like you're held back by time, is it? Because you're outside of nature and time. That's the whole point. So whenever you see the crap that goes on in this world, just remember to yourself, this is not the only world. This is not the only realm. Even if something doesn't happen in your lifetime, doesn't necessarily mean that whenever you die, you're not going to be told or made to understand why God chose to do the things he did in the first place. And for every little person and every older person out there that dies, and you feel like they may have died because of some injustice, or because something was unfair or unreasonable, or perhaps you felt they were too young, or maybe they had more to their life they could have done, just remember that according to the Bible, there's a moment where you will walk into the afterlife, and those individuals that you felt needed more time have an eternity with you. So when you get up to heaven, make sure you give all these individuals that you miss and that you feel should have had a longer life, and tell them, hey, I love you. And they'll say, welcome to eternity. Peace out, ladies and gentlemen. You've been listening to Brett Keane from God TV Radio. I hope you've had a wonderful day.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Does anybody have any? Can anybody hear me, or am I just on my own? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, hey, I thought that was a really good talk there that you just had. Sounded like that was Brett, but of course I've never seen his face other than what was being shown there. But yeah, I couldn't be more in agreement with what was just said. People cry when. Oh, I just now heard myself. I love when that happens. I think I'm listening to the wrong one. Yeah, okay, I closed YouTube. Okay. All right, so I don't know if anybody hears me now anymore or not. I know I don't hear anybody else, but that's the way it is. Okay, you can hear me. Great. Now, do you have any, are you just not talking? Oh, go ahead.
You there, teacher?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's going on, man?
Oh, my computer's being possessed at the moment. I'm trying to type.
Oh, is it?
I'm trying to type in the sidebar, and as I type, the Zoom goes all over the place, and then I can't type because the sidebar just keeps changing. So I have a hard time adjusting myself to the computer, you might say. But I saw you come in there, but I was in the middle of a sentence, so I didn't get to say nothing. But anyway, and you're the first person that's actually talked, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I had to break the ice, huh?
The other two aren't talking; they're just typing in the sidebar.
I think Benny has that reputation. That's all right.
Yeah.
Hey, but I want to tell you, I haven't watched the Saturday night episode, but that's next up on my list of things to watch. But I was going to tell you how much I appreciate and love your Bible sessions. So we're in Hangouts sometimes, but I just haven't gotten a chance to tell you that I really appreciate and get a lot out of them.
I appreciate your kind words.
You're very.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say you're very you're very knowledgeable, obviously, but you're very well spoken too, and it all comes off really well. So just want to let you know.
Well, like I said, I appreciate your kind words. Not everybody shares your opinion.
What's not to like? I mean, it's like the gospel and more of the gospel. So I don't know what's not to like about it.
Well, I've been called all kinds of friendly names like heretic, stupid, but I don't know if you heard me one night. I think you were there. I can't remember. But I was talking about how, like, say, 1 John 5:7, for example, scholars say it was introduced into the scriptures by a heretic back in, like, the 4th century. Mm-hmm. And I said, okay, so what we have to do is we have to see what the guy believed and why they called him a heretic. And who called him a heretic? Well, the funny thing is, it was the Arians that called him a heretic. And the reason they called him a heretic is because he believed in the Trinity. But textbooks record him as being a heretic. So unless you look up to see what the guy believed and see who it was that made the statement, you go, oh, that a heretic was the first one that wrote that down? Oh, wow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, and I didn't mean to neglect anybody. Yeah, just for the record, the rest of you, I know you can hear me, but admin is downstairs. He's sleeping, I think. We got home from church, and I stretched out on the sofa, and the last time I looked, he was over here sitting down. I turned over, I looked, and I went to grab my infamous bag, which Tommy knows what this bag is.
M&M's. Peanut M&M's.
Yeah. And I grabbed my bag of M&M's, and I looked, and he was gone. So I figured he went to go sleep. Well, what can I say? But anyway, that's where he went to answer the question. Where are you are tough on admin? I'm tough on admin. Let me think. It depends on your definition of tough, I guess. I mean, what can I say, you know? Does he fear me? No, he don't fear me. Why in the world would he fear me?
And you are admin's father,
Dad.
correct? Dad.
Yes.
Dad, father. Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, something like that.
Got my facts straight. Well, I mean, if a dad is not tough on his kid, to some degree, who's going to be? I mean, that seems to. I was just saying, if a dad is not tough on his kid, or you know, and I'm not saying you are. I don't know you, but if a dad does not require much of his kids, who's going to? If his dad's not going to teach him right and wrong, who's going to? If a dad's not going to put a kid in line, I'm not saying he's a kid, but just in general. If a dad is not going to put his son in line, who is? And teach him the truth, or teach him right and wrong, correct him when he's wrong. Who is?
Well, yeah,
So
well,
that's kind of the role, you know.
yeah, he's not that young anymore.
I know. I didn't mean to say kid in regards to him, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I will admit that, you know, all my sons had a different relationship with me when they were younger, and of course that relationship changes a certain amount when they get older. You know, you gotta. There comes a certain point where they make their own decisions, and then at that point, it's just a matter of, well, you just gotta let them do what they do, and then they figure it out. You know what I mean? And my beard is loaded with what? Benny. No, Benny.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Eminem.
He says it's power. You're not reading side chat, huh? He said up further. He said at the very top one on mine. He says, does he fear you? Okay, cool, because your beer is loaded.
No.
But yeah. So I'm just no. I was listening to that. I was listening to that dialogue before I come in here, and I'm thinking, you know, I don't want to interrupt this because it's good, and about that time, it stopped.
Yeah. Well, speaking of your beard, it's funny because I guess it was a few nights ago that I saw you the first time in the flesh. And, I mean, I didn't know what to expect, but that was not it. I mean, it was just like, I mean, it's a cool look, but it was like, wow. It's a very striking look. I mean, it's an awesome look, but it was just, I just wasn't expecting it.
I actually trimmed it today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I cut about a third of it off.
Did you?
Not the length, just the sides.
Well,
it was getting out to the sides, you know, a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. Here, I'll show you. I like that streamline look.
So do people with long beards like that, do they blow dry it like they would their hair?
No.
Or you just get out of the shower and just let it
it's just, I was getting way out here, you know.
Yeah.
So I.
Well, I didn't know if the blow dryer would make it look.
There.
There you go. So you don't have to do anything to it?
No. Well, I wash it. I mean.
Oh yeah,
but I just shampoo it and that's it. I mean.
Teach, do you use any?
I shampoo it and I put conditioner on it.
Do you use any sort of oils to keep your beard moist, Teach?
Once in a while I put some vitamin E oil.
That's good.
They say that's really good for it.
Yeah, yeah. I have a big old beard myself, and I use some jojoba bean oil in it. It's really great.
No, yours is like long like this.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
Does that make it softer? Is that what the oil does?
Yeah, it makes it softer, and not only just on your hair, but for your skin too. Because beards can be pretty irritating.
See, I've never found my beard to be irritating. There's a lot of people that say that, you know, that's itchy and blah, blah, blah. I've never had a problem. The only problem I ever have is at work. If I'm going to do something, or there's times when where it kind of catches on things, and I have to be aware of that because it's hanging down. But that's other than that, I don't, you know.
Yeah. You ever zip up a jacket and get a little beard caught in there?
Oh, I tell you what, like I have this one hat that I put on that's got like a chin strap, and for a while I used to pull the beard out and go under it, but now I have to push the beard back because I find that when I push it out, it actually
gets hung up on too much stuff. So I kind of push. I have to unzip my jacket, let it go down inside, then put the chin strap on and zip up, and hopefully I can still move around. You know. But,
Yeah.
Do you have any? Do you ever have any bugs fly in there that like a gnat or a mosquito that you have to dig out?
No.
It's like a spider web. It catches things. No.
Apparently they do work as a good air filter, though. So I'm breathing in cleaner air than you clean-shaven people. Yeah.
I'll buy that.
So I take it that means that you have. I take it, Token. What that means is that you have your mustache coming down over. I have a friend of mine that has a beard. It's about half of, maybe 3/4 of my length, and he lets his mustache grow over. You can't even see his mouth. Okay?
Yeah. Yep.
But
yeah, you gotta push the lip hair out of the way to eat or drink. It's kind of
I don't like that. And he does. He likes to have it down over where you just can't. I mean, when his mouth is closed, you don't see anything from his nose down. It's just, you know. He looks like, what do they call it? He looks like a big Murph. You like that, huh, Tommy?
I don't know why that cracks me up. It just sounds funny. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody like that, but I can picture it, and it's comical, but maybe it looks normal. I don't know.
You got your camera on there, Benny? Or you can look at. Hang on here. Hang on. No, Admin doesn't have a beard. No. Well, he has a. Okay, let me say this. Whatever grows on his face is what he has. He has like a weed patch. You know what that is? In other words, he can't grow a beard, so he has a patch here and a patch there and a patch over here. That's what he has. So,
now, did either one of you have long hair in the back? It didn't look like you had long hair in the front.
He just, I think as it warms up, he'll cut all his hair off probably, but right now he's got hair that's probably, well, it's down on his collar, but his hair is basically the same length all over his head. He makes up for what I don't have.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I was actually thinking about having a just one of these kick back and do nothing hangouts, you know, just general discussion type of hangouts here this afternoon later. But my phone gets notifications whenever somebody's having a hangout. That's how I knew this one was on. And man, I'll tell you something, Benny, if you're listening. I was really in a good snooze too, and my phone dinged, and it woke me up. I mean, it took me out of that little, snooze I was in. I was
the hangout notification.
What's that?
You're talking about the hangout notification?
Yeah, I get it on my phone. I got an app for everything on my phone. I got too many of them on there. I got to delete applications just so I don't get bugged. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure what you mean, Benny.
What? You're not sure what who means? Me?
Well, I was responding to a side comment. Do you have that, Tommy, a buzz for notifications? Oh, yeah, mine does beep, actually. My phone does. So I get some of them anyway. Well, I don't know why all of them don't, but some of them do. So I think, hang on. I think I got one for this one. Yeah. So I don't know why some of them don't, but I kind of like it. But if I'm sleeping, I'll turn my whole phone off so I don't hear any tones or anything.
Well, you know, I could, but here's my situation. I was a pastor for so many years that I would always leave my phone on 24 hours a day in case somebody, had to call me in an emergency or whatever the case may be. And, I just got into that thing where I can't turn my phone off because I never know when somebody might want to call me or something.
Yeah.
And so even though I could turn my phone off when I go to bed, because I know when, or at least put it like on airplane mode or something, so I don't get bugged.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I just don't do it. Now that's a carry on from that, and I know that's what it is because, when you spend 25, 30 years in ministry, and then all of a sudden you move and you kind of get semi-retired, it's kind of hard to adjust not being, still that way. So.
Yeah. Well, my number is out there because I'm self-employed, and so it's out in multiple locations. So I learned a long time ago that I tend to get the occasional numbnut who will call me in the middle of the night thinking, it's probably not something they're trying to do to wake me up, but they probably think they're reaching a business that, is a standalone business, and they'll be able to just leave a message. But no, it comes to my phone and wakes me up, so I just have to turn it off.
I'm not trying to be nosy, but what do you do?
I've got a landscape business.
You got a landscape business?
Yeah, landscape. Yeah, we do all kinds of things. I mean, it's from maintenance to stonework and sprinklers and tree work. Pretty much when I get to somebody's property, whatever they need to have done, I can contract it if I can't have a crew that we can do it ourselves. So yeah, I generally try to just get my foot in the door. So if I can get that done, then all heck can break loose. Yeah. So yeah, so that's the main platform though. But yeah, we do a lot of stuff, and I love landscaping and designing flower beds and hardscapes, and so just all kinds of stuff.
Now, I mean, I'm not trying to be nosy because I'm just.
I may not answer.
What part
no,
of the live in?
I'm near Fort Worth. Yeah, Texas.
Oh, I used to live in Texas.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm up in the north part, up between Dallas and Fort Worth.
Okay, I actually used to live. Do you know where Corsicana is, south of Dallas?
Mhm.
I used to live just to the west on Highway 31, a little place called Purdon.
Purdon?
Yeah. Actually, I lived about 3 miles east of Purdon, out in the sticks. And,
that's the best place to be.
What's that?
I said that's the best place to be.
Yeah, and so yeah, I lived out there, and then my sister, she lived on the same road, and she moved over to Frost, which is right there, which is a few miles away from there now. Mm-hmm. But in Frost, Texas, and so I ended up leaving Texas. Where did I go from Texas? I think I went to Illinois when I left Texas, and took a church up in Illinois. Yeah, that's where I went. I went up to Illinois because I had a church in North Carolina. Then I went to Texas. Then I went up to Illinois, and then that's where I kind of retired and came over here to Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
So I've kind of traveled around the United States a little while.
Do you still live out in the sticks, or are you in the city?
I'm in suburbs now.
No.
I'm in a really little town. I'm in a really, really little town in the middle of Pennsylvania Dutch country. I don't know if you know that area down there, Lancaster County down there. In the bottom.
Is that the western part of the state? Is that the western part of the state?
No, it's over. It's over in the southeast part of the state. It's not. I'm probably, I don't know, a little over 100 miles out of Philly.
Mm-hmm.
You just type in Lancaster, PA, and that's the area I'm in where the Pennsylvania Dutch are. They go by my house all the time. So, but I don't like to give out exactly where. But
Yeah.
That's the basic idea.
Yeah.
But,
so are you retired then now?
No, I'm retired out. I'm semi-retired out of the ministry, but I'm not retired. I still have my house payments.
So you got to pay those bills. Hey, Tommy.
Yeah, I still got to pay my bills, whether I like it or not. Hello, St. Tommy.
Man, good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Man.
Two Tommies. This is going to be confusing.
Yeah.
But only good things happen when two Tommies get in the room. Only good things can happen.
Well, see, one's a sinner and one's a saint. So. Oh man, one left.
Uh-oh.
Well, too much pressure, too much Tommy, and the world couldn't handle it, so one of them had to be...
I have that effect on people. It's like they come in, and it's like, oh, there he is. Adios. Tommy and I are on the same page. We love each other, so...
No, that's my understanding. I figured you guys are both of the Christian persuasion.
Well, not only that, but we just, some personalities sort of click and jive and others don't, regardless of your persuasion. But Tommy and I are just, we kind of two peas in a pod. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people, too, that have, me, for example, I can be doing this and everything's going fine, and all of a sudden my internet connection just out of the clear blue just goes, bye. And I won't even know it's gone until I'm gone. And then
you've been given your 10-minute soliloquy, and then you realize you've been out for 20 minutes.
Yeah, the other night somebody was talking, and it wasn't when I was talking, but I'm sitting there listening, and all of a sudden they went dead, and I looked over at admin and I said, "Am I still on?" He goes, "No, I'm not on either now." So we both had to get back into, and it was in my own hangout, and so it was one of those things where it just happens. But I'm going to be right back. I got to step away from my computer for about 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. Okay?
Okay. We'll be here.
Instead of writing it in the chat, I'll be right back.
So, have we spoken before? Sorry, I don't know your name. Atheist.
Token.
Token atheist. Token. Yeah. Have we spoken before?
Not real. No, not so much. No. It was just the other night. I was in the hangout where you were in with Nadia. I don't think I really. I didn't speak up too much during that hangout. It was quite full as it was. So.
Yeah, that probably didn't work out as planned. But what everybody didn't know was, and I don't know if they still know, I've told Jackie and others, but the comment in question was not meant to be public. I carry on a private chat with Desert a lot. Desert, is in those hangouts with Nadia a lot. And so we have become really sort of kind of bosom buddies, for lack of a better term. And so we, for whatever reason, we just crack each other up. And so we're constantly, in these hangouts, we're constantly going back and forth on the private chat, just saying silly things to cut each other up. And that's what that was for. And so, but I put it in the chat on the regular forum, regular chat area window.
So you're saying your inappropriate joke between two people went public, and then that created a shitstorm for you.
And and I knew. Well, Mark, of course, blew up, and it wasn't going to matter what I said. I mean, I did say at the time that it was not meant for that forum. It was meant for the private, but there was nothing I could say to get out of it, and it was just.
No, I mean, you know, you might try to understand too, like even though that explanation is a legitimate explanation and it's the truth, it may not, it's not going to make other people feel okay about what you said, you know.
Well,
so.
that's what I was. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't necessarily erase what I said. I mean, it was a comment that. It was just exposing, or not exposing. It was just a stereotypical response that obviously I don't believe it's okay to justify raping somebody because of their clothing. But it was just a you know, a knee-jerk response it shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, no, I mean, I grew up in a band with, you know, a bunch of dudes, and I mean, there are things that I've said in private to these people that if anybody else heard, they'd think I was the most terrible person alive. But it really wasn't said with that intention. But if somebody else heard it, they'd be like, "Well, you're obviously evil." So. No, I mean, I understand the situation, but I mean, that's good too. Like, you can recognize that even then, that doesn't make what you said necessarily okay to a wide audience. It was meant between two people in a private conversation. So.
And you know, they're gonna nail me, and they did, and they have, and it's. I've apologized. I can do all I can do, but you know, it's gonna be what it is. But you know, out of all that, I will say I'll take this opportunity since I've got the little moment here. But I'm going to try to sort of tone it down, and I've already made the statement that I'm not going to be talking about the gay stuff anymore. So that's not going to be an issue. And so anyway, for whatever it's worth, I'm going to be trying to just kind of keep it a little more mellow. So it's a good thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, see, my headset was plugged in, but for some reason or other, when I walked away, the sound went from the headset to my speakers. And when I came back over here again, I didn't know if I lost everything as far as my voice. So, but and just for the record, Tommy. I don't have a problem with. I was there listening on the outside when you made those comments. And you know, here's the thing. You know, I'm not trying to browbeat anybody, but if I recall, that was no, that wasn't the same conversation. There was a separate conversation that she was having, but she's on like number. I don't know, the last time I checked it was on either number 11 or number 12 where she's trying to bash Christianity and a bunch of other religions because she believes that they're against, because all these religions are against the LBG or the LG, whatever,
LGBTQ,
whatever community. Well, that's where she's not correct, though. It's not the religion that's against anything. It's the God of the Bible that's against it.
Well, I know, but your religion is working from that, so it is the religion. I mean, you're playing semantics at that point, don't you think?
No, it's not. See, I only believe what the Bible teaches.
Well, but we are representations of that, so they're gonna extrapolate those beliefs because we believe them and enact them in our lives, so they're going to take it out on us.
Well, I understand that, but and you're right, Tommy. And I guess in a sense that does make Token have a particular point there. But the point is, though, is that when somebody says, I should be able to bash your religion because your religion doesn't agree with my lifestyle, then by that same token, if I can say, for example, that Christianity is going to bash whoever, then I should expect them to give a little resistance. Okay? So I would say that for Nadia to put in her title that Christianity's wrong and then not expect some Christian to come back and say, well, Nadia, have you ever considered that maybe your lifestyle doesn't line up with what the Bible teaches, and maybe that's Why
Well,
we
yeah,
feel
she sees us as the enemy. And the only other thing I'd like to add is, you know, I am very, very aware of when I'm in these hangouts, when I'm going back and forth with these people. I try very hard, and I'm usually pretty successful, I think, at not making it personal. So you're not going to hear me call Nadia or JD or anyone else an a-hole. But I do, you know, go after the issues pretty strongly. But you know, and I think here recently in the last hangout, the one in question, or maybe a couple, that my own personal rules have been stretched to the limit, I think. And so that's when I say I'm going to kind of sort of rein myself in. I'm going to go make sure that I'm, you know, upholding those standards and trying to get back to more Christ-like behavior. And yeah, I'm going to debate the issues and state how I feel, but I feel real strongly about not going after the person individually. And it's you know, we all get our buttons pushed and we've all sort of flown off the handles, but you know, it happens to me. And so when the temperature gets raised, it's easy to say something you regret. So, you know.
Well, see, now, I always try to be as professional as I can, and I'll admit, like you, I'll admit that there are days when I'm better at it than others. There was a particular here a few nights ago where I was actually outside of a hangout listening to a conversation, excuse me, where somebody was booted, okay, or kicked, or whatever you want to call it. And then there was a discussion by the remaining people in the room of how a person should be, how that, you know, how we should handle a situation when people are talking over each other or whatever. And it was very clear of what was being said, of how to use the control panel and the taking people off of broadcast to talk to them. If they won't listen, to say, okay, now listen, you guys can't be talking over each other. And the moderator kind of saying, okay, now let's keep this civil, whatever. So that person came back in, the guy that, you know, the person that was booted came back in under another avatar, but one of the very people that was just talking about not booting people booted the person that came back in. So I kind of confronted that whole situation the next night, because I still didn't go in there. I was listening, and so when I confronted one of the other people, and they were just doing that little talk over thing, and I said, wait a minute, you know, I listened to this whole thing about how it was said of how to handle these situations, and you're still doing that exact same thing. And I kind of lost my cool and told the person to shut up. So things happen.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm pretty cool most of the time, ain't I, St. Tommy?
I love you, and you are cool, uniquely cool, uniquely. And yes, I can't help but tremble at your countenance in a certain
Absolutely.
way. Yes, yes. And the Lord has done it. I mean, there's no room for boasting, of course. He has made you what you are, sir. And
how long have you been on here, teacher, on Google Plus?
6 weeks, 2 months, something like that. I don't know.
Well, don't go away. So I know you were saying earlier that you were, I don't know what the word you used, but somewhere maybe coming down on you. But don't go away, because we need you here.
I'll admit that. Now, I'll say this in response to what St. Tommy just said, is that I've kind of been studying what I do for a while, and it's like sometimes when the bell rings and it's got that weird tone to it, and it's just not the normal tone to the bell. So when I hear certain things, I'll kind of try to listen to what a person is saying, but I must admit that usually when I start correcting somebody, I come on. I pretty much establish what I believe pretty quickly without mercy. Sometimes.
Well, you know what it is. You know what it is you have a command of the topic. So when you have the command of the issue, then it can come across like that. You know, I have a command of so many issues, and so that's why I sound so authoritative.
Yeah. St. Tommy, what was that chuckle you just did?
Oh, excuse me. That was me sniffling. Excuse me. It was not a snicker. No, no, sir. No, sir. I would be. But you are very candid, and that is virtuous to be candid.
Hey, hang on a minute. I got to take this call. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
But you know what I'm saying, Tommy? When someone has a command of the topic at hand, that can come across as being almost a know-it-all, even though they're not trying to be a know-it-all. But that's
hang on a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
I was just saying, when you have a command of the subject, it can come across as being a know-it-all, and it's actually just knowledge, it's confidence, it's wisdom. Huh? Is he talking on the phone or me? He's on the phone.
Oh, he's downstairs. I haven't had a clue.
I need to try to figure out. There we go. That was confusing. Anyway, I think I said what I said.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's good clarity and being crystallized about to have an opinion about an issue or a topic or a biblical perspective. To have a crystallized opinion is a good thing. To have a bunch of them, a bunch of crystallized opinions about biblical topics, that's a good thing. And it can be overwhelming to have a lot of crystallized opinions about spiritual things right at your fingertips of your mind, and it can be very emotionally compelling to want to share what one understands. I'm speaking from experience. You got a little understanding, you just burn to share it. You burn to blurt it out there, and it can be blurted sometimes crassly, sometimes candidly and crassly, and oh well, we're all growing.
The tricky thing is when you come across somebody who is equally crystallized. It's amazing how the human brain can't, a lot of times, if you get too cemented in your ways, though, you just can't physically see it any other way. And so that's one of the problems with Google Plus, is you come across people who are just as equally knowledgeable, if not more, than you are about a particular topic, and they're just as crystallized, and boy, you have a collision.
Yes, and it reminds me of how emotionally important whatever it is that we understand, and even a small but substantial thing that we understand somehow can be very emotionally important to not disturb or not be what's the word I'm looking for, upbraided or indicted as untruth. So if I understand something about, let's say, speaking in tongues, and somebody else comes along with a different understanding of it, it can be almost an indictment of my understanding, of my whole understanding of everything, just because somebody else has stated 2 + 2 = 4.1, And I think 2 plus 2 is 3.9. You know, it's obviously 3.9, yes. And if somebody else states to my face that 2 plus 2 is 4.1, it's as if my whole, emotionally speaking, it's as if my whole perceptual, all my understanding has now been called flawed, untruthful.
Yeah, the integrity of your thought processes and your intellect and all of that is, you know, the carpet or the rug's ripped out from underneath you, or that's what they're trying to do. Or, you know,
over 1 point being disagreed with, over 1 point not being quite the same way that I see it, can be very unnerving, emotionally speaking. It can be felt like it's an indictment that I am a moron or a man of bad character or delusional, or, you know, all those things.
You've got an investment in your beliefs, because look how long you've been reading about it and thinking about it and putting time into it and juggling things around in your head. You finally got this thing settled, at least in your own mind, and then someone comes along and, you know, exposes you or tries to.
Yes.
Do you think that maybe the time invested could also be like a factor in?
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying this. I'm not like as in a negative, but like I just can't word it the moment the right way. But an unwillingness to hear proper arguments from the other side, like because you've invested so much time in your own thing.
I do.
Absolutely.
That's
that
interesting.
Has to do with it.
You know, I gotta say, I actually thought you would, I don't know, admit to it or whatever, answer yes to the question, but I find that surprising. I don't think many Christians that I personally know would agree to that, so that's cool.
I think we all, and once we get into it enough, we probably all, to a certain degree, put up that barrier that, you know, disallows anybody to penetrate that, you know, intellectually, and so we get, it kind of in a way hardens. And I think we're all, you know, we all sort of do that. It's a protective.
I agree. It is, you know, very human. But the thing that thrown me off a bit about that a bit lately was the Ken Ham Bill Nye debate, where they were both asked what would change your mind, and Ken Ham literally said absolutely nothing, and Bill Nye went on to list, you know, if we had one evidence in this field of science or this field of science, or then that would change my mind. So.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
you know,
I agree. We do all have our tendency to, this is my position, and lock down on it. But
well, you know, to the Christian, that question is a lot like saying, "What would make you stop loving your mother?" It's like, well, I don't know. What would?
I think I could name maybe a few things that would make. And I have an awesome mom, but I also know people with terrible mothers, and I would use them as an example of, well, I don't think I would love my mom anymore if that was the case.
Well, how about child? What would make me not love my?
That's a good question. That's probably better, because that seems
better.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah, it's the bond there is not equal back and forth. So I don't know. I don't have children of my own. I've dated a woman where I helped raise 2 little girls for about 3 or 4 years, so I think I understand that to a degree, but I still don't think I could answer the question. I don't have a child of my own. I don't know. I mean, I've heard other people say things, you know, well, if my child's gay, I'm disowning them.
Oh, Tommy, I have a new cause. Oh, excuse me. I have a new cause. You know how my father, the God of the Bible, allegedly, who exists allegedly, he authorizes me to love everybody. I don't have to hate any human being, thank God. I don't have to hate the rich. I don't have to hate Muslims or Eskimos or Jews or Palestinians. I don't have to hate anybody. I don't have to hate Satanists or murderers or bullies or those who are unorthodox. Oh my God, I don't have to hate them. I don't have to hate Tommy Halls. I don't have to hate Nadia's. I don't have to hate a living, breathing individual. Thank God, assuming he exists, of course. Anyway, I have a new cause because I am authorized to love and champion and support and promote the interest of all human beings, no matter what stripe, gender, multi-gender, hermaphrodite, appetite, necromancers, with the whole 9 yards. Anybody, I can love them. And anyway, I have a new cause. Yes, I have a new cause. Premarital handholders. Yes, premarital handholders. I am supporting the premarital handholder community. Yes, yes. Premarital handholders and heavy patters. Yeah, that's it. Premarital handholders and heavy patter community. I am found a new cause and have developed a new social program to promote the interest of premarital handholders and heavy patters, which is treacherous now. Now, you know it's treacherous to premarital handhold. Get your heart broken, you know.
Well,
yeah,
wait a second. What's wrong with marital handholders and heavy petters?
Oh well,
because I need to work that in a little more too.
I might champion them next week, but this week I'm authorized to love everybody, and this week I'm championing premarital handholders and heavy patters. I mean,
you're zeroing in on them. I see.
Exactly. Why not? They're as good as any. Support the Jews. Support the Palestinians. Support lesbian, gay, bi, whatever it is, transsexualism. They're a great cause. Support whoever. PETA. Save the Wetna. Yeah, it's all good. But this particular cycle's favorite pet cause of human beings is the premarital handholders, and I'm excited about it. And heavy petters. I am excited about it. Now I almost, it was a coin toss. I almost went with this cycle's social program or advocacy movement to be the marriage bed masturbators. Yes, marriage bed masturbators, or wankers. I don't mean to be lewd. Excuse my lewdness. But anyway, I almost went with the marital bed masturbators as a social cause to promote and defend the interest of marriage bed masturbators, you know, just to generally encourage them, of which I am authorized to do by the God of the Bible, excuse me, my Father. I am authorized to love anyone and champion anyone. So I almost went with the marriage bed masturbators, but nah, I'm going with the premarital handholders. The cycle.
Well, you know, whatever you are, whoever you are, God can make the best of who you are and what you are. And
thank God.
Sorry, I've got dogs in the background. Yeah, so it doesn't matter what your flaws or what your anything is. I mean, he can be glorified and work through you and love you, and you know he is he loves people with their warts and all and their flaws and my dogs and.
Wait, Tom, you're getting me wrong. You're getting me wrong. I am not promoting premarital handholding. Absolutely not. I am not admitting that I have ever held hands in a premarital kind of way. I am not promoting. I mean, it can be reckless. I'm not saying that it's evil to premarital handhold or to like it. I'm just saying that I am not admitting that I have ever premarital handheld. No. And I do not promote premarital handholding. It is reckless. Well, maybe it can be reckless. It can even be evil to premarital handhold, maybe, in certain circumstances. Oh, hell yes. So I'm not promoting premarital handholding or heavy petting, premarital heavy petting, but I am, and I'm not admitting that I've ever even had a stray feeling of wanting to premarital handhold. But I am promoting the interest of premarital handholders, lovely human beings they are, and it is a good thing. I'm excited about it. Sorry to wax so melodramatic over my newest cause, or excuse me, my newest hobby of promoting human beings of a particular focus. Yes, but I am excited about it. Yes.
Well, I'm excited to see in the upcoming weeks, you know, which directions you're gonna go as far as who you promote.
Oh, good, good. Yes. I plan to.
Token Atheist says he's pro weed, so.
Are you really? I am too. Did you know that weed is legal in Israel, allegedly? Anyway, never mind. Weed. I think I'm pro all seed-bearing plants. Don't care what it is. Just, I'm just pro.
You know what? You know what thing is about weed with me? I'm afraid if I did it that I would become.
That you'd like it.
That I would like it so much that I'd become a lifelong addict. That's the honest. That's the reason I don't want to start it.
Yeah,
it's like, get dizzy if you want. Maybe you get dizzy or something. Who needs that?
Yeah, but I just don't. I don't have any problem with it other than the fact that honestly, I do think I would love it too much.
Well, let me tell you.
That's a great admission.
The Bible says this. The Bible says, well, it doesn't say it. It is written in one of the books that are collectively bound into a Bible. It is written, all things are permissible. All things are permissible, but not all things are good for the building up of the called. But all things are permissible. Weed burning, premarital hand-holding, marital bed masturbating, gay, lesbian, cut your balls off, preach satanic doctrine, don't believe in God, believe in God, believe in Christ Jesus. Everything, anything you can imagine or do is permissible by Almighty God, and you will not come into condemnation for anything, Tommy Hall.
Well,
no
once you're
child
saved,
fucking.
Anything.
Once you're saved, you're saved. But yeah, I would not say. I would not agree that all things are not sinful.
Well,
There's
that's
no child fucking.
Promotion. But listen to this. All things are lawful, but not all things are expedient for the building up of the called. All things are permissible. All things. All things. You can be a Republican. You can be a Democrat. You can be a Mormon. You can be a Catholic. You can be a wannabe St. Tommy. Go ahead, bow down and worship me. I don't suggest it, but it is permitted, Tommy Hall.
Don't mixed aged salami meats with veal, though.
It used to be unlawful, maybe, but the law has been fulfilled. The holy law of God that condemns, the holy law of God that is a ministry of death, has been fulfilled. Thank God. Whew. The law is good, but it's only good for what it was good for. It's only good as a primer to bring us to Christ Jesus. No flesh is justified by the law. The law is a ministry of death. The law is a curse to all who seek to be justified by it. You try and be justified by following the Ten Commandments, it will be a curse to you. It will.
I have to ask you a question. Now I have to ask you a question, Tommy.
Well, ask it some other time, sir.
What was the purpose of the law to begin with?
I have received your question and have no data to provide, sir, at this time. Please feel free to inquire again. I love you. I love you, sir.
Oh.
Thus concludeth my expedient time here today. Thank you, Tommy Hall. God bless you, my brother.
Love you, brother.
God bless you, teacher. God bless you. Good to see you. I can't even see your name, but I know who you are. Patango? No. Let me look real close here and see. It is Patango, is it? Yes, Patango 101. Good to see you again, sir. God bless you. And it was good to meet you a little bit. Token, have we ever interacted before?
No, sir, we have not.
I see. Well, I tell you, I'm a little bit embarrassed at my frowardness. I'm not used to preaching. I'm not used to. But especially, I've got a little track time with these other men, so I'm more willing to embarrass myself in front of them.
That's okay. Well, I have been a casual viewer in the past, so I have witnessed you.
Whoa. Well, then, hey, there ain't no hiding, is it? That's it.
No. Sorry, you're on the internet.
Yeah, it's true.
Sometimes it's hard to It's hard to remember that there might even be just like 20 strangers out there who watched that video.
Well, I hope you love me. I hope you fall in love with me. You seem like I hope you seem like a nifty individual.
Well, thanks. So far, I mean, I think you're a likable guy. You know,
Cool.
maybe as we get a little more hand holding and heavy petting going on, I'll start to love you though.
Don't tempt me, please. Please don't tempt me. I am temptable, you know. And keep an eye on your little sister if she's around me. You know, I'm just a man. Just a man.
Hey meow, hey meow. I have a little sister.
I see. Well, I do have a wife, and she serves me well. No pun intended. But still, I am vulnerable to the beautiful. I am, and so anyway, thank you all for your patience, especially you, teacher. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Why especially me?
Apparently, he thinks you're impatient.
Well, no, I think that teacher is there's something to what you said, sir. It's not that I perceive teacher to be impatient. It's that I perceive that my words could be reckless to his ears, reckless or hard on his eardrums, and I don't like that. I don't like that. And so when I say thank you, teacher, for your patience, I really do mean it in a certain way. That I really do, whatever that means. But anyway, it's my time. Looking
It's all
forward to it. Light up.
Good to see you, Tommy.
Take care. Oh.
Yeah, well, I obviously disagree with that last part about all things are permissible. That doesn't. I love Tommy. But
There was 1,000 things running through my mind as he was reading off that list.
I wish I could sort of make him see a different way, so to say. But we've had that discussion several times. I know it's not much use getting into it with him there.
Yeah. So.
But whatever.
Yeah. So.
I don't know. I don't remember any passages that say all things are permissible.
Yeah, actually, here, I'll put it up here for you.
All right.
Yeah, and this is what I do. So.
Okay.
I don't have
steer me correct.
I don't have a. In order for me to put up, I got to see if I can get my Bible program to work.
Now, in fairness, I think what he's referring to is in regards to salvation.
Corinthians.
Nothing is going to separate you from Christ's love after you're saved. After you acknowledge that Jesus is Lord, turn your back on yourself and follow Him. That nothing can shake that eternal salvation.
I did find a Corinthians passage that seems kind of in the direction that he was talking. It's all things are lawful, but not all things are helpful. All things are lawful, but not all things build up. So, yeah, that kind of does follow. It's Corinthians.
I've heard him say that.
1 Corinthians 10:23. If anybody wanted to confirm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on my way there. I'm trying to get my computer to work.
Gall darn things.
It's funny how they do that. One day they work just fine, and the next day it says that you have an error. And so you just but yeah, but that is the verse. And so, and yeah, he was using the word permissible. He might be using that.
I see that word used in the International Standard Version and the Holman Christian Version specifically, but nothing else so far.
Yeah, the Holman is what the Southern Baptists used, which is really funny because they used to be back five decades ago or so. They used to be King James, but they left that a long time ago. and there were many fundamentalists who left the Southern Baptist movement. Where I went to Bible college to start with, the guy there that started the church in '71, he pulled out of the Southern Baptist. He was a graduate of Louisville, Kentucky, down there. So he pulled out of the Southern Baptist because they were pulling away from the fundamentals of the faith. And basically he says, even though I had to pull out of them, they actually left the fundamentals, and that's why, you know what I'm saying. So, but yeah. So there's a lot of, and that's one of my things which I've already talked a bunch on the internet about, is that's why I only use the King James Version, because you can't have a bunch of versions saying different things and all be the same. Matter of fact, Dr. Mickey Carter out of Landmark Baptist College in Haines City, Florida, wrote a book years ago. The title of the book was "Things That Are Different Are Not the Same." Very simple book by a very smart man, and he just basically gives some basics in the book that are fundamental as to the different versions of this, that, and the other thing, of how you can't have even 5 or 6 versions of the Bible say different things at key locations of Scripture and still be the same. You just can't do it. It'd be like a medical journal, or I often think about car manuals, whether you have a Chilton's or you have some other, a Haynes, and they give different torques to put on a head on a vehicle, or they give different specs for an engine, and one of them's got to be wrong. Only one of them can be right. And if you have 2 cars and you do both ways and one on each, you'll find out before long which specs are right and which specs are wrong.
Always try to find factory manuals. This is the lesson that I get there. So I grew up around cars and motorcycles, and my dad collecting factory manuals. So that's my answer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Find a factory manual.
Well, the thing is, though, is like the user, I forget what, I guess they call them the user's manual or whatever, but they don't you really have to search to get the mechanic's manual.
Yep.
Because I worked as a mechanic for years, and I just put it to you this way, that it's very hard to find like what you just said, it's very hard to find the actual manufacturer's manual compared to everybody else's. And normally, Chilton is pretty good. Haynes, it depends on a lot of what you're looking at. Like what I found was electrical. It was really hard to get a good manual on electrical, because electrical was just, they'd throw you for a loop on electrical. And I don't know if you ever found that or not, but electrical diagrams were just terrible to find. They had so many variances, and so, but what I always found was handy was the like the parts locator manuals and stuff like that. It's really funny where manufacturers will stick things. You could look all over for a certain part, and they'll stick it where there's space, even if they have to reroute half the car to do it. They'll stick an electrical component somewhere just because there's space to do it there. It's like, oh yeah, we can put extra wire in, but we've got to put this somewhere, and we don't want to put it where it's easy to find, So, and but it's funny when you get into that. But yeah, but my whole point is that when it comes to the Bible, and you have the fundamental doctrines of the faith, and matter of fact, I'm thinking about contacting a certain organization to see if they mind me. I gave, oh, and he's gone now. I gave, I don't know if he's coming back. I'm trying to see. Oh, yeah, he said he got to go. He said he's got to run. But Tommy. But anyway, I gave him a particular reference to a publication to look at different versions of the Bible, and when I did, I don't know if he's looked at it or not, but I have to contact the people that published that and see if they mind if I actually go on the air, like on Google Plus, and make a video of going down through that whole thing in segments, you know, like so much of it at a time, because I don't know if I can get it all done in one shot. But actually go through to compare the versions where people can see the truth of what actually is missing in some of these Bibles. It's just amazing, because people are totally uneducated in that area. But anyway, enough rambling. So I see that Benny is, oh, there's Benny. Teacher, are you pro-Israel? Yes, I'm pro-Israel. I believe God in his Bible very clearly states that he's pro-Israel. So I find it hard to argue with God. You never win.
I always win.
No. If you argue with God, you won't win. Jonah found that out, and a few others found that out. But would I kill 20,000 captive kids? No, I don't think I would kill them. I don't think I would ever have justification to kill 20,000 captive kids.
They were born sinners. Come on, that was easy.
No, I mean, really, I'm not going to. Under normal causes, I would not have a reason to kill any kid at all under normal cause. Now, let me give you an illustration of something just off the top of my head, okay? I don't know how many of you remember Vietnam, or maybe somebody's old enough or not old enough. I don't know. But there was an activity going on in Vietnam that a lot of people aren't aware of, and that is the fact that the parents were actually sending children that were booby-trapped with grenades out into the American troops. They would have a grenade wired, or more than one. They would have them, like a couple of them, tied to their clothes on the inside, and they were told to run out there and then throw their arms out and say, you know, and say, hey, GI. Well, when they threw their arms out, they'd be pulling the pins on these grenades and taking out, you know, 10 or 15 soldiers at a time. Well, pretty soon when you see this happen a few times and you see a kid running at you in that same manner, you must choose between, you know, you and however many guys are standing there with you, or maybe not standing, but whatever the case may be, they're with you, and your life versus theirs. And you know what happened. You know that mommy or daddy just got done putting grenades on him, and the kid would end up getting shot, and when the kid would fall over and his arms would fall out, before the troops could even get there, the kid would blow up.
What if God ordered you to kill 20,000 captive kids, though?
If he ordered me to do it, he would have a reason for it, and that would be a different story.
So you would do it?
I would do whatever God would tell me to do under the basis that he knows something I don't. For example, in the Old Testament, God told Moses to go in, God told Moses and God told the Israelites to go in and wipe out cities because they were sinful cities, etc. I've had this talk with other people, and Moses would go in there and do what God said and wipe them out. Now, was he wrong for not listening? Was he wrong for listening to God? No. Was God wrong for giving the order? No. God is a just God. He knows what he's doing. And there's a lot of stuff behind that. And these were people that were practicing all kinds of idolatry. And I know this sounds really weird, okay, as far as people that don't understand the scriptures, but the children that died didn't go to an awful place.
Oh, no.
They did not go to an awful place. As a matter of fact, they went to a better place than they would have had they grown up.
Now
you can disagree with that. You can disagree with that till the cows come home.
It's a bit vile that you're using this as an excuse.
No. I'm not using anything as an excuse. I'm just telling you that a biblical fact. There are people out there that do not believe in an eternal hell. There are those people. Now that they can believe what they want to, but that doesn't change any facts. Okay. I do not believe that innocent babies go to hell. I don't believe that. But I believe when they grow up and they become guilty, then they do go to a burning hell.
So do aborted fetuses go to heaven?
No. Well,
aborted
yeah, of course they would. They're innocent.
So would we be better off just aborting everybody and then everybody gets into heaven?
Well, no. No, you
well, why
wouldn't.
not? Yeah, because now everybody's into heaven. Like if we just if we just practice, if we just say now, like okay, from now on we're gonna take humanity into our own hands and our own eternity into our own hands. And we're going to take God's little loophole here with the abortion thing. We're going to take any babies born now.
Okay, let's do
and
that.
We're just going to abort them, and then everybody else is just going to have to die and either be like, okay, I'm going to be a good Christian or not.
So let's do that. Okay, let's do that. Let's follow your scenario. How long does civilization last?
It doesn't matter. We're all.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
No, you missed the point.
You missed the point. No, I didn't miss the point. No,
yeah,
I didn't miss the point.
That was inherently in my point. Yes, it was. I told you we're taking
something.
humanity into our own hands.
Let
so
me
what
explain
we're doing,
something. Let me explain something. The Bible says the earth was created to be inhabited. Therefore, since the earth is designed to be
humans.
No, excuse me.
There's still going to be animals and plant life on Earth, so
it's
it
not
will be inhabited.
No, the animals were see, that's the difference between you and me. See, I do not believe we came from animals, and that's not the habitation, and that's not the habitation that God's referring to.
No,
God's
you're
not referring to that.
You're confused because is inhabited. So is a forest inhabited by bears?
God is not.
No, just answer the question. Come on. Is a forest
not in reference to what God was saying? No.
Oh, that's God! You can't just take the word inhabited and then make it mean only humans.
No.
That's what you're doing.
Well, yeah, because you're missing the point.
Because that's insane.
Because you're it's not insane. It's not insane. Only from your perspective.
For a word,
only from your perspective, because you believe that we're all animals.
It's called from language.
We're all, no, it isn't.
No, teach. It's got nothing to do with me believing we're all animals.
Okay.
It has to do with living. A living creature inhabits something. A plant inhabits the earth, right? Does plant life inhabit the earth?
You're missing the point of what God said. When God said, see, if you actually studied the Bible and you actually understood God's perspective.
You can't understand God's perspective either.
So you can't understand God's perspective. You can't go there. How can you know that?
You can't do that. You can't just claim to know God's perspective. Sorry.
Well, yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can, because I have the Holy Spirit. I have the Holy Spirit.
No, I have the better Holy Spirit telling me you're wrong.
Really?
That's what's wrong with your argument. No, what I'm telling you is that's what's wrong with your argument.
Okay. Here's the problem. You have a non-Christian. You have a non-Christian, a non-theist. You have a non-theist, a non-Christian, telling a theist and a Christian how to believe their own religion. You don't even believe in God.
Word inhabit
No. You don't even believe in God. But you're trying to tell me what God meant.
No, I'm telling you what the word inhabit
I
means.
understand, but you have to take what a word means in its context of who said it and what the circumstances are.
So
Okay,
if I'm sitting
use
here,
words.
so if I'm sitting here and I'm eating eggs and I tell you I just put some fart in my mouth, does our egg suddenly fart now? No, you're being absurd. Context.
No, I'm not.
Context only
Context
matters
means,
in. No.
No,
Go ahead,
context
go ahead.
always matters. And when you know the purpose of why God made man, okay, then you understand that the earth was made to glorify God, and God put the earth here for man, okay? God put the earth here and its surroundings for the people that he would have inhabited.
This whole universe and all these galaxies that we can't even
Are
reach
for
in a
man.
single lifetime are for man. So this
Are for man
whole
to
giant,
glorify,
mostly quote-unquote empty space is all just for us?
for the glory of God, that we might go look up at the heavens and say, I serve a great God.
No, why would I look up at the heavens and say something like that? I look up I grew up in Montana with the most amazing sky in the world. It's called Big Sky Country for a reason. It's gorgeous.
You're right, and you're missing
I grew up in religious communities, and I've never once looked up at the sky and been like, "Oh yeah, God." No, I look up in the sky and I'm like, "Wow."
You know what you're gonna do one day?
I live on a speck in the middle of nowhere, and I still get to see all this cool shit.
You know what, Token? One day, whether you believe it or not, whether you accept it or not,
no,
you're going to bow before God.
No, I'm not. One day, whether you believe it or not, there's no God. So you're wrong.
One day, Token, one day, the Bible says, every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And one day you will do it.
No, I won't.
Okay? One day you will do it, whether you like it or not.
Even granting you that, I wouldn't bow down. I'd ask him questions like, so what's up with starving children?
No, you wouldn't. No,
yes,
you
I
wouldn't.
would.
Yes, I would. Token, may I please explain why?
No, I'm not going to allow you to make up some stupid reason.
Well, then you know what? Bye. Because I'm not going to argue with somebody that doesn't want to listen to the truth. Okay? See, that's the problem. You don't want to listen.
You don't want to have an argument.
You don't want to listen. No, I don't want to argue. I'm telling you that in order.
Wants to preach.
That's right. That's right. I teach Bible. That's what I do. I teach Bible. That's what I do. Okay? I teach Bible. That's what I do. And when you say to me there is no God.
Okay. Now we don't have a Christian.
With a title like that, some Christian will come in soon.
Yeah, for sure. But I find this a lot. Like I've listened to some of his teachers' stuff, and like he knows his Bible, it's as good as anything else I've ever heard, and he knows his shit. But I find this it happens constantly when you bring up this sort of stuff in the Bible. Is you start getting excuses for why they killed all those children, or you start getting excuses for why somebody's happy if they smash a baby's head against a rock. This is where the theology starts to really fall down, and I don't think they realise that all critical thought goes out the window. This is what God said is okay, so hey, it's okay. There's no critical thought, there's no thinking about it, it's just following orders. And that's always been my problem with it.
Yeah. The word inhabits, it just really bothered me. It was just... I understand context, of course, but you can't just start changing the words like, oh, inhabits. It's just... No, inhabit doesn't mean only humans, even if you're just talking about the context of the Bible.
That's what they do. That's what they do. Look at the way they've changed the word atheist. And you know, atheist to them just isn't somebody who doesn't believe in a deity, who doesn't believe in God or gods. It's somebody who's got a political agenda. They've got a philosophy. They've got all these almost things going on behind the scenes to derail Christianity. This is the way they think. So they just change a word to sort of make it what they want.
Yeah. Well, and that
And
kind
they do it
of,
constantly.
whether you like it or not, one day you will bow. It's just like I can't have a conversation with someone when they start stepping into that territory. It's what do you even do? No, I wouldn't. If I was presented with God, like I said, I wouldn't even like be rude. I would have questions for him, and he's like, "No, you wouldn't." And it's like, okay, well, I can't have a conversation with you then.
I mean, I get a little bit pissed off when they just start preaching at me. You know, that to me gets a little bit insulting, where they just start telling me, well, you know, Jesus, blah blah blah. This is what'll happen when you die, blah blah. If you don't get yourself right with Jesus, yeah, that to me is drifting off topic, and they're just into verbal masturbation, and it's just a waste of time. So if you're watching this, Christians, don't preach at me.
That is a pretty sweet mug.
Daddy cool. I got it for Father's Day.
So it's like hip New English
Plus
instead
it holds
of like,
about a liter of coffee.
yeah, it looks about almost the size of your head. Just about as much coffee as anyone needs.
It's about my 4th cup.
I've only had 1 cup of coffee today, and it was 8 ounces, so I guess I'm not quite as amped as you.
No.
Well,
I had the Hitler argument thrown at me again the other night too. That was irritating. You get that one still?
yeah, I was watching a hangout like a day or two or something, and that got thrown around again. You mean like Hitler is an atheist? That line of weirdness. Yeah.
I mean, I would put it. I was thinking about it the other day. I would put it that any extreme sort of nationalism or statism is a religion in itself. Like it has more in context. It has more in. It's more congruent with any religion than it is with any non-acceptance of a religion or atheism or whatever you say.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got worship of state, or you've got worship of your head of state. They even give him, like, you look at what they did with Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un. Suddenly he's hitting 7, holes in one game on the hardest course in the world. You know, that's doing exactly the same thing as they do with Jesus and all those other cats.
Yeah. Now, North Korea is just fascinating in that aspect, to just kind of look at it from that point of looking at it as a religious personality cult type thing, and seeing how those things apply to religion overall, because there's a lot of similarities. It's just that this country has really taken the glorification of this one idol, or this one family, into idol worship that it's fascinating. It's sad, but I'm personally fascinated by North Korea.
Yeah, and there's even like a pseudo morning prayer to them and stuff like that. And state dogma that cannot be changed only by the priest class, which is their politicians and that.
Much like any religious person has a symbol that they wear, like a cross or a turban or a hijab or whatever it may be. Even in North Korea, they all wear pins of dear leader on your clothing, like every day. So
yeah,
even small things like that are just very similar.
and so you're going to say a setup like that is more of a religion than it is of anything to do with atheism or a lack of religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Godhead has just been made into an actual person with made-up attributes to the person instead of being a made-up person with made-up attributes.
Yeah, and that's what they did with Hitler and Stalin and all those guys. They just made them into something that they weren't, and state-set dogma. Yeah, for sure.
He's not a nuclear physicist, but any Scientologist will tell you that he is the world's greatest nuclear physicist. So
I suppose my point in the end is that you can't just blather up an argument like see this was an atheist regime, see all the murders they did, when in actual fact they're all these people are falling to the same sort of mental disease that is embraces any religion. So their argument is sort of a non-argument in the fact that it has so much in common with religion that it can almost be called a religion within itself. But that's just my take.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines. I don't know. I enjoyed Teacher until he was Preacher.
Yeah.
My band was a high school band. It is now defunct, Benny. We had several different really terrible names. No, I play in stuff in the California area as like kind of musician for hire. I visit Japan to watch a group that I like. Totally Jewish. Is it the German? Is that what you're referring to? Oh, okay. Oh, I see that. Okay. I've been in Cali about 13 years now.
Pity you haven't got a mic, Benny. You could run this room. Yeah, waltzing. No, I would not subject anybody to my singing, Benny. Is Pillbox coming in here, is he? Somebody invite Pillbox. Man, that guy's off the frickin' chain. Having a conversation with Pillbox. Oh, it's like, sounds like talking to Nephilim Free. Has anybody had a conversation with Nephilim Free? Just gets really bizarre. Neff talks way too much. Yeah, one with Brett Keane. How did that go, Eggs? I'm really dubious about Brett Keane. Hey, I don't know exactly where he's coming from, or if he's being utterly serious with what he's, I've tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but some of the things he says and some of the videos he makes, it's really trolly. So it's hard to take him seriously. I mean, I think him and Richard Raspberry, I think it is. The video's gone now because it got taken down, saying evolution is bestiality. So with shit like that get thrown around, it's really hard to sort of take that guy seriously. So, but that's just me. I'm just saying.
I am privy to Brett Keane, and I would have a feeling that he would instantly hate me.
Yeah, I think Brett tends to work with what works for Brett, and I think he's very mercenary. And I think what's going to happen in a very short amount of time is the typical things that always happen with him. Is we're going to see him just like stabbing people in the back and all that sort of thing. But look, he's not here to defend himself, so I probably shouldn't go on about it.
No, I was in a room where everyone really basically had moderation powers, and I hadn't said much, and I spoke up at one point, and all of a sudden I was talking, and I just heard Brett say, "Oh, I'm not going to listen to this Rudy Poo candy-ass atheist," and then he blocked me, so that I got kicked from the hangout, and then apparently they scolded him for that and then kicked him out. But I mean, like I mean I wasn't even talking to him, and he like kicked me out. So I don't know.
No,
I mean, it's
he's done stuff like that to me as well, and it's very annoying, especially if you're in a place where you want to be and you're having a conversation that you want to have, and Brett just is a dickhead, you know.
yeah, and I think after he kicked me out, he started saying like, "Oh, I'm not gonna let somebody come into my room," and da da da. And it wasn't his room. I forgot whose room it was. But then they, like I said, they scolded him and said, "This isn't your room, and you don't have like nobody." The rules of the room was don't kick anybody out, like no matter what they say. I can't remember who's set up the room. It was but yeah, he just booted me, and I wasn't even talking to him. So
yeah.
I don't know. I think part of it too is he feels burned by the atheist community to a degree, so he's just has a personal vendetta. As soon as he knows you're atheist, he's just like, "Oh, this guy's a piece of shit. I hate him." So, you know.
But in his case, you know, you make your bed, you got to sleep in it. So
yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, he reminds me. He reminds me a lot of that dickhead Shock of God.
I haven't even seen much from Shock of God in like probably a couple of years, actually. I see like reposts of his videos every once in a while, but I haven't seen anything from him. He was just, I mean, he was like the definition of just like an antagonist. I mean, I think he believed what he said, but he's purposefully an antagonist.
Yeah, and he was a habitual liar, and the problem with him is he went full retard, and you can't keep that sort of stuff up, and I don't think that's why we see much of him these days.
Allahu Akbar.
Hello, ABs. Abk. Gotcha. But yeah, I say, yeah, I mean, Brett and Nadia, like Benny said, I think Brett and Nadia are friends, but Nadia is a very tolerant person, so she'll put up with pretty much anything. I've only seen her kick someone out of her room once, and that was actually just last night, I think. And it was after some drunk guy had said the words he, she about 4 times, and she kept saying, "I don't want to be called he, she," and so then she just booted him. So totally understandable. He was just kind of being a drunk idiot. I don't even think he was trying to be mean. He was just an idiot. But oh, we'll tolerate anybody saying extreme things.
Yeah.
I mean, ABC, you can chime in, say something awesome. Sorry, X. He's not extreme, he just served God's will. That's his point of view. Oh, really? Is his brother, I mean, I'm supposing Benny's not lying, but is his brother really in Mosul? Because that's interesting. Acne. I've never heard of acne. My little sister had acne.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, what did you want me to say, my friend?
So your brother is fighting for ISIS? Is that the deal?
Yes, he's in the Islamic State now. He's fighting for the Dawla. But he's not fighting now so much because he got injured in his leg, but it's not a big deal. He's gonna go back to fighting soon, he says. But he updates us only once a week. I talked with him yesterday, and he's good. He's just a small injury, and he's going back to fight soon.
Was he involved in any way in the destruction of some of that art?
No, I don't think so. No.
No. Okay. Do you know what all
I
the
know
art
it.
that
I saw the video. I didn't see him. But he's not in that area, I think.
You didn't see him in there, so you're assuming he wasn't?
Yeah, I guess, but he's not in this area as well. I just talked with him like for 2 minutes. That's it.
That just made me feel sick, when they went to town on that art. That just made me feel sick.
Yeah, same. I mean, even as an atheist, I hold most religious art in high esteem. I mean, art is art. I mean, and there was a lot of gorgeous stonework in there.
It's so old, and it's just gone now. You know, it's just gone.
So, ABC wants to behead all Jews.
No, I said in the final day, we will kill all the Jews. It's in the Hadith, and every Muslim believes it. Every Sunni Muslim believes in it, because that's the Hadith. It's from Muhammad, from Allah, and this is the judgment of God.
Okay.
This
So
is
you
what's
don't.
going to happen. All the Jews are going to die by the Muslims. It's a fact, my friend. If a Sunni Muslim tells you otherwise, is lying. They're just lying. This is the truth.
The truth is that all non-Muslims will die by the hands of Muslims.
No, all the Jews in the
All the
final
Jews.
day.
Okay.
In the final day, it's in the Hadith. Every Muslim know that, but if they tell you otherwise, they're liars. We don't like the hypocrite Muslims. They are just like kuffar, infidel. We don't trust them, and they are non-Muslims if they like this Charlie Hebdo Muslims. It's a lie. The guys who hold the signs with Jesus, Charlie, they are hypocrites. They are not Muslims anymore, and we don't trust them.
So you are in favor of the Charlie Hebdo
Of course,
attacks, then,
of course.
obviously. Yeah. Okay.
Of course.
I figured I just was
They
trying to
can't
clarify.
offend our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. They can't do that, my friend. It's against Islam. We can't tolerate that.
Is it so? Even someone who does not practice Islam cannot draw a picture of Muhammad?
They can do it, but they will have to face the consequences, of course.
Right. Okay.
So ABC, am I an infidel in your definition of what an infidel is?
It depends how you interpret that, because Christians and Jews actually can live under Islamic State. They only have to pay jizya, to be zimmi, to pay us taxes because they are non-Muslims, and they can live in peace. That's it. But
well, I'm an atheist.
If you are atheist, you have to convert to Islam or die by Sharia.
Well, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in
If you live in an Islamic state, you have to convert to Islam or die. But if you live outside Sharia, we can do it. It's not okay. It depends on the interpretation of some people. I don't think it's okay if you live outside Islamic state. You don't have to. You can be atheist if you want, but not under Sharia countries, not under Islamic State. It's not accepted.
So really it says that I should die, doesn't it?
That who should die? You? If you come to Islamic State, you will have to convert to Islam, and you will. You won't wanna die.
So if I was captured, say, by ISIS, and they chopped my head off because I wouldn't convert to Islam, would you consider that a just and lawful thing to do?
Under Islam, yes, because you don't want to convert. Of course. That is the Sharia, my friend.
So Islam's about...
Every single Muslim in the world believes that. Otherwise,
So Islam is about enforcing your beliefs on others, and if they don't accept it, you die.
These are the laws of Islam. If you are not believing in in Judaism or Christianity, if you are not a Christian or a Jew and you are atheist, you will have to convert or die. It's very simple, my friend.
Okay. Then that would be cause for me to oppose any thinking like that.
How do you think Islam got so big? There are so many Muslims out there. How do you think we spread our religion throughout years, throughout the centuries?
I would start a small action group and oppose that vehemently. I would oppose it with extreme prejudice.
You can try.
And I would fight for my rights. I would fight to the death to be free of your religion.
Yeah, unless
if that is the tenets of your religion, I will fight to the death.
I don't think so. If someone will catch you, you will do whatever he says.
No.
I will be strapped with bombs and I will pull those pins, my friend.
Now, when you are sitting in your couch comfortably, you say that, but you don't know what's going to happen when you be afraid from the knife. You know, you can't. Even if a Jew gonna catch me, maybe I will do what he says. I don't know. No one can tell until you go to that situation. You can tell what you're gonna do.
Yeah,
Well,
we can.
That's true, but
to a degree, you can. That's the point
I
of the
just
hypothetical.
I can only go from the perspective of what I'm thinking and how sort of angry I am now at that sort of bullshit. And I would, from this position right now, fight to the death to oppose that type of thinking. I'm not fighting Allah. I'm not fighting. I'm not attacking God at all. I'm attacking malignant thinking. I'm attacking faulty, malignant thinking, and it is a cancer.
Okay, it's your right. As long as you are not in the Islamic State, it's your right. And the Muslims outside the Islamic State, they should obey to the laws of the countries until it's it becomes very severe attack against our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. If it comes to that, we have to defend his honor and respect him. But as long as you don't do anything like that, we should respect you.
But I'm not saying anything about Muhammad. I'm not saying anything about Muhammad. I'm not saying anything about Allah. This is the faulty thinking of men. This is the faulty thinking and the malignant thinking of a certain group that is doing great harm and incredibly bad things. And that is what I'm opposing. It has nothing to do with a religion. The fact that it's religious driven is a symptom. This is malignant thinking on a huge scale, and I would oppose that to the death.
Yeah, I would rather die than deal with a world overrun with Islam.
Yeah, you're saying it now when you're in comfortable situation. You can say it. Many people say that in comfortable situation. But you don't truly know yourself until you come to a very tough situation when you have to decide.
Yeah, but if there was like a built-up resistance, I would definitely join that. I'm just not in a position to start a resistance on my own. But if there was a resistance, like a Muslim resistance, you know,
Yeah, but
then
if you're
I would join that.
starting to
And
lose,
it
if
would,
they're starting to lose and you're being kidnapped, you're still gonna obey. It doesn't matter.
no, I would smash the genitals of my kidnappers and then humiliate them in front of their
Yeah,
friends.
but I'm saying that if you are kidnapped, not if you win.
Yeah, I know. I would hulk out of their little twine bindings because we're in the middle of the desert with a bunch of people who don't have much money, and they're gonna tie me up with some twine, and I'm gonna hulk out of it, and then I'm gonna smash their genitals, and I'm gonna tell them that that Muhammad was wrong, and then they're probably gonna beg me for forgiveness. That's how I see it going down.
I'd go all Rick Grimes on your jugular. I'd just tear your jugular out with my teeth.
Exactly. Just Hulkamania up in the house.
Just because I haven't got a gun doesn't mean I'm not defenseless. I'm
Yeah.
defenseless.
Being kidnapped isn't like the end of the situation. I mean, them killing me, like if they kidnap me and immediately kill me, well then, yeah, there I'm screwed. But like, there's like, oh, you're kidnapped, and now we're gonna put you in this room. Like, I'm gonna spend most of my time trying to figure out, okay, what are my options here to inflict as much damage as possible on these people.
You will have two options: convert or die. It's so simple. And it works, my friend. Look, there are so many Muslims out there in the world. You think they just accepted Islam? No, that was forced upon them, my friend.
Well, then it's wrong, because you don't force truth upon people. So.
Well, God says this is what we should do. We obey to God.
Why?
Because Allah is the truthful force in this world, and we believe in Allah and trust Him.
Right, but I don't. So why would you make me do that? Like, why would you want to make somebody agree with you by force?
Because this is what Allah said to spread.
Well, I know, but can't you
it's
just
for
decide?
your own good. You don't want to go to heaven, my friend. You want to go to hell? It's for you.
It's not for real.
It's for you. You will go to heaven.
No, it's both of those places are not for real.
Every single man, non-Muslim, is gonna go to hell.
No, you have not.
Yes.
There's no proof for hell. So threatening me with hell is not a threat. Like, immediate death to me is a threat.
It's not a threat.
Like, you saying a Muslim's gonna come in and kill me is a threat. You saying you're gonna go to hell is not a threat.
It's not a threat. It's a fact.
No, you're not listening. If someone says they're gonna come into my house and kill me, that's immediate and scary. If someone tells me, well, you're gonna die and go to hell, that's not scary. It's not real. Me actually dying is the real part. I'm not going to go anywhere after that.
Yeah, how do they know they will convert genuinely?
Yeah, and even then, if I just said, oh yeah, okay, I'm a Muslim now, I mean, then what? Now I'm a false Muslim. I don't actually believe it, but I just say it. So am I? What was the point then?
Between you and God. God will decide if you are a true Muslim or not.
Yeah, but that's the point is now I'm surrounded. Okay, it's me and you in a room. You're a real believing Muslim, and I'm not. But I tell you every day that I am, and you have no other reason to believe me because I demonstrated. But as you're saying, it's between me and God. So what was the point? Now I'm not actually a Muslim. I claim to.
Even if you don't believe, if you converted and you are not really believing in this. If you don't believe this, it doesn't matter because your children will believe this, and this is their.
Why would my children believe it? I would tell my children not. And what if I don't have children? You're just making up a new No, it's me and you in a room. You're not listening. You've made up children. How are you and I going to have children? We're both male.
No,
so
if you
get that out of your head.
If you believe this, it's your own problem. It's not my problem. Like if I will know that.
Well, right, it's not your problem, so why are you going to kill me whether I do or don't believe?
If I just lie to
Look,
you
if you
just to
lie,
stay
if you lie,
alive,
it's
then
your
it's
problem.
pointless. You haven't done anything. You haven't accomplished anything. You haven't moved your religion forward in the name of your God. You've only made somebody a liar for them to stay alive. You haven't accomplished anything.
But it's a fact that most people today do believe, so it doesn't matter. It's just a small fraction who doesn't really believe and go to hell. From
I
our
think
side,
anybody who
we did what
I
we
take
should do.
I take anybody who professes their belief as true. I mean, if a Christian comes to me and says I'm a Christian, I believe them. If you tell me you're a Muslim, I believe you. I'm not just gonna call people a liar. So, I mean, you're gonna say that there's a small group of people who aren't actually Muslims already, but I would say that they are if they believe it. That's the point. Is it's between that person and God then, and so you've just created a mass population of people
So, my
who
friend,
are lying.
you don't realize what's the purpose of Islam. Why Islam came to the world? It didn't come to live side by side with Christianity. It came to replace Christianity and Judaism and Hinduism and everything. This is why
It came
Islam came to the world. You
to
don't understand it?
replace.
Of course.
Okay.
That's
I
the
just
target of Islam, to be the only religion all over the world.
sorry. Repeat. Sorry. Can you repeat that?
I said that's the purpose of Islam, to spread all around the world and replace all other religions.
So the purpose of Islam is not
Oh, yes,
to
yes.
be true. It's just to spread.
No, Islam is true. It doesn't matter what you think because Islam is the real truth.
But you just said the purpose of
religion.
Islam was to come replace other religions. That doesn't instantly make it true.
If you don't believe this, so you don't believe this. I have nothing to do with you if you don't believe.
Okay.
You don't have to believe this.
Well, I mean, I obviously don't, but that's not the argument.
We don't have much to argue about if you believe this or not.
So ABC, do you feel comfortable? Do you feel comfortable in saying that I'm in a Muslim state, I don't convert, you kill me? Do you feel comfortable then taking away any possible chance I have of reaching God? You've taken that away from me. If I was going to live another 40, 60 years, you've taken away any chance I have of getting to heaven. Do you feel comfortable with that?
Of course, it's all from God. Allah ordered us to do that. We do it for God. You don't understand that? This is the will of Allah.
To take away any chance I have of getting to heaven.
You won't go to heaven if you don't convert to Islam. It's very simple. Unless you live in some very far state. If you live in very far nation who never heard about Islam, then you will go to heaven. But today everybody know about Islam, so it doesn't matter. If you don't convert, you die. It's simple. Only if you live, not you die, you won't die, but if you don't convert, you won't go to heaven. If you live in Islamic state and you don't believe in God, so you will have to choose between that and Islam.
That's offensive.
Every Muslim in the world believes it. It's not. It shouldn't surprise you, my friend. It's just the media. They brainwash other people to think Islam is some super peaceful religion. It's not, my friend. It's not.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me. I'm sure. You know, I've seen some Christians act the same way, and I'm sure if they weren't in, you know, didn't have the laws stopping them doing some of the things that, you know, they'd just be like ISIS, a lot of them. So it doesn't matter. It's all the same. I just think maybe you should rethink your pitch. I mean, I don't think this convert or die thing is really working for you.
It's definitely work. It definitely works for Islam, because look how big the religion is, and it's only growing within time. Of course,
Yeah.
it's working.
What about Muslims who are against this line of thinking?
Look, this is from the Hadith, from the Holy Hadith. Every Sunni Muslim in the world believe in this. What I just sent you in the chat, you can look up for this.
If they don't believe it, they're not true Muslims, I'm gonna guess, is the basis of.
A Muslim believes in the Quran and the Hadith. If he doesn't believe in the Quran or the Hadith, so what's to him and to Islam? Nothing. He has nothing in common with Islam. He's not a Muslim if he doesn't believe in Allah, Quran, Islam, 5 pillars of Islam. He has to believe in them. Otherwise, he's not a Muslim.
I mean, this is interesting. It's just it's almost hard to even go anywhere because it's basically like you're talking to someone. It's like, oh, let's discuss
I'm living
this.
in Gaza for like
I don't.
10 years. I can't get away out of Gaza. Everybody in Gaza, they are Muslims, except very few Christians, stupid Christians in Gaza, but we're taking care of them, don't worry.
As in taken care of, as in they were killed?
No, we demolished their churches. They can show us, they can't just have their churches with publicly showing the cross. It's insult to us to see the cross publicly. If they want to worship the fake God Jesus or anything, they can do it privately, but they can't show publicly their religion. It's disrespectful to Muslims. We can't tolerate that.
It was my understanding that Jesus is, like one of the prophets in Islam.
Yeah, but Christians, they made him like a god. He's not a god.
Right.
He's
Okay.
He was a Muslim. Jesus was a Muslim. All the prophets, even from the Old Testament and the New Testament, they are all Muslims. They are not Christians, not Jews.
So what about atheists in the Gaza, since we don't have buildings
We
or
don't have
symbols?
atheists in Gaza, don't worry. Except some maybe journalists and fake Muslims that they call them the Muslims. But we don't have them.
As in, there might be an atheist disguised as a Muslim.
Of course, yes, of course.
Okay.
We can't control everything. But we make the conditions for the true Muslims to live peacefully.
Why can't Muslims live peacefully among other religions?
I mean peacefully when it concerns to living under a Sharia state. Under Islamic law. This is what I mean. Not
Well,
like
I know, but you said comfortably. So you just mean comfortably as in whatever your Sharia law says?
Every Muslim should want to live under Sharia, because this is the most right law to live under. So when we have now Sharia in
I would disagree with that. But Sharia seems like the most ridiculous type of law to live under. But I understand that it's, appointed by Muhammad or Allah or whoever. So it comes with your religion. ABC, will you ever consider joining ISIS yourself?
I can't even get out of Gaza. It's under siege, under blockade, even from the sea. I can't.
If you could though, like just I mean, if given the opportunity, like could you?
I would like to establish the Islamic State in Gaza. You know, another hand of it, another arm, the arm of Islamic State in Gaza and fight the Israelis, but we can't because Hamas is too strong here. Even though we have some Islamic State, you know, sleeper cells here in Gaza. But we can't really do anything now.
I haven't seen the Jordanian pilot footage. I've heard about it. I haven't seen it. Yeah, I've heard what, like, I guess the base I know he's burned. I just haven't seen it. I also don't. I'm not aware of specifically like why he was being executed. I mean, I could imagine why. I just don't. I don't know specifically why. Oh, okay. So it was a bomber pilot then, not just like a airliner or private pilot. If that is like footage of it, like I just don't want to watch it.
Oh, it's something else about Muslims, what they call moderate Muslims. They don't understand. There is only Muslims and non-Muslims in this world. Look at this video.
Yeah.
It
So
has
you would.
nothing to do with the pilot. It's just some kind of a lecture.
So I mean, your point is that any moderate Muslim is by definition not Muslim.
No, I'm only saying that there is Muslims and non-Muslims. You either believe in the laws of Islam or you don't believe in it.
Right, but you're saying somebody claiming to be a moderate Muslim is not a real Muslim, so they're non-Muslim.
I don't know. It depends how you define moderate. If you define it by not applying to the laws of Islam, so you are not even a Muslim. You are infidel.
Yeah, I mean that's basically what I'm getting at. Sorry, hold on.
ABC, there's someone you can like.
Hey, Christian Hillbilly. I don't know if ABC and Christian Hillbilly would necessarily like each other.
Yep.
Howdy, y'all. How you doing this afternoon?
Howdy, how are you doing? Pretty good here.
Yeehaw.
I'm only making fun and jest. I grew up in Montana, and I actually grew up with a bit of drawl, so
Well, that's all good.
have since lost it.
I always like to say, rejoice, for the Lord our God is good, and his love endures forever. Yeehaw!
Well, unless the Muslims come and get you. But yeah, ABC, I did watch just a little bit of what you linked. It's as crazy as I thought it would be. Good. Don't let the Quran fool you, ABC.
Apik, when you get the chance, I would like to see some proof that Jesus was a Muslim.
Are you talking to ABC?
I'm speaking to Abik.
Okay. Yeah.
Jesus was a Muslim. Now that's a new one.
Well, he was a Muslim prophet. I mean, according to Islam.
This guy on drugs. He says all prophets were Muslims. I don't understand that.
According to Islam.
Because Islam is true and accurate.
Convert or die.
Does he not know that Judaism came first?
Yeah, he says
Yeah,
all
but-
Jews should die.
Yeah, and he also said that the purpose of Islam was to come and replace the other religions because they were wrong. So obviously they got it wrong.
He said that Christians should pay a fee. I thought that Jews would also be able to pay a fee to live, but I guess it's just exclusive to Christians.
Those Jews, you know, they wanted Pontius Pilate to kill Jesus, so that's probably the fault there, I could imagine.
I just want to see some proof because this is absurd. I want to see some facts.
Well,
You want to see some facts? Go read the Quran, my friend. It's the best fact you can have.
That's not facts.
It's the words of God, my friend. This is the fact.
That's not facts.
This is the most solid fact.
First of all, why does it take 2 books? That's what I need to know.
The Hadith, listen, the Quran, for some people, it's like too much. They can't understand it. It's not clear enough. So there is the Hadith.
Oh, right. It's not clear enough. That's one good book.
For some people
When
who
somebody
don't
can't
read it as
understand.
well, some people can understand the Quran, but the Hadith is the interpretation of the Quran by the other followers after Muhammad.
yeah, is
Do
there
you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself, Abik? How do you support this?
and yeah, there kind of needs to be a context in the Old Testament, like something that would like foreshadow that Islam is true.
You see the Ben's avatar? That's my face right now. When I'm hearing this nonsense. You hear? Anybody?
That's a nice face, my friend.
What?
That's a very nice face for you. Describes the infidel very well.
Well, he is considering joining ISIS, so. And his brother is a member of ISIS.
My brother is in Iraq, but there is also a branch of Islamic State in Gaza, but we need to be inside it because Hamas is gonna kill all of us if they find us. But I'm not really inside them, but I will be if they resist to Hamas.
Yeah, I have a friend. I mean, he's not my friend, but there's this kid in my class who really wants to join the military to kill ISIS specifically, and he's gonna carve his initials in every one of their heads.
That sounds almost as extremist
It's not
as...
gonna happen because Obama,
I mean...
Obama is a coward. He won't do that. And then Obama doesn't even care. Obama he doesn't really fight ISIS. It's just all talk. You know, he doesn't do anything to fight ISIS. He even support the countries to support ISIS because Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they supported ISIS. Qatar doesn't support it anymore, but and also Saudi Arabia, but he doesn't really care. He even gave airdrop to ISIS, to the Islamic State, of many weapons. And what about the weapons he left for 200,000 Islamic State militants? He gave a lot of Hammers tanks to the Shia Iraqi army, but they left it for Islamic State. And after the Islamic State took over all the armors and tanks and vehicles, the United States, Obama, he didn't attack them. He didn't do anything. He doesn't really care about them. So we want to really gonna send the troops or anything. It just makes few bombings at very empty spaces in the desert, and that's it. No one really gives a damn about Obama.
What's the rule on magic users, Abik?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's kill them too.
Right, hold on. Let me hear it from him.
What did you say?
What's the rule on magic using?
I don't understand this word, my friend.
Witchcraft.
Witchcraft is not allowed in Islam. You have to be beheaded if you do that. In Saudi Arabia, they beheaded like two brothers who did witchcraft.
You know, I'm starting to notice that Islam seems a lot like the Queen of Hearts. Sorry.
The Queen of... Oh, I get it. I was like, the Queen of
I'm
Hearts?
just getting tired of
Hearts. I was like,
you know, I'm
oh,
just
okay.
getting tired of like off with their heads, kind of. It's like, yeah, okay.
Oh.
Well, then again, I think you'll be wrong because there's one problem. She's not covered.
That's true. Her head would also have to come off.
Yep.
Off with everyone's heads. So there you go. Witches, warlocks, head removal.
Wait a minute.
How-
Hold up.
Well,
Abik. By the way, is that how it's pronounced, or is it really ABC?
yeah, I assume it's ABC.
He said it's just a random name.
I mean,
I'm
you know, if you
guessing
want
he's hiding from the government.
Oh, I have no one to hide from. I am in the fucking Gaza Strip. No one to hide from.
He's under constant surveillance, technically.
What
It doesn't matter.
constitutes?
It doesn't matter.
What
They know
constitutes?
everything we do in Gaza. They know why we built up the tunnels. They know everything. It doesn't matter. They have drones over our heads 24/7. They have all the information they need to have.
So
It
even
doesn't
if
matter.
you wanted to tell us that,
They want to attack Gaza because there is a ceasefire now for like 6 months after the operation they did. So it doesn't matter. I'm safe. Everyone is safe. If the Jews gonna attack us, we're gonna blow them up with many rockets.
What's magic and what's non-magic? What constitutes magic?
Dude, I'm not a cleric. You need to ask that. You need to ask clerics for that. I'm not a very strict Muslim.
Well, I mean, you just said about you being a true Muslim, and now you're, I don't get it. It's either according to
You think every single Muslim in the world knows everything? We need to learn things. No one knows everything. Only the highest sheikh knows everything about it, about the Quran and Islam. You all the time need to learn. You can be 100 years old, learn every day.
Oh
is
man,
Pokemon demonic?
You won't know everything. You still need to learn every day. It's endless information to learn how to be perfect Muslim.
Is Pokemon demonic?
Yeah, there was a controversy about that.
Yeah. So yeah, I figured it would be some form of, demon idolatry or something. When, it's a game.
Well, I mean, to be fair, homosexuality, is obviously, illegal. You can't poke the man, you gotta poke the woman,
Unless,
I mean, it teaches Jewish.
Flat joke? Was it a flat joke?
Well, it does
Joke flat?
teach Jewish science.
Teaches Jewish science?
Yeah, that's what they. I think it was in Africa, some state that was overrun by Islam wouldn't let Pokemon games because it teaches evolution, and they considered it like Jewish science.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard it actually been referred to as like teaching evolution, not the extension of the Jewish science thing. Yeah. Yeah, the evolution thing, I mean, it's a fucking cartoon.
And it's complete inaccurate evolution.
Yeah, it's not even evolution. It's still magic.
It's metamorphosis.
Yeah. I'm sure there's no Pokemon cards in Gaza. ABC doesn't know, though, he said.
I don't understand. How will you not know?
Because like I said, there's probably not many Pokemon cards in Gaza, so
It's probably banned. For
yeah.
Good.
It's like, I don't know. I've never even seen one.
Especially Harry Potter or something like that. Or maybe that's not banned.
Harry Potter is the British religion.
It's British science.
Science, religion, it's the same thing. Come on. Splitting hairs. Jews made those Pokemon costumes, so yeah, fuck the Jews and the Pokemon costumes they made.
Well, I don't think the Japanese are really Jewish.
Yeah, I don't.
I think they're supposed to be like.
This guy don't even know what type of people he's talking about.
I think the Japanese, they're supposed to worship, like, have some sort of relative truth, which basically means that, like, they're sort of Buddhist at one point, like, then Christian, then Hindu, or something like that. It's kind of weird.
It's the Zionist Jews from the Rothschild family.
Yep.
Apparently.
They conspired with the Japanese. Said we want to put all the satanic witchcraft in there. And evolution.
Well, it sold. It was a good idea. Winner.
I'm reading the group chat.
Yeah.
And I think ABC is a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I mean, he's inbuilt going to hate Jews, and then there's like pretty wide conspiracy that Jews run stuff. So, I mean, I don't even know if I'd call him
I think
particularly.
I think he has nightmares about that. Do you get nightmares of them, ABC?
No, of course not.
Well, I'm a Jew.
Come on,
well,
stop
half
lying.
Jew. Well, I wouldn't consider myself a Jew. I'm an atheist, but my cousins are Jewish.
How come there are so many little Jews in the United States, but they still control the country?
There's only like a couple million Jews.
That's what I'm saying.
Majority of them are Christians.
So few Jews, but they still control everything.
They've got all the money.
Well, I don't
They
think
got an unproportional amount of money compared to the population, the size of the
He has
population.
nightmares about them. That's
Well,
why he has nightmares about them.
yeah.
How come the owner of the twin buildings, he just made the insurance policy against the terror attack from planes? Explain that. This Silverman guy.
Well, most, if not all, people were against the terrorist attacks, and especially like Christians, especially. I mean, have you seen Duck Dynasty? Or Phil Robertson talk about ISIS or Fox News? Those people are mostly a conservative Christian society.
Sorry, what did you say?
Well, like Fox News are the ones that are talking against like Muslim, like terrorists or Muslim activists. I never heard really that much of a hatred against Muslims that have come from Jews.
No, a lot of it comes from Jews all the time. You don't see it, maybe. But it comes from Jews. They control the media. They control everything. Look at this guy.
Do they control the internet?
Some of it, Google owned by Jews. You don't know that?
Well, by all means, I should be able to control this hangout entirely, because I'm a Jew.
There is something you want to tell us about. You also control things, huh?
You're breaking up.
Why you hide your gold, X? You want to tell me?
I have an entire stash hidden in my basement. from the government.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Don't you mean you are the government?
Yeah, I am some sort of I'm kind of like a 33rd degree Freemason that gets a bunch of gold for being Jewish.
Yeah, they even have office in Israel, the Freemasons. They control everything.
I can't tell if he's joking or not, so
I'm not
I can't
joking. You want to
eavesdrop
see
on that
them?
part.
Listen. Okay, listen up. Do you know? Did you ever see the compounds of the Supreme Court?
ABC, do you want me to kick you out of this hangout? Because I can get the government.
Oh my God!
To,
No.
No, I'm just
Listen, man,
kidding.
you need to look about the building of the Supreme Court of Israel. They have like this whole thing, eye pyramid, and you know who helped them build this place, the Supreme Court building? The Rothschilds. It's a fact, my friend. It's not. It's on Wikipedia. You can go and look for it.
But by your logic, you can't trust Wikipedia because that's also owned by the,
But it's a fact. You can see it on many pictures. Look at the link I'm gonna send you now.
If Jews control everything, how do
Look
you
at
know
the
that they're
picture.
not controlling the head of the Muslim religion?
I don't think it's impossible.
How do you know you're not just a
It's impossible because when you pray to Allah from the Quran, they can't control this. The Quran says the
Actually,
same
you're wrong.
my friend, for 1400 years, the Quran remained the same. You can't change.
I mean,
you
funny
can't
thing
change all
is-
the Qurans all over the world. You can't just flip a gold coin and the Quran will change. It doesn't,
No. The Jews are too smart and slippery, and you've convinced me. But you're also still wrong. So now you're
Yeah.
right. Jews control everything, even your religion. This is crazy.
Yep.
I think I've talked to many Jewish affiliates.
Slivers,
They
they
said,
come here.
I have to go do like a half-hour video about this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have insight on those people,
Just
so
look at those
I'll tell you
pictures.
the facts.
Logic.
Well, Jews technically control the Christian industry. I mean, if they really hate Muslims, then they're using all those people from like Phil Robertson and Fox News to go against them.
You see? You even agree with me.
Yeah, shapes just aren't usually a very convincing argument for me. Sorry.
I have a question for the the panel. Is using the internet magic?
Uh-oh.
Did you ask me?
Well, probably not, because he'll probably get his head cut off. He did that.
I don't know, it's pretty magical to me.
Yeah, how do you know that what you're using right now isn't magic? Like the Jews used satanic witchcraft to power the internet.
Oh, there is no such thing as magic except the wills of Allah and the miracles of Allah. But the internet is a very basic thing to understand. It's not a magic.
Wait.
You're lying. They use Pikachu to power the internet, alright?
I think they use Charizard.
Wait.
They use those mega evolutions.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. I was like, wait a minute, but he doesn't produce electric. The fire type. Wrong Pokemon.
Blue fire is kind of close to electricity, if you count his mega evolution part.
Yeah.
Which was introduced in the latest game, so therefore that's why the internet's been going really smooth these past years.
First of all, speak for yourself. It hasn't been going smooth for me. I've been having some Google problems.
Your magic is weak.
Yeah. You need to
I
get more
guess so.
Pokemon in your lives.
Well, I'm poor, so I can't afford. Come on. Wait a minute. What's his name? Oh, you call yourself Token. What? If you don't mind me asking, what are you? Because eggs, according to him, he says he's part Jewish. Is that correct? Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah,
Correct me.
I am half Jewish. My cousins are full-time Jews. Well, not really. Most of them really don't even believe in God.
So what we're talking? Okay, so damn, how can I say it?
So they're cultural Jews. They're
Yeah,
not.
they're cultural Jews.
Yeah. I'm familiar with a handful of those.
They're just
that's
Zionist.
why.
They're just Zionist Jews like everybody else. The occupation movement of the world. There is no such thing as the cultural. It's all the Zionist occupation.
Sky, I swear.
Well, ABC's father is apparently Jewish.
No way.
But converted to
No,
Islam.
my brother he killed 2 Jews and died in suicide attack. He martyred his child. So no way my brother
Wait,
is like a Jew.
hold on, get back. Hold on, go back. What you just said?
My brother fucking killed 2 Israeli Zionist filthy Jews.
No, father. Your father was Jewish but converted to Islam. Is that true?
Yes, but
Yeah,
not my father is alive.
No.
He didn't kill anyone. But one of my brothers died,
You're right. Your
and the other one is in the Islamic State.
your older brother.
They are living in Gaza.
Right. Your older brother is deceased, and your younger brother is fighting for ISIS. Correct?
Yes,
Okay.
the young one is in it. Yeah.
And he's slain a handful of people himself so far. Then.
Yes, just shooting. I don't think he's beheading people.
Mm.
By the way, what do you want us to call you anyways? Do
It
you
doesn't
like
matter.
saying?
Call me ABC. It's okay.
Will you prefer a beak or ABC?
Call me a Vic if you want. It doesn't matter.
All right. Well, I mean, it kind of matters because we don't want to waste time here.
So what are you doing here?
Whatever it's called is.
We have nothing to do here except waiting for Hamas to start and win the Israeli government. We have nothing to do here. We are just waiting to win. But, you are Americans. You have a lot to do. You have freedom in America. We can't live with that.
No, I mean, look, when you're looking down a narrow hallway and you're ignoring all the doors to the sides, that's how your view comes out. It's logical with his views. It's consistent.
Abik, do you think there's more Jews than Christians?
What? Not many Jews. Only about 14 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say, cause.
Well, that's the thing. There's less Jews.
Like the majority of them.
There's less Jews with
I'm
all
not
the
one
money.
of those idiots who think there are like 400 million Jews in the world. I don't think. I know that fact, my friend.
Should I say a joke to Abik or should I not say it? I'll let the panel decide.
You can say your joke, no problem.
Okay. Knock knock.
Horsehair.
I guess he doesn't know how to play it, so I'm gonna leave it alone for now. He doesn't know how to play it. He doesn't say anything, so I guess he doesn't answer doors. All right.
Knock knock jokes might not be universal.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I figured, this guy, he's on the internet, so I figured he would know some American stuff like that, maybe. Just a glimmer of hope. That's all right. Damn.
Benny started talking. Oh wait, I guess now he doesn't.
معاي محمد لا لا برا محمد لا. Okay, what did you say? Knock sound. What do you want, Benny?
He was gonna tell you a knock knock joke.
I don't know this joke, my friend.
Basically, you say knock. He says knock knock, and then you say who's there, and then he says something this, and then you say that, but you say who after it, and then I'll make the joke.
Okay, so it says who's there. Now you say your joke.
Yeah, something like that.
Hello, someone here? Hello? Oh, okay, you hear me. Nice.
Man, really, Benny, you had to say we can hear him. Did you wanted to say something? Iran? I don't know how you pronounce that. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah. You pronounce it Iran. I'm from Israel. How are you doing, guys?
What the fuck? You are from Israel?
What?
Uh-oh.
This just got great.
It's going down.
Do you have problem with Israel?
The Holy War has started.
Do you have problem with Israeli people? I'm fucking Jew. You have problem with that?
Oh shit!
Yeah, he said Jews like me and
لا
you.
يهودي.
They
أنت
run
يهودي يهودي إسرائيلي إيران. أنت يهودي.
Yeah, I'm from Tel
You are
Aviv
Jew?
in Israel. Of course I'm Jew.
We come to fuck you.
Fucking shut up. Everyone in Israel need to be Jew. And if you are Arab, you are not allowed to be in Israel. We need to transfer all of you to somewhere else. I don't know where.
Iran, do you run the industry? Like every single thing, everything? Do you control the internet? Do you have like a wad of cash, of gold?
No, not really. I don't hate Arab. I just think we need to make peace, but they don't want to make peace. This is the main issue.
Of course, you occupy all of Palestine. It's a Muslim land. What do you think? You can occupy the Muslim land and then we just forgive you?
No, we occupy it after you attack us like three countries: Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon attack us in the same time.
We're gonna make a deal for peace now, okay? You are killing yourself, you are getting in, and then we have peace.
No.
You too, but it's your choice. If we kill you, it's by behead.
No, but don't you get? This is the main problem. Like you hate you hate us more than you love your children. This is the main issue. You don't care about life. You only want death and death and death.
Because this is what happens when you die, you go to hell. When we die, we go to heaven, my friend. You are going to hell.
No. In the Jew religion, there is no hell. you always go to heaven, no matter what you did. You just like think that you have to be shahid or something to go to heaven, but it's not like that. You don't need to kill people to go to heaven.
You're Yehudi. You're the sons of apes and pigs. You don't even have the right to speak about heaven. Shut up. Shut up.
You shut up. Oh my God. This.
I'm glad I don't need tickets to enter this hangout. Now all I miss is some popcorn.
This needs to be pay-per-view.
تقول لي ما تحوشير يلا تقول لي تحوششت كخا كل الله ربطنو بعذب ونحن نبغى نبغى عليها كان يعني كان
what
تحوشير وني لا حول دبرت خا أنا يدا قام إبرهت أنا من إسرائيل كموخا أنا لولاتي إسرائيل بس في غزة
למה אתה חושב שצריך להרוג את כל הישראלים? מה הפואנטה פה?
אתם זיונים, אנחנו באים לכם, מפרקים אתכם.
אבל למה? אני רוצה לעשות שלום.
יהודי בן שרמוטה, כלב, חזיר.
לא, אתה מאבד פה את הנקודה. הנקודה היא שאנחנו רוצים שלום.
אני חוזר יותר מאוחר, תדבר פה עם הכופרים כמוך, יאללה ביי.
Okay.
What do you think? Who is right in our argument? I mean, in the Israel we really want to do some peace, but the Arab are just so offensive, and this is like impossible.
All right, so we're doing a vote. Okay, fine. I'm with Iran. Two people went, so I pick Iran. What about you, Eggs?
Yeah, Iran.
What about, well, we can't see him. What about you, Token? No, he's not. Oh, damn it. Hey, what about you, Benny? He says, Israel. What? That's not in the vote. Whoa, okay. We have to choose between who?
No, we don't have to choose. We need to be together, make peace, and live together. I mean,
right,
I'm on Team
no,
Smoke
wait,
more.
hold on, pause. Right, you're right, but you said who you think is right, so we're choosing who's right in this hangout.
Yeah, I don't mean like do a vote and vote kick, not like that. I just want to ask what you think who is right, not like vote.
Well,
but it's okay. You don't have to take to pick someone to win this argument.
Yeah, so
I think no one win in war. We all lose.
No, we get what you're saying. Well, you'd rather have peace, right? But what I'm saying is that you said who you think is correct. You or a big. So we were just saying who's. How can we say it? I don't. Can somebody help me?
What?
Oh,
I think you're just asking for an agreement of a matter of perspective. Like, basically, well, should we have peace or should we all just be fucking killing each other?
Peace, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, because, ABC would say, like, well, if you're not, gonna convert, then you die. So that's obvious war.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I understand it. So guess I'm gonna have to say peace. Which one do you think? Oh, sorry. Which one do you think takes a lot of money? War or peace? I think war takes a lot of money.
Yeah, war. That's why I think millions of dollars was spent for the war in Iraq and Afghanistan.
ودرب القتال طريق الحياة فبين اقتحام يبيد الطغاة وكتيم صوت جميل صدى
Sorry, we can't understand that, so we don't know what's even going on.
Yeah, I did pick up a few words. I think they were speaking Hebrew when they were not
No,
speaking.
no, no. This is Arabic. This is the Daesh song or something, ISIS song or something like that.
Yeah, but we don't know. We don't even know what it means.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know too. I think this is like something behave everyone, behave, or something like this.
Yeah, were you speaking Hebrew when?
Yeah, but I don't speak Arab. I don't. This is Arab song. I don't understand. I just know what it's mean, Allahu Akbar and etc. But not really
It
know Arab.
must be like the song that the little girl sings at the beginning of the interview. If anybody's seen that,
Yeah.
it's probably along the same lines as that translated.
If you don't agree with us, we'll kill you.
Basically, yeah. Prepare to be raped and beheaded.
No, if you rape, you'll be beheaded.
I don't know. He's already saying the Ayu Akbar. Oh no. He's going crazy on the group chat.
What is he saying? I can't see because I'm using mobile.
I think it's the lyrics for the song. I think he's translating.
Oh, okay. I thought he was, betting, in the group chat.
No, I mean, all in all, he seems like I don't think he's gonna like rage quit or tell anybody anything too crazy. I mean, aside from if we don't convert, we'll die. So.
One thing I don't understand: why the Arab need our country if they have like half of the world? Why they have Germany, they have Sweden, they have Turkish, they have almost every country. Why do they need Israel?
Wait, Sweden? I think most of them are atheist.
Sweden, became a Muslim country right now. Actually,
They're having some issues, which is true. I wouldn't call them a Muslim country, but they are having some definite issues because of the way their laws were set up to make Muslims comfortable, quote unquote, I guess.
yeah, they want to sit and play nothing, play all day long Counter Strike or something, and living on the money live by a money country,
Well, according to Abik, if somebody doesn't, if a Muslim disagrees with the term of kill or convert or die, he's not a real Muslim or something, and that he should get put to death as well.
So correct me if I'm wrong. It seems when somebody tries to have nice things, again, correct me if I'm wrong. Some type of Muslim, I must repeat that again. Some type, I'm not saying all, tries to mess it up.
Well, then he's not a real Muslim.
Well, I said some type, meaning it could be the right type. Ah, see?
Yeah, but I think Abix is saying that there's only, there's only people who are Muslim and people who are non-Muslim. And no matter what type it is, you're still not a Muslim unless if you follow the one true type.
So do you want me to rephrase it?
You're not a true Scotsman.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm an American, so yeah, you're right.
You're not a true American, you Scotsman.
Yep.
I don't try to be American, so yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm not a patriot.
I don't follow football.
Well, I don't follow football either.
We're on the same page then.
Are we?
I don't know. You're doing magic and you've got boobs, but you sound pretty male, so.
Well, then again, this is what happens when you practice magic.
I'm not sure what page you're on. It just kind of seems like there's an eternal book of pages there.
Well, then again, it's magic. So I mean, what you read?
I don't know. You're going to have to die for that magic, I hope you know.
Oh, wait, do I? I gotta look it up.
Yeah. That's clearly not okay.
Oh, you mean, do I have to die by, like...
Yeah. You're doing magic and clearly you have to die for that.
By who?
By, well, the one true religion.
And this will be what?
ABC's brother.
So wait, ABC's brother is a religion?
No, he's in ISIS.
I thought ISIS is a group, I believe.
Yeah. ISIS, ISIL, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, were you aware ABC's brother was actually part of ISIS?
Nope.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just know Abik went crazy when he started saying that Jesus Christ was a Muslim. I was like, no. This is not happening in this hangout.
I mean,
Well,
technically, I mean, if you're a Muslim, then Jesus Christ would be a Muslim prophet.
Right, but I mean, we all know he was a Jew.
Sure.
I mean, facts is facts. I don't know. Iran, what do you think?
Think about what? Sorry, I didn't listen. Really?
What do you think Jesus Christ was?
He was a Jew, I think, and he actually didn't try to build a religion. He just tried to say that the Jew religion want a lot of money, and then some of the people start to build a religion from what he said. This is what I think. What this Arab thought that Jesus was Muslims?
Yeah,
Huh?
I mean, the claim is usually that Jesus was a Muslim prophet.
I never saw this claim, but okay. I think it was Jew. This is what I know.
Yeah, ABC confirmed that tonight, and I've heard it before.
I swear. I better not die tonight.
I don't believe that Jesus was a Muslim, really. This is crazy.
I think even Christians know this. I think, how can I say this? Yeah, I guess anybody who isn't Muslim will know that Jesus is a Jew. Atheists know this.
Yeah, I mean, right here, though, it's like, this is just out of Wikipedia even. Like, all prophets in Islam, Jesus is considered a Muslim. because he submits to the will of God. I mean, that's kind of their close
Shtick?
all on it. Yeah, I mean, they're just saying like he was a prophet, he was a Muslim prophet, because he preached a straight path to God, I guess. I didn't make it up. I'm just reading.
Well, I mean, I guess if we were to believe in God, I can see in that perspective. But if they look within history, they'll know he's considered a Jew, not a Muslim.
Yeah, but history was written by the Jews, so can you really trust it? I mean, I'm not making the argument. I just, kind of playing devil's advocate, or at least what would seem to be an argument from their perspective.
I mean, you don't have to, but is there a better way of saying that? Because I would like to use. Sorry, I'll say it next time in a different hangout if we meet. I don't really like the term devil.
Devil's advocate.
Right. Like you have to switch the word devil or like use like damn it. I have to write the word because I have hard time pronouncing it. I had a word for it too.
I mean, yeah, there's other names for it. I mean, it's like,
What's it called? Because I don't want to use devil advocate.
Well, really, it's being an apologist for the other position that you don't really believe in, which is
Right, but I don't want to use the word devil within it because I don't want to like when I say it, I don't want to have what is that? Sorry, Benny's saying something.
killer's advocate.
Killers act no. I don't want to be rude to the other side. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like I don't want to call them the devil.
The term doesn't actually come with a negative connotation, really. I mean, the name is just kind of like one of those crappy happenstances. It was just called devil's advocate because that's gonna be the opposing argument to the God being a God advocate. I don't think there's really any negative connotation to it just because of the word. That's like saying that the Candy's nigger kisses are not delicious just because they have an unfortunate name. I don't know if anybody's ever had those, but they are a real candy.
What? You for real?
Yeah, they're a real candy. It's some Dutch or something kind of.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense.
Yeah, it's an old. Yeah, even when they named the candy, it wasn't supposed to be negative. It was actually supposed to be like, see, there's nothing wrong with those friendly Negroes. I don't know. I only heard of them because I had a fellow student whose mother would send them goods from the old country. And one time she pulled out a box of nigger kisses, and everybody in class was like, "What?"
You ever seen I think P and K or K and P show?
Key and Peele.
Yeah.
I've seen
Magical Negro.
Yeah, I've seen bits of it. They're funny dudes.
Right. It reminds me of Magical Negro. Imagine if that was the name.
Yeah.
This is not real life.
Green Morpheus.
I gotta. So, what made you come to atheism?
Nothing really. I've kind of just always been that way. I grew up like in a small town around a lot of religion, and I was baptized Lutheran. Growing up, when I was young, my parents, like, we went to a Catholic church one weekend, and then the next Sunday we'd go to the Lutheran church. Because I was baptized Lutheran, my sister's baptized Catholic, so. And then in high school I dated a Baptist girl, but I can't really say during any of that time that I ever actually believed in it. So I remember sitting in Catholic church and thinking like, oh, I get it. This is like Santa Claus, but all the time. Okay, so all these adults are just lying to me to get me to be good. Got it. So I don't know if it's hard for me to say I ever like came to it or ever really, you know. I understand the believer position, but I can't say I'd ever believed it.
Well, let's say for argument's sake, you were to believe it. Would you become a proper Christian, or would you be a mesotheist?
Well, that's part of the problem is like I would believe whichever one's going to provide sufficient evidence. I mean, if there was just like sufficient evidence for kind of a deistic God, like I would not have a problem with that, or a theistic God even. But
No, but
like once
Right,
there's
but
like more specifics into that God, then I mean it requires more and more evidence, you know.
right, but I'm saying like they were able to prove it, right? So I'm saying if you have the proof, right,
Mm-hmm.
and you were to believe it, would you be a mesotheist or would you be a Christian, a regular Christian?
Well, so you're saying that the Christian God specifically has
Right.
been proven?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would be a Christian if the proof was like, you know, yeah, the whole Jesus thing is all true. Then I mean, I would be a Christian, but I'd also be a Christian in the sense, I mean, I wouldn't have a choice to be one because the evidence is there, but I'd also be you know, somebody who's questioning of the morality of the system still.
Oh, okay. What about if the Judaism were to be true?
Judaism, I mean, if you're talking like very traditional, like Orthodox versus like kind of the more modern take on it, then I don't know. Honestly, that gets more complicated.
Huh. The last one. What about if the Muslim was correct?
Oh man, I would that would be a God that I would definitely just fight against. Be like, well, you're fucked up and I hate you. I don't care if you created everything.
I can never be a Jew because, or in this case, I think they call it, whatchamacallit, Noahide?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. He
Oh,
says
okay,
yes.
you said yes. Yeah.
Either way, I'm not taking part of any of my, sorry. I'm not gonna cut parts of my penis. That's not happening.
Well, I suppose I was circumcised as a child, and I have a friend who was circumcised as an adult, and he said I mean, it sucked, but you know, it's over. So.
If you don't mind me asking, if you don't want to answer it, obviously it's okay. But why were you?
I think it's just the American thing. I've never asked my parents, but I would just assume like, yeah, it's, you know, it's the American common medical practice, really. So.
I was like, wait a minute, You didn't claim to be a Jew, so it was like.
No, it's just in America. It's just common. Like most everybody I knew growing up. Like my one friend who was later circumcised as an adult. He was like the only dude I knew growing up who was not circumcised. So, yeah. And he's actually said he's much happier circumcised, which I know is not always the case, but like for him,
I see no purpose. I think it's.
I actually agree. Like there's a lot of evidence that says just like it's just generally it's completely not necessary. But for him, he says he's much easier to keep himself clean is one of the major benefits, and he said he likes the pleasure better. So I don't know.
Well, I mean the pleasure. I guess for him, sure, but I'm not gonna agree with the if is it more healthy or clean. I might have to disagree.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you too. I'm saying for him that's his claim, but I've read enough on it to see where like, there are thousands and thousands of men who are uncut and do not have a health cleanliness issue. So, I think again it's one of those weird things where it's kind of a personal thing. It also depends on your body chemistry personally. You can't grow it back, Benny. You would just have a smaller dick. Wouldn't that just shrink your dick overall, though? I'm going to have to research this.
Yeah, but it's not a real foreskin.
It's a faux skin.
Or am I using the true Scotsman's, fallacy?
I guess if it serves its purpose, it's a true foreskin.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's still
you bring the link. Oh man, I don't know. Do I even want to enter this link?
I'm gonna go for it. Oh, it's just kind of a flaccid wiener with a thing about to be stuck on it. It's nothing too offensive.
I thought flaccid dick was a bad thing. Is that a bad thing? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I never heard the term flaccid, so sorry.
Flaccid just means like when you're not erect. So I hope you walk around most of your day with a flaccid penis, or you've got a medical problem.
Yep, mine is usually flat. Yeah, that word, flaccid.
Yeah, you're probably okay to go then. Yeah, I don't know why one would want to go about restoring it though. It seems like a lot of work for something that might not be a big issue once it's done.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Just attaching something that's going to pull the skin of my genitals doesn't.
I'll be like, it already suffered enough. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
It can't get any better. It's gonna get more worse. Sorry, it's just gonna get worse. Stop it. You seem the type to have a hobby other than hangouts.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have many things that I call a hobby. I'm a musician, and that's like my hobby and trade. So.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's funny because I was going to bring up music.
Yeah, I'm all about.
Because there's people that I know that doesn't like no music at all?
Yeah, I've met a couple of people in my lifetime who like they just can't stand music, which seems weird, but I don't know. It's almost inhuman, but
Did you ask them why they don't like it?
yeah, I think the basic answer is just, I don't know, it just seems like a constant annoying noise, So I guess some people just don't have that part of the feels that makes you relate to music.
Well, I can see where they're coming from, And, and today's music doesn't help that at all.
That's a vague. I mean, there's a lot of really good music that's just not popular.
These days, I haven't heard of it. So, I mean, if you could give me some?
Well, what would be your genre preference also,
I don't think I have one. As long as it's not garbage, I'm willing to listen.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause
So,
I've noticed I've been listening to different song genre, and I'm like, wow, okay, I'm
do you
ready
like
to.
some?
Say again?
Do you like something that's more like friendly pop oriented, or something that's like a little more like experimental?
As long as I can understand the music, right?
Mm.
I think I'm good. So I could have that one genre I don't like, but
Right.
I'm willing to listen to most genres. I don't have a preference per se.
I don't know your genre preference, but there's a band that's been they're around for a few years. I think they're starting to get better known. And it's a live band. The girl who fronts them, they're called the Alabama Shakes, and they're a really, really, really good live band. I mean, their music's good, but as a musician, my test is usually like, okay, well, how good are you live? And they're really good live. The front woman is a guitar player and lead singer and songwriter, and she's like a powerhouse unto herself. So Alabama Shakes, I'd almost recommend any of their songs.
Hmm.
And I mean, they're in the very new category.
You could get an avatar that moves, and he got raptured. Great. I was just talking to him. No, I don't remember. Yeah. Okay. I kind of remember now. Right. Yeah, did I talk about that in that hangout? Because remember, this is a long time ago, so I wouldn't really. I can try to remember.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, just Ben asking me questions in the group chat.
Yeah. Yeah, my browser just decided to reload itself for some reason.
Yeah, man, I blame Google.
Yeah, it was just kind of weird. I got like just a couple of pages open, and all of a sudden they just all went white and reloaded themselves.
Or in Abik's case, the Jews.
It's It's probably what it was. Some Jews getting on my computers, messing with my stuff. They were like, "Stop talking bad about the Muslims."
Do you think Abik is a troll? He's got to be trolling. This
Yeah, I
can't
don't
be
know.
real.
Yeah. I mean, he stayed consistent enough and stuff, but it was still, some of it was just like, what? I mean, just outlandish, you know? It was like he had the consistency of being crazy down, but it was like kind of edging too far. I don't know enough about the Hebrew accent. Sorry, Benny.
I just want to know what they said, because remember they were talking to each other with a different language, and I couldn't hear what they were saying. Was it Abik or was it Iran? Oh, okay.
ABC. Yeah, they were probably like in on the troll together.
Yeah. I don't want to.
What Benny says.
I don't want to say Iran was part of it, but if you give it the benefit of the doubt, yeah, it looks like he was part of it.
Well, their act was short. I need to extend that.
By the way, the reason why I asked what hobby you do, because as you can see, the avatar that I have right there comes from a game.
Mm-hmm. What game? I don't game much. I used to, like in high school. The only gaming system I currently have is like my original Nintendo.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. If you play Nintendo, you're not really a video gamer, right?
No, not anymore. No, in high school, I mean like when PS2 and Xbox and everything. Like I
That
had.
pass you?
No, I had all of that.
Really?
But like I've sold. When I kind of stopped gaming for like a couple of years, I was just like, okay, I'll just get rid of everything. But I couldn't part with my original Nintendo. I mean, I got that when I was like 4 or 5, so I still play it. I mean, there's a lot of new games I see that I'd like to play. It's just I don't generally have enough time, so it's because you know, some games it's like you really want to get into them.
I'm just letting you know. The last part I just said was a joke.
Oh, okay.
Get it? You're
No,
not a true.
Oh yeah, I'm not a true gamer. No, of course not. I don't know. I guess I that is weird though. I mean, I guess I kind of do think of people as being like a true gamer or not. Like, yeah, but you know, are you invested in it?
Oh, okay. Now, I saw why you said that. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, why is he going? Why is he going so deep?
I get the joke now that you've laid it, like you pointed it out to me, but yeah, I mean, it is weird actually to think about it, because if I think about people who are a true gamer, I mean, it's somebody who I would say invests a lot of time and money in doing it.
Let's say for argument's sake, video gamer, because you know we don't want to confuse other gamers.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I know some board gamers. They're cool people.
Yeah, D&D is really good.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I've sat in on it, but again, it's one of those things like I get why people like it. Like,
yeah.
If I enjoyed that, I could easily spend like a whole day sitting there with my friends doing that.
Were you by chance the I don't know how to pronounce it, B-A-R-D? The Broad? Something like that? Is that how you pronounce it?
No, I don't know. No. Nope, sorry.
Do you know what that is?
No.
The class that is usually a guy who has like a harp. He does
What?
music.
No. I don't know. Bard?
Yeah.
No clue.
I contacted my Jewish friends. They got the guy kicked out of the hangout because he was spreading the truth.
All your Jew ties?
Yep. I control everything.
Well, I would like a lemonade if you could do something about that.
Alright, hold on. I just need to call the president and of the Illuminati.
The president of the Illuminati.
Yeah, he said, sorry, you have to be a first-degree Freemason or higher.
Well, I'm not Tom DeLonge, and I don't have the money to join their club, so...
Yeah. I know I have connections with a guy who's a Freemason, and he said that I'm not joking about this. But they said they do weird rituals, but it's probably definitely not something satanic.
Yeah, a lot of those clubs still do just weird rituals, and I think it's just, yeah. I think it's for fun.
Yeah, this is why there's so many Illuminati conspiracy theorists, is because they're like so suspicious of any type of ritual.
Yeah, even if it's just fun, like a traditional, like, well, I mean, we know everybody involved in this knows this doesn't actually have any magical powers, but it's like a group bonding thing, you know.
Yeah, but I think the main reason is because of the Catholic Church.
Well,
the conspiracy theories spread out by the Catholic Church, and a lot of people would like to connect. Like the dollar bill says, like is misinterpreted as like a new order for the ages, and a lot of people will like to attribute that to the New World Order as spoken in the Bible, and a lot of people like to connect it to the Illuminati because the Catholic Church hatred towards that certain group that was disbanded a long time ago.
or did they actually infiltrate?
Ooh. Yeah, he's got something here.
It's time to kick him out.
Christian believes in that. I like how the Vigilant Christian, he says that like the Catholic Church has been infiltrated by the Illuminati to secretly worship Satan and just to pretend that they're Christians.
Well, then again, we're talking about the Vigilant Christian, so you know he's on some other stuff. He's probably using the same drugs as me.
Actually, I really noticed that most of these, a lot of really famous conspiracy theories, like really crazy out there, conspiracy theorists live in Canada. Like, because there's no way he's going to live in America. I mean, if you're a conspiracy theorist in America, at least you'd like think that there's like some sort of positivity. Like America was founded on good values until the Illuminati ruined it. But I think the Vigilant Christian thinks that every single founding fathers were like satanic Illuminati puppets.
I only know of the Vigilant Christian through watching a few Drunken Peasants podcasts, but I did go look at his channel and noticed a lot of his videos seem to be like half an hour long, and I don't know how anybody could sit through him for a half an hour.
He did a half an hour video explaining how the Lego Movie is the most satanic movie he ever saw.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've just seen of like the clips that are bits of his thing, it's like he says the same thing over and over again, and over and over and over again,
I'm
over
like,
and over and over again.
yeah, I say to him, if you really believe in this stuff, shouldn't you spend more time preaching the gospel instead of focusing on stuff that's like witchcraft and satanic? Just if you really wanted to get that out, just say the entire media industry is satanic altogether, and stay away. Just worship Jesus for the rest of your life. That's all you have to say, instead of just meandering around over every single topic and then put like, oh look, you can see an eye, and oh 666 symbolism.
Yeah. Well, no, anytime people start using things like shapes as a convincing argument, like, I'm just like done. Like, oh, yeah, there's a triangle. Congratulations.
I've talked to people in my class that actually believe in the Illuminati. It's so ridiculous. Really popular for the past like 5 years. There's this kid in my class. He's really insane. He's like this really insane fundamentalist Christian who like wears T-shirts that say "Scientists say the Earth is millions of years old, but are they right?" or something like that. And he believes in this Illuminati stuff, and his plan is to go to Canada, and stay into like some place where he can be free from the evil government that is run by the Illuminati, and be tax free. And I'm like, well, how are you gonna be able to get food without? Are you just gonna hunt by yourself, or like survive in the wilderness alone for the rest of your life?
I think a lot of people overestimate their abilities to survive on their own.
Yeah. Especially the conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Like
might
Alex
be a troll?
Jones.
Benny, are you saying Vigilant Christian might be a troll?
I think.
He like cried in that one video. I don't know.
Please pray for me. Don't listen to all the satanic.
I mean, I had to make fun of him in the sense that I actually do think from that video and other things that I've heard him say is like, you know, I think he suffers from some kind of serious depressing mental issue, and
yeah, I know where he's coming from.
Yeah, those kinds of issues can really compound things like conspiracy theories or religious belief.
Well, yeah, of course, if you believe that there's that you have a choice between heaven or hell, that everyone else that you don't convince is going to burn in an eternity of torture, and that the entire media industry is brainwashing people, sending people to hell, then I'm pretty sure that's going to cause some sort of inevitable loophole of depression that you can't escape unless you admit that what you're saying is basically wrong.
Yeah,
and by then, wouldn't God would have been like, okay, I don't care about this rapture thing right now. I gotta go save my people. You know, just save all the Christians.
If this entire media industry like has basically convinced everyone, shouldn't God like reveal himself immediately just to stop this plan? I mean, but it does say in the Bible that people are going to be deceived. So, I mean, shouldn't there be like pastors or priests who have like seen visions of Jesus telling them that there's going to be this massive new world order coming? Which I have seen plenty of people claim that they've seen that. I watched a video about like a year ago that said that the world was going to end in 2013, and he was like, "This is going to be it, guys, the end of the world." And then 2014 comes by, and he's like, "Oh, well, I turned out that I did my research, and actually, the years are even further than that. So the world will end in a couple of years later. So it could happen any day now, any day."
Yeah, Gorilla 199. That's crazy, Penny. Have you seen that clip of him beating a tree
Yeah, I think
with his
I don't
shirt
know if
off?
this was-
That's hilarious.
I don't think that if this is a Gorilla in the 199 video or not, but I've seen a video where this guy was like, how do you fit creationism and evolution together? And basically he said that that we live in the next, in that like there's a phase where God creates and destroys. So basically he destroyed, like, the dinosaurs were from like a completely before Adam and Eve, but they didn't evolve. They were just like created, and then God didn't like it, so he destroyed them.
Oh, kind of like, well, I'm bored with this now. What's next?
Yeah.
So yeah,
and then,
kind of like the theory of, like, I think I've seen a cartoon display it, like God, like the idea of God also growing up as a child. So like as a kid, he's like playing with toy dinosaurs, and he's like, well, fuck this, and then he moves on to like other things as he grows up, and that becomes like the same with like the way evolution kind of works.
yeah. And then he said, oh, and then he referenced the fact that we've had mammoth fossils with humans, but he was like, oh, there's some flaws in carbon dating, so I'm just gonna ignore the. I don't know if that's a grill note. I can't find the video anymore, but I remember seeing it, and I was like, this guy is crazy.
Yeah, there's some fun, crazy people on YouTube. There's a lot that, like, I remember years ago seeing that just don't even exist anymore. There was like some Asian kid from New Zealand who he said some of the craziest fun things. Can't even remember what his name was. And then there was somebody called himself the Amazing Believer, and he was like some white Southern boy who was like pretty nice about everything, but again, just like, it was one of those situations where like he could say the most horrible things without even realizing it.
Yeah, I remember watching Shock of God, and I was just like really mad at him when I was like, it was like a couple of years ago, and I remember seeing the video. You know that stupid kid who made like that video refuting Matt Dillahunty, and then all the Christians are using it as like, oh, look how much they've owned that atheist Matt Dillahunty.
Was Shock of God's question?
Yeah, Shock of God uploaded that first, I think, and then I couldn't find it anymore, and then just recently a lot of Christians have used that as like, oh, look at how a kid disproved Matt Dillahunty. And all he basically did was say that we're different from Muslims because Jesus had disciples that wrote the books that wrote it down 40 years later. However, the Muslims didn't have disciples, so therefore it makes Christianity more valid.
Yeah, there's always there's a ton of reasons I've heard Christians give for like why it's more valid, and one of them's like the Christianity, God made the sacrifice for you, and all other religions ask you to make a sacrifice to be with God. You know, it's like, oh, okay, well, that doesn't make it true. It makes it different. That's true.
I love how they call us materialistic or something like that.
They're materialist, or no, we're materialistic, but they want to live forever. Explain that.
No, that's the opposite of materialistic.
Yeah.
Because if materialist means that you've accepted the reality, then by all means, majority of the people, I'm the most materialistic person ever. Because, you know.
I like my stuff. I don't care.
Yeah, I'll never give up all my possessions.
I could be called a materialist in the many senses of the word, and I'm actually okay with that.
I
Yeah, I
gotta learn how
remember.
to be. I gotta learn how to be a minimalist as soon as possible, cause you know I'm trying to like the internet is like my toys. You know what I mean? They're like my action figures. You know, when I play a video game, you know, it's like having two action figures. You know, so I need to like get rid of like whatchamacallit. If I'm going to have a car, it better be very useful. You know, if I'm going to have uh, I guess a plane, it better be useful in the future. So I try the best to have something that's gonna be useful. I don't want something that's gonna collect dust. I'm the same.
Yeah,
You
a
don't
fun
want
thing I
you don't want
noticed.
excess.
Say again?
You don't want excess things.
Right. You know.
Yeah.
A fun thing I noticed about some conspiracy theorists is that they'll call you, like, I guess you're just a sheep following the herd, or something like that. Because if they have a opinion, for some weird reason, if they have an opinion that's unpopular, they'll always call you some sort of sheeple.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's another one of those, I mean, ways to just attack the enemy, basically. Just, you're dumb. That's why you don't believe this kind of thing.
You're wrong because we have the unpopular opinion and we're nonconformists, so therefore it makes our position right and yours
Yeah.
wrong.
Or you'll hear, well, how many times in history did somebody, everybody thought they were wrong and then later they were proven right? It's like, yeah, that happens. But that doesn't make every little thing that isn't accepted right away true.
Do you think that murder is wrong?
Are you absolutely sure about that?
Yeah. No.
The worst one if they go, oh, trust me, it's true because the Bible says so.
I know the
Yeah.
Bible's right because the Bible says the Bible's right. And the Bible's right because we see that that everything must have had an intelligent design. Because whenever I look at a chair, I know it had to have a designer. So therefore, you're complex, and you must have had a designer, therefore proving that God exists. And if you're saying that's presuppositional, because the Bible is right, and the Bible's right because the Bible's right. Because the Bible says the Bible's right. I've won.
God revealed it to me, so argue with that shit.
Yep. Oh, I was in a Nephilim Free tried to prove the existence of God because he claimed that his wife had a stroke that was going to kill her or make her like some sort of vegetable her entire life. So he prayed and he said that God healed her instantly. And,
Yeah.
and then I was like, and then he was like, honey, come over here. And he was like, and then she said that when Nephilim Free prayed to God, her wounds were immediately healed.
Wait. Did he marry his disabled friend?
What?
Well, he said
No.
wife, and I just haven't paid attention to him for a long time. And the last I know is like he was living with this friend who was female, and like she's kind of disabled, and he was basically mooching off of her. And yeah, he was always making claims like that, like he prayed over her, and then she wasn't sick.
I think that's it. But he basically said that she's not insane anymore. After she had a stroke, she was completely fine. And I was like, what I'm hearing here is just a story. I mean, there's no doctor's evidence to back this up. But and then he was like, oh, you want my wife over here? She'll claim everything. I was like, ugh. was kind of awkward because nobody would really want to say something that offensive.
Yeah, he's. I don't know. I haven't paid much attention to him for a while because he seems boring as hell now.
I debated him twice for about like 2 hours, but just because I just felt like it.
Oh no! Like, it's annoying.
He said that there's historical records that they found 12-foot tall men.
Yeah, I've heard him make those claims.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And then he admitted that he said something that I was probably gonna tell G-Man, but I never got around to. He said that people don't burn in hell forever. So I was gonna tell G-Man that because he'll probably get mad at him, and they'll probably be in like a 2-hour debate.
Yeah, some of the best things, it's kind of, I don't know, mean or sad to say, I guess. Some of the best things to watch are when they do a little infighting. Just because, like, they find out that some tiny little, thing they don't agree with. They're like, no, now wait a minute, the Bible, and then they go at it together.
And then
like,
it ends with, guys, we're all sinners here.
Yeah. But,
That's how they end every single argument. We're all sinners here.
It's constructive. I to an extent, as I like G-Man.
Yeah, I kind of like him too. Just
it's
silly he is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's a troll at all, but like I think he's willing to troll, and sometimes when he gets called out on it and he realizes how bad of an idea that particular troll idea was, he'll try to stick to it, and that's just fun to watch.
Yeah, I was on the Hangout where he admitted that there was no starving Christians, and I was like, wait, so you're saying that he was getting into the New World Order stuff about how if there are starving Christians, then that means that the New World Order government is intentionally starving them, and I was like, well, so you're saying that Jesus can heal the sick over a corrupt government by like the Romans or something, but he can't stop some New World Order from starving Christians who are praying to be fed?
Logic. It's just you don't understand. God works in mysterious ways. I don't hear that one enough anymore.
Yeah, usually they'll say, well, I don't know.
Yeah. Do you know that? It's kind of gotten more sophisticated into like, well, do you know the mind of God?
It's like we don't know 100% God's mindset. So therefore, it's all excused from ever questioning His judgment.
But at the same time, they can know that God won't do something outside of His own nature.
Yeah. So they don't know that what God's 100% intent is, but they absolutely know that He exists.
Yeah, and they absolutely know that He wouldn't do something outside of His nature or lie.
Oh, I was in I got double trouble because I went in a hangout with Brett Keane and Nephilim Free, and everyone I told everyone after that, and they said they felt really sorry for me.
I'm kind of jealous of you, honestly. I feel like Brett Keane would kick me out in like 5 seconds.
He kicked me out because he was like, "Oh, I have video evidence. You want me to send you a link?" And I was like, "I'm using mobile, so I couldn't find the link on the group chat because I can't use the group chat on these mobile hangouts." So I told him to send it to me on the YouTube channel, and usually if I check the YouTube channel on mobile, it'll show up like 15 minutes later. So he's like, "Oh, I'm done with you. I'm kicking you out." And then I used my second account to get it on. He's like, and he didn't kick me out. I decided to kick myself out because I was staying up till like 2 a.m. I was like, "Oh, I'm done with this." But he basically showed me a video where here's empirical evidence that feathered dinosaur bones are all a massive hoax, that even scientists who believe in evolution admit that. And I looked up the video, and it was like some paleontologist who said that it was like wishful thinking or something. And I was like, well, we found other dinosaurs. I know that there's been a study that proved that every single dinosaurs have some sort of form of feathers. So I showed up dinosaurs that weren't from China, because that's where he claimed that like every single dinosaur that has feathers that came from China, like the velociraptors, were all just a hoax. So I showed him like dinosaurs that weren't found from China that do have a form of feathers, and his response was, well, how do you know that that's a dinosaur? And I was like, whoa, it's a therapeutic dinosaur. We can see that. But he was like, no, you're just using your personal opinion. And I was like, no, we can see that there's formations in the bones that proves that it is classified as a dinosaur. He's like, no, it's just your personal opinion. And so it's a leap of faith. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So
It's all personal opinion when you're trying to justify like your own stupid position. And Brett's really wishy-washy about his position now. So
I like how they love when you say the words faith, because if you even like admit that some science does require a little bit of faith, they'll be like, oh, I guess that means there's just a giant leap of faith, and that evolution, it's just someone's personal opinion, and it's not a fact.
yeah, well, I mean, science has its base assumptions, but without those, like, we wouldn't have things like the internet. And I don't even mean that in like a facetious, overreaching way. Like, you know, we had to rule out a lot of things to get to non-human error to have things like these computers and the internet. If we include magic in the equation, like we wouldn't get anywhere.
Yeah, and then not Brett. Nephilim 3 was talking about how creationists were not allowed to be in like paleontologist communities because they were creationists, and he was like, look how oppressed the creationists are. It's because there's a mass conspiracy to cover up the truth. And I was like, well, they're obviously going to take the research and use it to fit into their personal opinion about the world. So I don't think it's almost like hiring some sort of Scientologist as some sort of, I don't know, blood transfusion person. Like,
yeah.
He's like,
or taking part in a Narconon program, which is a Scientology drug rehabilitation program, which is nonsense.
He's like, I study these blood cells, and it has a metachlorine count over 9,000.
Yeah.
Or whatever that is. Metachlorine count.
Isn't that Star Wars?
Yeah. Star Wars is very similar to Scientology.
Possibly.
Well, at least when they got into the prequels.
I don't know. Everything I've learned about Star Wars, I didn't have to like sell all of my worldly possessions to find out.
Wait, is that what you have to do if you're a Scientologist?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to like learn all there is to know about, I can't remember the exact number. I could just Google it right now, but I'm super lazy.
Pause. You said, isn't it Star Wars? You sure it's not Star Trek?
Midichlorians?
No, Star Wars.
No, Star Wars.
Yep.
Yeah, that was like their shitty scientific attempt at explaining the Force.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It's kind of like Scientology. It's like, I see your pulse ratings or whatever it's called. They'll like measure you by
they use an e-meter and measure.
I don't know.
Yeah, I live in the LA area, and I've been to a handful of the Scientology things to mess with them and ask questions. And yeah, you take an e-meter, and it's supposed to measure the weight of your thoughts, and then they tell you, oh man, you're super depressed and we can fix that. Buy this book, take this course. It costs
It is
$120.
kind of like metachlorians, because he's like, I see your metachlorian count is very high, so you must be the chosen one.
Yeah, well, I don't know though, because in Scientology, like you can increase your midichlorian levels.
Metachlorian.
Yeah,
Your
which I
whatever
don't.
it's hot levels.
Yeah, which I don't think you can do in the Star Wars universe. Oh, okay. I have to go teach a guitar lesson. So. Yeah, I'd actually forgot I had one scheduled for today, and I just got them calling me, like, hey, are we on? So, yeah.
Could you be absolutely certain about that?
Yeah, I could, actually.
Could you be wrong? Could you be wrong?
No, not about this, anyway.
Oh. So what if you're wrong? Then you've admitted that you could be wrong.
About everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're a real skeptic, you should question everything.
Yeah.
You're not responding. You're obviously a coward. You won't be in moderated debate with me.
I'm gonna have to duck out because I'm afraid.
Yep.
I'll take my Christian position and tuck it between my legs like a little tail, and I'm gonna leave now.
You're just afraid of getting pwned by G-Man.
It's true.
Mm.
All right, but yeah, it was nice meeting y'all, and I don't know, I'll probably see you again.
Bye, Token.
All right, see you.
Goodbye.
So, what's your hobbies? Wait, with the exception of Hangouts.
Hangouts. I like video games, sort of, like, including Nintendo. I especially like. Except for the times where they screw up.
Right? What's your opinion? Sorry, what's your opinion on the new Smash?
Yeah, new Smash is pretty good.
I'm gonna have to disagree.
Why? Because no wave dashing?
Because the content, it's not a lot of content. Sorry, I don't know how you pronounce that word.
Yeah, they're gonna include a lot of content later. They're gonna have a new stage, and they're gonna bring back tournaments.
Right, but they should have done that. I meant, like, why would they do that?
Well, I think it was something with the hardware going a little crazy when they implemented the 8-player Smash.
No, that programming sounds pretty simple.
Actually, it's really hard to implement. They had to cut a lot of stuff in the stage.
I don't know. I just think some of the stuff, like the 8-player thingy, was simple to me. I mean, the programming of that sounds simple to me.
Well, it is one of the very rare occasions where you have a game that can play up to 8 players in a home console.
Right, but it shouldn't. I mean, that's still no excuse for why there wasn't a lot of, I mean,
Like what content?
less stage. I mean, there wasn't even like a lot of characters. They took characters out. That
Like
was
what?
very unnecessary. Like, why would you take out ice climbers?
Well, I think it was a problem. They explained that it was a problem with the hardware service for the Nintendo 3DS, and they wanted to maintain the same amount of roster for the 3DS version than the Wii U version, so they had to cut ice climbers out. But ice climbers aren't really that good of a character.
Wait. First, I don't know what you. That excuse don't. That's not flying with me. That's. And by the way, speak for yourself. For the if they're not good. I mean, if you want to verse in brawl, or in melee, my ice climbers versus whoever you were to choose. I'll think I'll give it a shot.
Well, in melee, in brawl, they did cut out Roy and Mewtwo.
So you proving my point, or what do you?
They have to cut back characters because there's only a certain amount of time they have to release the game. So there's always going to be some characters that are going to get cut out of the game.
Like Roy, I understand. Mewtwo, maybe. But ice climbers?
What?
Yeah. Well, they did include Pac-Man, Mega Man, and there's like a lot of more characters in this one than any other Smash Brothers game.
Not enough. Sorry. I just think there's not enough.
Well, there has to be a certain amount of characters that'll fit for the 3DS version. They want to, like, for people who bought the 3DS wouldn't complain about a lack of a character in the 3DS version that the Wii U version has.
Benny the Gangster's bringing you the racist show every day. Wow.
Wow, Benny speaked.
No, not really.
Well, I think he did a video from a hangout where he actually talked for the first time. Well, not for the first time. He probably talked, like, said a sentence or two.
I don't think so. People thought he was talking. I don't think he was talking.
I've never heard him speak before. Personally. I didn't mean to butt in, by the way.
Well, I mean, it's not just me and them. It's not just me and Eggs. It's for everybody, I guess. But it's up to Benny. Do you play Smash?
Play what now?
Smash?
Smash.
Super Smash Brothers.
I love Super Smash Brothers. By the way, is my mic popping a little bit?
You mean, are you clear?
Yeah, is my mic popping at all? Okay, just checking. But yes, I do like Super Smash Brothers, yeah.
Do you like the sorry. Do you like the new one?
No.
Which one you like the best?
N64.
Really? What about you, Eggs? Which one was your favorite?
I do really like Melee. So I think that's my favorite.
Benny, Benny, do you remember that game idea that I ran by you? Did you like it? Do you want me to run it by these guys and see what they think? Yeah. It's the RTS and the first-person shooter fusion. Would you guys like a game like that?
A strategy, first person, 2-in-1. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, the idea is that have you ever wanted to control the enemies in the campaign or something like that? Have you ever wanted to do that? You know, like give that control to real-time people in a multiplayer action game. In other words, one team would be RTS. They would be able to spawn enemies, and then instead of kill streaks, that team would be able to beef up characters, you know, give them special abilities, press this button, it'll give them 5 seconds, you know. And the idea of the game is that the real-time strategy guys have got to get to certain points in the game, certain points, you know, like A, B, C, D, you know, stuff like that. And on the other team, the first-person shooter, you take on the role of soldiers defending those points.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
I mean, like, would you buy a game like that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, are you in the process of making one? Because maybe if I saw like a demo, you know, if I had a demo of it, maybe I actually don't know.
Imagine like one team would be like a StarCraft type RTS.
Okay.
And the other team would be like Call of Duty, defending the enemies that come towards your particular point. You know, A, B, C, D, you know, throughout the map.
I'll give you, this is something kinda original. Trying to put like 2 games in one. Is that what you're going for?
I mean, that's just one idea that I was in bed one night and I was dreaming, and then I dreamed up that game, and I said that would be an amazing game.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Like, the multiplayer content is, like, more flexible.
Yeah.
So how many units do you get to control? Because you have yourself and what else?
See, that's just a thing though. I mean, like, I'm trying to find out the best way how to do it, whether it would be, you know, wave based, almost kind of like zombies, you know, during this round, you know, between each round you've got like 1 minute to upgrade your characters. And then you know, go ahead and spend that experience points that you get during the previous wave to beef up your characters, and then that gives the first-person shooter guys to beef up, you know, some of their weapons and throw out ammo packs and, you know, rebuild some, you know, some fencing or something like that. I'm thinking like on the first-person shooter side, you can have 3 classes. You can have the assault, the supporter, the engineer, and maybe some pilots. And on the first-person shooter side, you can also spawn in like tanks and almost like Titans, you know, like Titanfall.
I've heard of it.
Okay, I mean, is any of this making sense?
Actually, this is the reason why I'm asking the questions, because I'm trying to make sense of it in my head. You know, because it looks like. By the way, I don't mind it.
Hello.
Hold on. Quiet.
Assalamu
We're speaking. Seriously? Really?
I only say hello. You don't need to be mad.
He's cool, man.
Well,
He's cool.
It's
Just keep
kind of
going.
hard. Okay. Anyhow, wow, damn it. Blame Abik. He came out of nowhere. All right, now you're trying to put, I guess, 2 games in one.
Yeah.
Right.
Kinda.
And I don't mind it, but I just want to know how it's gonna perform. Like I need to know how
Do
is
you
it
know
gonna.
how do you know how in zombies you've got waves? You know, you've got, this um like wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, etc. I'm guessing how this starts is that the first wave you're just going to send in your basic units, the points that you've got. The RTS guys are going to send in however many points that they've got, you
Right.
start out small and then you build your characters up throughout the game.
Right.
Yeah. And
I
the
don't know
same
why,
and
but this is sounding like. Have you ever heard of tower defense?
yeah, I love tower defense games.
I knew it. I was like, wait a minute, this sounds kind of like tower defense.
Yeah.
But so,
And
but
see, the thing is that like, I watched the Godzilla movie, the most recent one, and then I thought, what would we do in a modern day invasion of something that we quite honestly just didn't understand, and what would we do in that situation? You know what I mean?
Mm.
And the thing is, and I was like, well, I would put myself in their shoes, what it would be like to fight up against realistic looking enemies, whether it be, I'm guessing like creatures or like androids or like a like a cyborg type people or something like that. And the idea is for them to come in and to destroy, however many points are on the game. And the thing is, like, the first person shooter guys can only spawn within their within their range. And then on the outskirts you can have like maybe 4 or 5 different people who can have different races that they can choose to to spawn in and come and get you.
do I get to now? You said a range. Well, how can I say this? I can move around the map as long as I don't pass the actual area limit,
In
right?
other words, you can spawn. I'm guessing somehow that your enemies can spawn. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Imagine like throughout the map, you've got like these points, and then as long as the first person shooter guys, the soldiers control that point, that's where they can choose to spawn from. It's almost like a spawn point.
Oh, so it's like tower defense plus risk?
Yeah, it's almost like, do you know the game Conquest on Battlefield?
It sounds like a game. It sounds like a bunch of games put together for the
Yes.
better.
Yes.
Right? Really? Abby?
Please turn that off.
This guy comes here and terrorizes the hangout.
Hey, I tell you what, my wife is here. I'm gonna help her get in, and then I'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
But anyways, just think about that real quick, and then I'll be right back.
Iran, you are the Israeli? Iran. Where are you?
You know that I'm from Israel. We just play together in CSGO.
I know, but they don't know now. I play with you, I win you. Even though you have better computer, you are Israeli rich kid. I am Muslim Gaza, but I win you still.
So what? You can play all day long, but I need to go to work sometimes, you know.
Can you come to Gaza? I wanna show you something. Come to Gaza.
I cannot come to Gaza. The military are limited.
Yeah, but if you come close to the fence, I can show you something with the Hamas, what we do to the Jews.
Yeah, sure.
I can show you something. Yeah, don't be afraid. I will not kill you. You can come.
Yes. Of
No
course.
problem.
Don't do it. He's gonna do surprise butt sex.
No,
No,
we don't do it.
I was in the IDF,
No,
but
you think all the Muslims
right
they
now
fuck
I'm not
goats,
anymore.
but listen, only the stupid Muslim they fuck all the goats and sheep. We don't do it. Only the stupid Muslim do it.
Okay. Did you think about it?
رايت أنا شلون الله أكبر.
It's kind of hard when you have this Abik, terrorizing the hangout.
Yeah, he also terrorized the CS:GO. He's doing troll, but it's okay. Yeah, we play together. Counter
الله
Strike
أكبر. دولة
CS:GO.
الإسلام محمد يلا.
He spammed the microphone, but then all the team mute him, and we could win together.
You know, my friend Iran is one. He works in the underground bunker of Hamas. He builds many rockets. He's gonna send to your home. Tell me, where do you live? I'm gonna dedicate you a rocket special to your house.
Yeah, because your
We're
rocket
making now special rockets dedicated special for idiot Jews like you.
yeah.
And I'm gonna write on the rocket for you, Iran, from Hamas. We love you. Fuck you, Jews. That's what we're gonna write on the rocket. But you need to tell me, where do you live?
This is not rocket. This is pile water.
Okay. Tell me now, seriously. It's pipe. It's pipe, pipe. تقول لي فوتوغرافر.
They fucking use pipe.
But now you need to tell me, where do you live in Israel?
I live in Ibn Gavirol in Tel Aviv.
But give me the number of the house. We need to aim it to your house.
25, and if you actually
Google
land
show me
in my house, I will pay you like $1 million. Okay?
Look now. Okay, listen. I'm sending you Google Map view street. You tell me where exactly so I can see this, okay?
I told you. Oh my God, you're so idiot. Look, even Gavirol, 25 in Tel Aviv.
Wait a moment.
Oh, this man is fucking stupid.
Look, I send you now in chat.
You don't have rocket. You have fucking flying pipe.
Look at the chat. No, we have special rocket for the next war.
You don't have rocket. You have
You
pipe
see the
with
message? You see the message? Look at the chat. Tell me which house. I also sent a suicide bomber to kill you. But you need to tell me where.
Okay. Second.
الله أكبر تربية. الله أكبر تكبير تكبير. الله أكبر.
האחד שרשום עליו חמדאוגו.
Shandao, I see many beautiful houses in Israel. We wanna just ruin this infidel country. How you have all this money? It's all from America. They pay it. You look how beautiful trees. We don't have these trees in Gaza.
No, America just support Israel. They are not pay for us for nothing.
The Jews, they control all the banks.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Safo, can you tell me why you have that evil Illuminati pyramid, all-seeing eye? You are also Zionist? Huh, Safo? Are you also Zionist movement? I am not a fucking...
הבאנו שלום עליכם, הבאנו שלום עליכם, הבאנו שלום עליכם, שלום עליכם, הבה נגילה, טה-טה-טה.
الله أكبر يا محمد.
הבאנו שלום עליכם, mean we bring peace.
Little bitty booty.
You know this song, הבאנו שלום עליכם?
Unfortunately not. It sounds beautiful though.
Okay, it's mean like one sentence. We bring peace for everyone. Okay?
Cool.
Or actually, we bring peace for you.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm laughing at what Ben said. He said, all this time, Sappho? All this time?
Why you don't have microphone? It's cost like 20 shekels. like $5, you know.
What language was that song in?
Hebrew.
Hebrew, cool. Are you
Disgusting language. I can speak Hebrew, but it's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm from Israel. I'm Jew.
Do you know Power Ranger, my friend?
I'm pro-Jew. I'm pro everybody.
Power Rangers.
Abik, I can't take you seriously when you say my friend.
I say to everybody, my friend, because I watched podcasts years ago. We say to everybody, my friend. Now I have to say it.
You come here and make enemies. I mean, how do you want us to take you seriously? If this is how you treat your friends, I
This
don't
is
want to be
like,
your friend.
yeah, but this is the kind of the Arabic language they call Habibi, and it's mean like my friend, and they say it's almost to everyone. Also, people they hate, they call them Habibi. So this is, I guess, this is kind of culture, and is not mean he's really your friend. This is just directly translate. This is what I think. I'm not sure.
So let me get this straight. That's a lot of Habibis saying, just to say Habibi. Like, you understand how much Habibis?
Yes.
So I would have to keep on saying Habibi.
Habibi.
That kind of sounds annoying.
Habibi. This is mean like my friend.
I mean, by that point, I could just rather make a song.
Habibi, won't you learn to love Habibi? Habibi.
No, like I meant like this. Habibi, Habibi, Habibi.
Sound like ISIS song. Habibi will be aid you, Habibi. Habibi will be aid you, Habibi.
What is this religion of hate? Why do people teach each other to hate anyone? It's incomprehensible. It's incomprehensible how it could be marketed as virtuous.
Because this is Islam spreading all over the world, and you can't love the enemy of Islam and humanity.
Yeah.
You can't. It's impossible.
It's very sad, is what it is to me. Very sad.
It's wrong. You should be happy that the infidels they are being converted to Islam or beheaded. It's making a better world.
Well, that's nice for
Well,
you.
So many people, instead of going to hell, they are now in heaven because they Muslims.
It seems like to me that I've noticed that when Muslims want to commit suicide, they just go out and kill somebody. I don't think it's honorable. I don't think it's honorable at all. It's dark. It's not of life. It's not peace. If that's submission to God, I'd be very surprised.
Islam, do you know what's the meaning of Islam?
Of course I don't know the Islamic religion. Of course
No,
I don't.
I'm talking about the name Islam. Do you know what's the meaning of this word? It's submission.
How about submit to life? How about that?
Our life,
peace.
For our life, the death is more important than the life. So this is it in Islam. We love death just like you like life. This is.
I don't mean to desecrate what you hold holy, but it's hard for me not to. It's really hard. Life, not death. Life is good.
Yeah, but death is much better because.
But I'm gonna quit ragging you. I'm gonna quit ragging you. That don't do no good.
It's no problem. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Oh yeah, damn! I can get damn heavy fast, can't I, Benny? But I'm back, baby. And look, here is Dusty, G+'s one and only Dusty, and Eggs. Eggs is here. Yes. And ABC. Good to meet you, ABC. I'm St. Tommy.
Good to meet you, my friend.
Thank you. Is it true that the Desert Eagle is made in Israel? the pistol?
Yes, of course, it's developed in Israel.
Oh,
Also, the Galil and the Negev, all the shitty weapon in Counter-Strike developed in Israel.
Oh yes.
All the weapons you use to kill Muslim babies, yeah, from Israel, of course.
No. Actually, in Israel, we most common, weapon. It's a M4. Actually, developed by America.
You have also the
And
Tavor.
most of the people die from F-16 or F-15. So no, we don't
Yeah,
have
because
any.
whenever we shoot a rocket, you decide to kill the whole neighborhood and kill all the Muslim church.
No. You are just fire from
No,
cities.
you see one rocket that hits the desert, and you decide to kill the whole population.
No, we aren't.
מה, אני
We're
שלחתי
just
לך פה את ההודעה איפה שאתה גר. אתה רואה את זה? ואני רוצה שתשלח לי את המיקום שלך, שאני אבוא להפציץ אותך. הבנת את זה, יהודי?
יאללה, נו, יהיה בסדר.
I sent you the link to Google. This is where Iran lives. I just want to know, because when I get out of Gaza, I can show him. There is a power of me. You think is stronger. It's just a weak Jew.
So ABC, were you raised in Israel? Is that where you grew up?
Only for a few years.
Oh yes.
For the first year of my life. But then I came to Gaza, and the Israelis, they blockade because Hamas took over of Gaza, and they blockade, and we can't get out. So we build tunnels to attack them and to smuggle weapons, but we're stuck here in Gaza.
Huh. Eggs, that was your brother, your little brother? Big brother? Eggs is gone. And Dusty's silent. He's probably in another... oh, your big brother, yes. Big brother. And Dusty must be away from keyboard, I presume. So what's happening, Benny? Any heavy hitters other than the current crowd? We had some action. Oh yeah, yeah,
Benny, you wanna play?
yeah. Teacher, he was pretty wild.
Okay. Me and the Arab go to play some Counter-Strike if someone wanna join
come
us.
to play. Benny, come. We're gonna see who's the best.
Yeah, you can join us. Someone
Give me
want
your
to
Steam. Give
play
me your
some.
Steam account. What is your Steam account?
Let's play together.
That's good. I wish I'm tempted to join you guys. Maybe next time.
Do you have Counter-Strike?
I've never played it, but it sounds interesting. I've been wanting to find an online game. My sons play several games, and I've been wanting to find one.
Okay, so we and the Arab play together, and then we will come back to tell you who is
Special
better.
mode where you
All right, yes.
cut off heads of the Jews. It's very fun. We join to do myself.
Sons of Abraham, contend. Yes. I salute you both. Yes.
What game are you playing, anyways? What video game are you playing?
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike? Okay.
You have Counter-Strike, you can join us if you want.
Is it
free to play?
No, it's not free. It's like $10 or something like that.
How many shekels? How many shekels is $10?
Around 40.
I see. 4 to 1.
Yeah. Okay, goodbye, my friend.
Hey, bye now. Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna rip this Jew idiot. Bye bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Trippy Jippy, passions run high. On G+. Golly, I begin to like anybody. I don't care who they are. That's scary.
Oh, man, wow.
I mean, I don't. Yeah. Oh yes. Sappho. Sa- Sappho? Is that how it's pronounced? Cool.
Sure.
Cool. Have we interacted before, sir?
I think here and there, but not enough.
Oh, okay. Cool. Your voice sounds familiar, but I don't recall seeing your icon.
Mm,
Is it new? Do you sport different icons?
yeah, I use different icons for different situations.
Oh, yes. Excuse me. Let's see what Benny's
I
saying.
I
What's
hope
that?
he's gonna I hope he's gonna shoot the truth.
Does the truth need shooting in your mind?
Of all the time.
Are you
Unless I'm
pro-truth?
playing video games,
Oh, okay. Are you
then maybe not all the times. What happened?
are you are you pro-truth?
Yeah,
Good. That sounds cool.
most of the time, not all the time. Sometimes I need a
Yeah.
little bit of fakeness here and there, you know.
You're just a man, you know. You know. Hey, I hear you. I like to think I'm pro-truth. Uh, a good chunk of the time. That's a pleasant thought. But sometimes I lose sight of it. Sometimes I play it loose. That's just the way it is. And I got no problems with it. Oh yeah, what Walmart? You know what Walmart is, Benny? Oh look, it's Kizzy. Yes, Kiz.
How's it going?
It's all happening. Good to see your countenance, sir. Hope you're feeling good tonight.
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. I will come online here. Good to see you, sir. Yes. Well, in celebration of Kiz's arrival, I'll have a fresh American tobacco. I hope that's not offensive. If I might ask, not to pry, but has your brother arrived?
He will be tomorrow.
I see. Oh yes.
And then I've been procrastinating getting the upstairs totally ready. So I mean, for a couple days, I'll be next to his room. So you know, whatever. So.
Is there a age difference? How many
Yeah,
years?
he's 5 years older.
Mm. Now, my older brothers, I have two older brothers.
And you paused. Oh shoot.
He paused with a funny face. Saw it?
So how y'all doing?
Good. Do you LARP by any chance?
Do I what?
LARP.
I don't. What's the word?
LARP.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh.
And no, Benny is asking whether I'm full nude. No, I'm not. Occasionally I've been, but I'm not today. So. Uh, well, if it's particularly if it's an on-air hangout, I'm not going to be nude in case I end up accidentally getting up, and then it would be bad. So I wouldn't want to risk the person's account who is holding the hangout. So, and no, it's not shameful to be nude. I just don't want to chance messing up someone's account. So. Benny said that his favorite video of mine is when I ranted about Bionic Dance. I had 2 videos ranting about her, but oh yes, the floating head. Yes, I did have that floating head look at that time. Yes.
Should I watch it? Is it fun?
I don't even know if I still have it up anymore. I think I may, but it'll be even harder to achieve that floating head effect once I am in the room upstairs, because unless I get a some sort of rig up some sort of black curtain or something to be behind me or something. So.
I had some connection issues. All of a sudden,
Yes.
it just went out. I think it was my son Isaac on World of Warcraft. He runs Skype and World of Warcraft and a couple other programs simultaneously, and sometimes things happen.
Yeah.
As I was getting ready to say, I was going to say I have 2 older brothers, and in some ways, I've always been a sick puppy or a scrub or a little screw up in their eyes, and so they kind of communicate to me or have a emotional predisposition to kind of look down on me as kind of as if I was about 5 and they were about 10. And anyway, it's been a gradual process to communicate with them more and in a more adult manner, without them kind of being in a position, an emotional position of looking down on me. Yeah, I don't know why I would share that, but I guess here's a question: has your brother, because he's older than you, 5 years older, does he sport an attitude of looking down on you in some way, or does he wrestle with that or struggle with seeing you as if you were, a newbie or something like that?
He doesn't like that I am treated better by my mother than he is. He resents that. But the way that he acts and the way that he does things, I mean, it's no wonder why she does. I mean, so he has never really treated her like, I mean, he treats her like she's stupid, so.
It's a bad habit to get into. A attitude of disdain, of mild irritation. It's understandable, or I can empathize with it, but yeah, bad habit to get into. It seems like what perhaps creates such an inner atmosphere is the way one thinks of another person. If one thinks of another person in a certain way, it will foster an environment of disdain or even contempt or condescension, depending on how one beholds another. But just babbling out loud, I like to talk about such things, and I risk boring a beautiful soul like you with my rattlings on. Yes. Why? Now, you are a very unusual person in my eyes in that you display your countenance in a very full way, in a very unusual way.
Well, I just came out as autistic. I've known this for several years now, and I mean I've been diagnosed by a psychiatrist and a counselor, and I never wanted to research exactly where on the spectrum I am, but I have been diagnosed professionally, and uh, so there's always been this difference in the way that I socialize and things. I don't really think I don't think the same way as most people. I mean, just the way I process information is different. So.
Wow. My son, my firstborn, Isaac, he is lightly autistic, for lack of a better term, or for lack of a better way to describe him. I take it you've heard of a condition known as Asperger's syndrome or Asperger's. Yes. But he is very reserved, and he could be described as shy. He does not like large crowds. Doesn't like to go to large retail places where there are a lot of people. He is uncomfortable with being beheld, with being seen. It's a much fuller experience for him. To be looked at for him is very intense. It's almost like laser eyes everywhere seeing him, and so he's like.
That's kind of how I was before August 13th, 2013 at 8:50 p.m. I used to. I mean, that period was just an amazing transformation for me. That time. Before that, every time I talk with someone, it's this memorizing what not to do, how not to carry myself, and every time I would see someone, it's this huge list that's like, thousands of entries long on don't do this. And if I would come into a crowded room, it was just like because it was just like now there's hundreds of thousands of things in these lists that I'm looking around, and then I just eventually realized, well, it's all right to be me. It's all right to have my own conscience. It's all right to, if I just came to the conclusion that if people don't like me, they don't like me. If they like me, they like me. I can't worry about that. I was killing myself worrying about that.
Incredible energy to process. A lot of energy to process those lists, I would imagine.
Yes, and that would take up all my thoughts, and that's all that I could focus on. So I wasn't able to socialize because that's all I could focus on. I mean, it was even silly things like, oh, don't look in this direction when you say this word. Don't hold your hand this way when you're about to do some certain thing. I mean, it was just stupid little bitty things,
Arbitrary things. Arbitrary
Yes.
things that didn't seem to be connected with anything cogently practical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Would you coin them on the fly? In other words, you would be 2 years ago or 2 years previous, you were at a social function or in a situation, and all of a sudden you would coin a parameter or a list item. Don't turn your head when you're thinking or speaking that word. Would it just like pop into play, or would you?
It was there all the
formulate?
time.
I see. Huh. Wow. Now, what is there any particular condition that you attribute that point of relief to? That I heard
Dumping religion.
a decision to dump religion.
Not a decision. It was the element of when I finally realized that I'm not connecting to a higher power. I'm just connecting to myself.
Trippy. Was your religious precepts having to do with Christ Jesus or God or Neptune?
it was this element where I just felt like anytime my conscience was thinking my conscience was telling me something, I thought it was something outside myself that I couldn't touch, that I couldn't do anything about. So I thought my own conscience wasn't mine. So
Yes, that's
and
a common.
once I made that connection that it actually was me, and I just suddenly realized, wow, I've been actually completely disconnected from myself almost my whole life, and now I'm connected to myself, and that it was just such an amazing feeling to just know this,
Good for you, my brother. Good. Whew. That gives me hope in some small way. Now, at that particular point of it was a definite, you've portrayed it as a definite transition, as a positive change of great relief. Has that transcendence of an older mindset and at that point of relief, has that lasted in its full strength, or do you sense yourself easing in and out of your new, more integrated
it
mindset?
increases all the time.
Good for you. Excellent.
I
Wow.
keep making huge leaps of progress, especially like after I had went to Eureka and realized what's actually important, and family, friends, people that care about me, people I care about, and it was just such an amazing. That was the second most extreme transformation for me out of anything that's ever happened to me. Was one with those 2.5, almost 3 weeks basically in Eureka.
What is Eureka? Is a city? Is it a program?
It's a city in California, northwest. It's a coastal city in Northern California.
And that's where that experience occurred, in that city.
Well, yeah, the second one. Yeah, that was just in December of last year. So.
Wow. How about the first one?
The first one was August 13th, 2013 at 8:50 p.m.
Wow.
In Eureka, it was more of it wasn't this instant transformation. It was something that happened over just kind of a gradual gradient type of thing. By that, from the beginning when I arrived there to the end when I left there, it was this gradual thing. One of the biggest things that I learned out of it was, like, when I got there, I was thinking that I had suddenly gotten to the most friendly city I've ever been to, but it ended up that the friendliness was because when I got there I was so happy. And when I would talk with people and say, "Hey, how's it going?" just random people, I had smiled from I mean, just the biggest smile, a silly smile almost. And when people would see that, and they see that someone is genuinely happy and they're saying, "Hey, how's it going?" they don't get this mindset that I used to have when I was here in Tacoma before, where it was more of a "how's it going?" and people would be like, "Why is this person talking to me?" right? And when I finally got back here from Eureka, I carried that same mindset here and realized, oh, it was just me. It was me. It was the way that I was carrying myself, and that reflects in the way other people treat me. So, it was just.
Make it loud.
Huh? Down, you have a lot of when you spoke, it was mainly white noise with just a little bit of you in the background. But yeah, that was just learning that truly that my attitude and can change so much of how people treat me, and the fact that happiness is, I don't know, happiness is something you can sort of, you can carry it with you, you know? And one can actually choose to some degree to be happy.
Yes, that seems to resonate beautifully. That a decision can really affect our focus. You know, it's a simple thing to propose that a decision can affect what we focus on and how we feel in a very positive way. It affects what we see. You know, it can't.
Kazim, you're medically depressed. Say, Tommy, cut the fucking shit and tell the guy what he needs to hear. Kazim, you're medically depressed. I recommend that you go back to your counselor. To
Hey, down, shut up.
No, I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going to shut up because I consider.
Down wants some premium interaction.
You are medically depressed. You are medically depressed.
Hey, down, you are an asshole.
And you are medically depressed. I'm trying to get you some help, and you don't want it. You don't want anybody's help. You're playing the Nadia
card. And now you are
so
permanently blocked. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
You're playing the Nadia card.
Bye. Last time I talked with you, you wanted to give me some unsolicited advice, and I told you I'm not interested in it.
Nobody wants to hear your.
You continue to give it anyway.
Soliloquies and your
so you're an asshole. So
people need real
whatever,
advice
dude.
on here.
I'm not dealing with you anymore.
Sit back and entertain every single one of their whims. You're not helping them out.
Well, Down, I tell you, I'm kind of focused on Kizzy right now, and I go with what's most meaningful to me. But I do look forward to perhaps interacting with you in a quality way. Yeah, I do. So, you know, there ain't no nice way to say it, but get in line if you want, if it's good in your sight to interact with me. Benny, sir, are you there? Hey, please assign me mods. I request. Will you do that for me? My intentions are to hold mods, to have the power to eject whomever so I want.
Hey, Tommy, I talked over you. None of that was directed at you, aside from my final comment there on how I don't like how you talk in very vague terms and what have you. The threshold of that was directed towards Kazum because he is manically depressed. I've seen this ups and downs for the past 3 months, and he needs to get help.
I think it's funny that
I don't want him to be any worse than what he is.
Has all this projection a lot.
Yeah,
he will really treat people really terribly, and you know, I can't wrap my mind around what it is that's hurt him so bad that he feels that he needs to do this. But you know,
he definitely values bluntness and has no value on pseudo kindness or mealy mouthness. He does not value soft pedaling. You know, he's just hyper caustically. It's hard for me to say, but hyper caustically truthful in a certain way. And I don't mean to propose that what he proposes is truthful, but he's hyper sincere, no holds barred, kind of a given over to being caustically blunt. It's You know, it happens. It does. But I would agree with you that he is motivated for a reason, and it's because perhaps he is very, I won't say hungry, but he is incited, very incited to get what he wants, to work out what he's working out. Very motivated. I assume because of his very unusual social mannerisms. Very, very. I mean, you know, this is G plus. It's rough and tumble, you know, but he is very motivated. Very motivated. Very unusual of a man.
I gotta say, if he did this at the school that he was at, I can understand why the school reacted to him the way they did.
I'm not familiar with of his education or anything. I've just interacted with him a few times.
Well, there's a school that he was working at, and the school was trying to force the students to be religious. And he kind of started a stink about it, and I kind of wonder whether the way that he went about that might have to do with why they did to him what they did. So,
well, I've heard him champion honorable and good causes. You know, good causes. He was outraged over a homeless person getting shot in California, truly, sincerely, and religious indoctrination. You know, that's treacherous, and you know, that doesn't sound like a bad cause, even though
no, it's a very good cause.
You know, although I do appreciate, you know, freedom of belief, and I do advocate or I have an appreciation of freedom of belief, and if you know. If that's what somebody wants to do, that's their freedom and business to do it. But it still can be an outrageous thing and an aggravating thing to behold, especially young people getting programmed or indoctrinated in crass ways and in tragic ways. But so I've seen him champion a couple of causes. But yeah, man, what a communicator. Ooh.
I think something he doesn't realize yet is something I was just telling you is about the autism thing. I don't think he realizes that I'm autistic. I don't think he has any idea. I've been diagnosed by two people. One of my psychiatrists and one of my counselors had diagnosed me as autistic, and I don't think he quite gets that. It's also why I had been so upset with him when I thought he was bullying an autistic person, and got him in tears. And you know, that's why that's why I was so upset with him when I thought that he was bullying an autistic person. So. I
can empathize. I find myself getting pissed off easy. That's one of my triggers. Is bullies. It's one of my triggers, and I can easily become a bully of bullies. That's an easy habit to get into. Can be fun, can be poetically just, but it's still a dark habit to get into. I'm reluctant. I would say this, that I am reserved about giving an account of my mental health in the presence of ears that will look down on me or judge me negatively. If someone is within earshot that is not mature enough for me to give an account without them judging me or being afraid of me or being a condemning bitch, if they're not mature enough just to not judge and condemn, I'm very reluctant to give an account. Very reluctant. me psychologically, and I don't want to accept negative judgment from any source. Any source. It's a good thing to resist the judgments of others, the negative judgments. Constructive criticism, yeah. Mature constructive criticism, yes. But negative, harsh, immature, juvenile judgments, I don't want to tempt another to do it. I don't want to reveal things to another that they would be tempted to judge me for, and I don't want to hear it or receive it into my mindset. It's very burdening to hear and accept negative judgments. And so in the last few years, I've been very slow to accommodate someone who is railing or judging me negatively. It seems most good not to abide it, for their sake and mine. And I'm very reluctant to do that. And so sometimes I'll get painted. Someone else will attempt to paint me in a corner with questions, with inquiries, and I'll say, no, I'm not going to give you information. No. And I just won't give an account. And part of me might want to. Might want to buy into it and justify myself and say, well, you know, and make a case or give mitigating circumstances. But lately I'm very reluctant to do so for what I shared, that it's not good for them, not good for me, and I'll just say no. And I've actually had some good results with that from those who, you know, were zealously trying to paint me in a corner in some way. They almost appreciated that I disengaged from that dynamic. In some ways, it's kind of a compulsion sometimes. I've noticed that my co-contemplators, whether on G+ or wherever, will somehow be triggered into a compulsive urge to zealously make their case, to talk shit and condemn me and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And they are grateful sometimes that somehow that dynamic, that I don't buy into it. They're grateful that I don't buy into it, because it's pain in the ass. Pain in the ass. A lot of people who are in the dynamic of railing, it's exhausting, it's alienating, it's not particularly fun in some ways, and a lot of times they do not understand why they do it. They're just pissed off, or that's that feeling of zealous irritation bordering on contempt, and they're glad that I don't buy into it. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to not buy into someone when they're, you know, kind of pissed off, and they can't help it. Almost, they can't help that they're pissed off. They don't understand why. And it's like, yeah.
I just wanted to say to both ABC and then also to Down, who is probably still listening. And I already told you this, but before August of 2013, I could barely hold any sort of decent conversation. I was able to rant about things on YouTube, but when it came to actual discussion, a conversation, live, anything, I could hardly function. The only thing I knew how to do was, well, let's act really silly and hope that someone might, you know, make weird word associations or things like that, and hope that it might entertain some people to some degree. But I was so disconnected. Throughout my public schooling, I would pass tests by I didn't understand almost anything I learned. It was basically when I would memorize these phrases and words in this order. When the words are in this order, then the answer is this. it's more like a math problem instead of actually knowing what it is that I'm learning. And I got by most of my public school that way. I didn't really know what I was learning. It was just so you know, things were very hard in that regard for me. In elementary school, I was kind of the laughing stock of the school because I would get picked on so much because I had no idea how to socialize with anyone. I'm totally clueless. I didn't understand any of the rules of socializing. It didn't make any sense to me. So, I mean, I had to switch school districts after elementary school because I was picked on so much. So when there's still points where even now, even since that realization that I had in August of 2013, there are still some points where someone will bring something up and I'll lose my speech center completely. I mean, I literally I could write something down, but the part of my brain that is for speech is just gone. It disappears. I can't talk. And
that happened to my brother. That happened to my brother, and I look forward to talking, or maybe in the future. Now's not a good time, but I look forward to sharing that experience with you of my brother about losing his speech capability suddenly and what that was attributed to.
See, that's why, I mean, that would happen continually when I was at workplaces. I had 2 workplaces give notes saying, no, sorry, until you figure whatever this is out, you're not allowed to come back to work. You're basically fired. You know, the longest I had ever kept work was like 3 months, and then this sort of thing would start getting in the way. That's why I'm on disability. A lot of it has been attributed to panic, but most of it, the panic, is from this inability to connect with certain. I'll stress over things that nobody else stresses over, and I'll not have any stress at all over things that most people wig out over. So it's this weird, you know, it's just totally different.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, I don't know what to say other than wow. And you certainly, I guess there are many ways to be enlightened. There are many ways to be visionary. There are many ways to be proactive in dealing with people, to be altruistic or a positive influence on people. Many ways, many styles, many focuses. But you certainly seem to be, and I don't mean to express this as a rating as much as it is just a observation, that you seem to be a very positive-minded man and a very active man, a gentle man, and in some ways very motivated to be good to people. And I like that. I like that. That's just what I see. And again, I don't mean to rate you. I'm sure you know I got no business rating anybody, but I'm just telling you that wow in what I see. And you know, G plus, I've been on G plus 5 months. It is overwhelming. G plus is to me. It is a social phenomena of incredible individuals. It's just so rich. The interaction that goes on here tonight has been so rich. But you are definitely, you know, just another human being on G plus that is just incredible for me to behold. I've met you a couple of times. Last time I think we interacted, it was substantial. But wow, good to meet you. Good to meet you. Truly. And I look forward to talking with you. Right now I'm going to bow out for a little while. But it's good to meet you, sir. Down, good to see you. Good to see you. And let's see who else. I'm not going to bother with salutations, busting on everybody else, but good to see you, Kizzy. Thank you for being friendly, dude.
Gladly.
Bye now. Bye down.
See you later. Okay, Benny is saying that, asking if I can unblock Down and rejoin. And I can if Down will not preach at me at some sort of psychoanalyzing of me when he doesn't know what my mindset is like. So, I mean, if yeah, if he's not going to start preaching at me, telling me that I'm actually depressed and I'm actually this and I'm actually that, if he's not going to try to declare who I am, then I can unblock him and come back. But if he starts going off about that again, I will immediately block him again. So. I'm trying to get it to show me his profile through here, but it's not letting me, so I'm going to try to see if I can get to his profile a different way. Down corner. Alright, I'm going to have to go to people then. Let's go to people. Come on. Take me to people. And your circles. And actions. And view blocked. And down corner, unblock. And I'm going to hit F5 now. So.
So, what's your position? I was talking to Down. Well, he's not there, I guess. Abeg, you there? Abeg, are you there? Is Down there? Benny? Okay, good. I want to know what Abik is doing. I want to ask him a question. Um, so Down, if you're listening, you might want to rejoin. Where do you want me like to send him like a PM? Cause okay, if Abik is still there, I wanna ask him something.
All right, I've joined with a different account. I do have Down unblocked, but again, if he starts going off about how trying to psychoanalyze me, I'm not going to put up with it. So. Hey, John.
Hello. I had to reboot. My computer froze up.
Blame Google. It's all their fault.
Well, did it happen to anybody else?
It's happening to certain people.
Is this a new hangout?
I believe not yet.
Oh.
I actually
Hello,
don't know how long this has been going on.
hello, Johnny Mays, Sappho, Kazum.
Hey there.
Okay, Sappho, what are you talking about?
Oh, was it? I think it was Tommy and sorry, it's a pretty long name. The one that started with K. Kazumi? Is that correct?
Kazum? Yes.
Oh, Kazum. Sorry. Yeah, they were the last one was talking about something.
I was discussing my autism, so something I've tried to not have out in the open because I didn't initially want people to treat me differently. I just wanted people to, well, I'd rather people just think I'm weird or eccentric or something like that, because there's some people that will treat those with autism like they're retarded or something, and I really didn't want that kind of treatment. So I was very much keeping it at bay, keeping that information, holding that back. So
I do think that it wasn't by you, but by other people, by like Hermine. I think that the whole Nate Schlem thing, that he was autistic, that got blown out of the water. She started a very bad rumor about him that should not be started unless she can substantiate it.
well, I mean, the thing about me not wanting to give that info out, I mean, it hasn't been just you. I mean, I've known. I was diagnosed of this in 2012.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Nate. I said that since you brought up autism earlier, some people on here have been outed as being autistic when there's been no evidence for it. I'm talking about Nate specifically, not you. And
Okay.
that kind of what I'm saying is that kind of concerns me, because I almost think that for other people that have never been diagnosed, that it's kind of becoming like something in our culture where when people don't understand somebody, that it's, well, he must be autistic. Do you kind of know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah, yeah. And there are people that just have some amount of social awkwardness or shyness. Some people will mistake shyness for that, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm shy. Oh, I must be autistic," or something like that. So, and there's a lot of stuff that goes into when someone is autistic. It's not just shyness. So,
If you don't mind me axing down, which Nate you talking about?
Nate S.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know who that is, but alright.
The point wasn't the person's name that I just gave, though. I mean, Kazum would understand what I was saying. I'm not sure if you did, Sappho. Is the fact that there's a lot of people out there who, when they don't understand somebody, they'll try to miscategorize them as being autistic. They may or may not be, but they'll just put it on that person right away without without any evidence. Like Kazum has been what he was diagnosed with it. There's people that are not diagnosed with it that come on here and they talk a certain way, and then people automatically assume they are autistic when they may not be. So I think it's pretty obvious that I have that I have a mental illness. That's pretty obvious from day one on here. I think I suffer from schizophrenia.
My brother has been diagnosed with that. So
yeah, I was diagnosed with it about 11 years ago. I've never I've never had the hallucinations though, so it's not the full form that they have.
yeah, with my brother they call it borderline schizophrenia. So
yeah, they told me it was schizophreniform disorder. Sappho, I was trying to get you to start a topic, though. That's why I said, what were you talking about? You feel free to bring up a topic.
I think you're talking to the wrong person bringing up topics. Sorry. You might want to ask John May. He's good in starting stuff up. If you
I
know
like
what I mean.
I like what John May just put in the chat there, Kazum. I like that.
hey, were you able to hear what I was saying earlier about when I was in elementary school and how I got through high school and all that stuff? Were you able to hear when I was talking, or when I had you blocked, were you not able to hear me?
I wasn't able to hear it, but I know your history. I mean, you've talked about it before.
Well, I mean, this part of it, I had never talked to you about it. It was the element of I would get by if these words are said in this order, then this is the answer. I didn't actually know what I was learning. It was just this thing of it would almost turn words into math. And that's how I got through most of school. I was so disconnected. It was pretty out there. And as far as socializing, I had no way of socializing back then. I didn't know how to socialize. I would just I would attempt to just, well, let's be silly and make strange word associations, and maybe if someone laughs at it, then at least that's some way of socializing. That was my method of socializing, which wasn't socializing. So I learned different coping techniques along the way, but one of the things that would happen is I would have these huge lists of what not to do, and every time I'd see a certain person, it's, oh, don't do this, don't do this, don't do. I mean, the list would eventually become a list of thousands of things, and then when I see certain patterns in people, I'd associate it, oh, this person has similarities to this person, so this list will probably apply to them as well. And then there's generic lists that I'd have to apply to everyone when I'm in any sort of social situation with a lot of people. I mean, it was killing me. It was literally killing me, all these lists. And that side of things I finally was able to drop and say, well, if people don't like me, they don't like me. If they like me, they like me. And I dropped all the lists. That was one of the many things that I learned on August 13th, 2013 at 8:50 p.m.
8:50 p.m. and how many seconds?
I don't know. I just remember looking at the clock and seeing that that's what the time was. So. but it was an absolute transformation. Do I know other dates? I can look at almost any item and tell you when it was made. I can listen to the sound of the way something was produced musically, and I can tell you what year it was made. I can do the same thing with movies. I can do the same thing with packaging on products. And, you know, the way that the fonts are, the layouts, and all that stuff. I can tell you what year it was made. Usually within I mean, sometimes I might be off by a little bit, but it's usually within 2 years. I'll have it right. So as far as dates, that's where I'm at on that.
When did Von Helton invent the stealth bomber? What date was it that he gave NASA the plans?
I don't know. You're giving me labels and words, and that's not where it is for me. For me, it's visuals and audio and the way things are placed.
When was the Barbie doll invented? When was Barbie invented? The first Barbie doll.
If I could see the original packaging of a Barbie doll, I could probably tell you.
What year did they land on the moon, and what day was it?
I don't know. That kind of date stuff I'm not good at. It's like I said, it's the visuals and audio stuff.
July 4th, 69, wasn't it? Or was it July 6th?
69, or was it 67?
No, it was 69 when we went to the moon the first time. Let me see the date though. Wow, I was way off. It was July 20th.
So John, how's stuff with you?
I haven't seen you around for a long time, Sappo. Where'd you go, buddy?
I've been working.
I think you went to jail. Someone told me you went to jail for a while.
As a joke or for real?
No, that's for real. They said that's why he doesn't come on Google Hangouts anymore, because he's in jail.
For what?
Well, I don't know. I just thought, oh well, obviously he got in trouble for doing something wrong, so that's probably why he doesn't come on Google Hangouts.
Mail fraud.
Oh, mail fraud. Is that right? Was that right, Sappo? You went to jail for mail fraud? Because I hadn't seen you for a long time, right? And when you don't see people on Hangouts for a long time, there's something not right, you know?
Well, somebody just yelled mail fraud, so that's obviously not right.
Well, which one was it then?
Oh, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I want to know what you went to jail for. I'm asking the questions. You get all confused. Just come clean with the Sappo. What was it, like unpaid parking tickets?
I went to work, and that's all I know. I didn't even went to. What?
Is that like work on the chain gang? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Nope. I went to work to get money.
Did you get paid for it, or was it donated work? Like when you're in jail, you got to work for, like pay it off.
Were you not listening? I said I went to work to get the money.
Mm-hmm. Right. You got the money? You got the money, right? Yeah.
Right. I got the money.
And now you're not going to work no more, right?
No, I got to go to work tomorrow.
Oh, shit. So you got to keep this shit up?
Yeah. What?
Well, can you explain something to me then, right? Because I'm a little bit confused. Like, why did you take like 6 months off then? You know, like you didn't come on Google Hangouts, but now you're still working, but you're on Google Hangouts. I don't get it.
Oh, okay, that's understandable. Back in the day, I had a part-time job.
Right, and you got a full-time job now?
Right.
So what are you doing on Google Hangouts?
Well, I'm off.
No, you're not. You're on. I'm talking to you right now.
I'm off from work today.
Yeah. So, like, didn't you get what, like a day off?
Right.
So for 6 months you didn't get a day off. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
That's you assumed that it was 6 months off.
Well, unless my
But I've
watch
been
broke.
on the internet within those 6 months.
It just doesn't add up what you're trying to tell me here, Sappho. Something doesn't smell right, buddy.
Right. So tell me what you're getting confused. Because if you look at the history, I've been online.
Yeah, but that was only in the last 2 or 3 weeks. I'm talking like 6 months ago when you were, you know, like when you weren't on for 6 months, you disappeared. And I kept asking everybody, I says, where's Sappo? He used to come online all the time. They says, oh, he's in jail. And I says, oh, well, that explains it. You can't get online when you're in jail. And then
Well, hold on, that's not true. That's
well,
not
I didn't say it. I'm only repeating what other people said, right? Don't blame me. I'm only the messenger.
Well, I haven't been in jail, so
Yeah, well,
either way,
what
that's
they all
wrong.
say. That's what they all say, Sappo. Right? Everybody says, I've been to jail. I know that, you know.
Again, you can look it up.
What do you mean, look up what? Your criminal record?
Right, to see if I've been in jail or not.
Well, what you're gonna have to give me, you know, like what state you're in, and I've got to find out a police officer is gonna give me information, all that sort of shit. I'm not like an investigator or nothing.
Oh, I guess fair enough.
You know, like I don't really care if you've been in jail. Like, you know, like you're the one who went. You know, if you went to jail, that's your fault, not mine.
Right.
You know, like if you sort of like, you know, stole a car or something like that, that's your business, not mine. If you needed that car, as long as you don't pinch my car, you know what I'm saying? You know, you can pinch other people's cars, but not mine. But then again, I've got insurance, so I don't really care. Yeah, you can pinch my car, fuck it. But I don't know, you know, like I only ask a couple of people, and that's what they tell me. And I don't know, you know, like I don't do any private investigating. You know, I only listen to what people say. You know, you're the one who has to explain why you haven't been online for 6 months.
It could help if you tell me who was the people.
Oh, I told you 6 months ago, like my memory's not like Kazoom's, right? I can't even remember my last fucking birthday. Don't worry about fucking what happened 6 months ago. I know what I was talking to. I just assume that, you know, like if they're going to tell me that you've been in jail, right, I go, okay, fair enough, that's it, end of story, and then I get on to something else. And then all of a sudden I see, and then I see you in here.
You don't remember who's the people who said it? I was in jail?
Oh, man, do you know how many hangouts I've been in since you left? Probably about 10,000. Fuck.
It would have been better if you said 9. But alright, anyhow.
Oh, God. You know, if it was live on air, right, I would have said, listen, you know what, I'll go look it up for you. There you go. But it wasn't even live on air. It was just a normal run-of-the-mill hangout. Good if I can remember the people in the room. Fucking hell. That's like me saying to you, give me a list of all the people you know on Google Hangouts. Of course you're not going to remember. You know, not only that, you're the one who disappeared. It wasn't me.
Right.
You know? when you told me about this part-time, full-time job, and now you're working full-time. But then again, I said, well, what are you doing here now then if you're working full-time? And then you said it's your day off. Well, you must have had other days off, in the last 6 months. But I still didn't see you online, so I thought, well, hang on, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't care if you've been to jail. There's lots of people been to jail, Sapo. Right? You wouldn't be the first one. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were the first one, I'd really want to interview you, but you're not.
But, well, I can tell you that I haven't been in jail.
Well, because they didn't catch you yet, or what? You've been on the run?
Well, first off, I didn't do nothing wrong.
Oh, that's what they all say. Everybody goes to court and they all say, I'm not guilty. They all say that stuff, but that's an old one.
Well, hold on. Maybe they're right. Maybe,
Like you go up to anybody in jail and say, did you do it? They're all going to say, nah, not me. They got the wrong person. I'm going to appeal. Come on, Zappo, who do you think you're talking to, buddy?
I can tell you who I'm not talking to.
Well, you're not talking to anybody in jail, I know that, because I'm not in jail at the moment.
So we're done here, or?
Well, I suppose so, unless you want to tell us what you went to jail for.
Well, still playing this game. I haven't been to jail.
And you're innocent, right?
Yep.
Not guilty. Right. And you're not on any charges at the moment or anything like that? Any charges pending?
Wait, what?
Have you got any charges against you? You got to go to court.
No.
Like that?
No.
Right, they've dropped all the charges?
There was no charges.
Oh, they were just trumped up charges.
There were
Right.
Again. There's no charges.
Have you got a good lawyer?
I can't afford a lawyer.
You got a job. You couldn't afford a lawyer. You got a job. You told me a minute ago you got a full-time job.
Right.
Of course you can afford a lawyer.
No? What?
You don't get a lawyer for free. When you got a job, you got to pay for your own lawyer. It's only if you're unemployed the state will appoint a lawyer for you.
I just said I can't afford a lawyer.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, you just have to plead guilty then.
No.
Just get it over and done with.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, it does. I know how the legal system works. When you go to court, right, and you walk in there, right, the judge will say, like, if you can't afford a lawyer, we'll appoint one for you. That's what they say. Everybody knows that.
I wouldn't want one anyways.
Oh, you want to defend yourself? Yeah, you're allowed to do that. You can defend yourself. Some people want to defend themselves. When you go to court, you say, no, I don't want that crappy lawyer. I'm going to defend myself because, like I'm better than the normal lawyer. So it's probably better you defend yourself. That's a good idea. I like your style there, Sapo. That's good thinking, buddy.
I think about it like this: if I have a lawyer, the chances are I think I'm probably guilty.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you're defending yourself.
Unless it's like some, whatchamacallit, paper business, you know what I mean? Like one of them, whatchamacallit, you got documents and stuff, then maybe that would be a good time, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a good idea that you defend yourself, Sappho, right? You just got to like study a little bit of law, and you got to know when to object and all that sort of shit. And then they start the trial, and then you can sort of like fight your way out of yourself. It'll save you thousands of dollars in lawyers' fees. You know how much lawyers charge? Like they charge by the minute, those bastards.
Save you thousands of dollars if you switch to Geico.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny.
Otto. Who's Otto?
Who?
I like Jerry Seinfeld's lawyer. He's got a good lawyer. You know him? You watch Seinfeld?
Nope.
Oh, shit. Don't you have TV in jail?
Again, I haven't been in jail. This joke is getting very old. By the minute.
By the minute. So you telling me, like, it's actually, I think it's been longer than 6 months. I'm guessing 6 months. I think it's actually longer than 6 months you ain't been in Hangouts.
Minute Rice.
I actually gotta know.
Can someone not take a break from Hangouts?
Well, yeah, like I know some people, right, Zoom, right, and like they said before, right? They said, I got this on video, right? That they were going to take a break from Hangouts, right? And then it wasn't a break. They knew that they were going to court that day and they were going to get found guilty, and they went to jail, right? And then after they come back after 3 months, it says, "Oh, I've rejoined," and after a little bit of investigation, we found out that it wasn't bullshit at all. He actually went to jail, and he just said, "Oh, I'm just taking a break." And I think you know what I'm talking about.
I know that can happen, but it doesn't mean that you're going to find that every time.
No, but the times that I have found it, it's all come true, right? And I think Benny knows who I'm talking about. This one. You know that one. You know those. You know who those initials, don't you, Kazoo? You see the initials in the side chat?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to say his name on live hang-up, but he's a classic example for lying.
Burger King, yes. We'll
Yeah,
just say
that's it, Burger King. That's the one. You got it right the first time around.
I think you shouldn't have said that, because I think now everybody knows who we're talking about.
Yeah. And I've said, and he's not the only one who says that, right? They all say, they're not going to tell you the truth, right? They're just going to say, "Oh, I'm sick and tired of hangouts. I'm going to take a break." Yeah. Yeah. And then you hear a knock, knock on the door. They say, "Come on, come to get ya." Oh, you gotta do your own research, Benny. No, you don't have to pay. You got to do your own research. I think I'll put this one in for you. Hang on. Do you know who owns those initials? He's another one who's going to be the next victim who goes to jail, and he's going to say the same shit. I think Benny knows who that person is. Yeah, you try, Benny. I'd love to do a screen share if it wasn't live, I tell you.
Benny, do you mind if I were to screen share me playing a game? Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna jet here, but y'all have a good day.
All right, bye-bye, Kazim.
All right. Goodbye.
I'm not telling you. You got to guess, Benny. Come on, you're smart.
Oh.
I'm not telling you
I think.
nothing.
Hold on.
He got the
Hold on.
first
I'm gonna
one. He's
guess.
got to get the second one.
I'm gonna guess.
I can't.
Boom.
Who?
Am I right?
Who?
It's in the chat.
What? Nadia. That's not fucking that. It's so look.
Oh.
No.
Hmm.
Come on, Benny. You know who it is. Keep guessing. The second letter of the first name or the second letter of the last name? That's all you're getting.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, you wouldn't because you haven't been around for fucking that long. You've been in fucking La La Land. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. He got it.
No,
Hey, Ben.
he got it. He's wrong. I'm gonna type who it is.
No, he's right. He's
No,
got
he's
it.
wrong. He's wrong.
I'm the one who put the fucking letters up.
Hold on, he's wrong. I'm gonna tell you who it is.
There you go. Benny likes information. I'll give him some more information. I know him. Benny, do you know his real name?
Alright, this is who it is.
Hey, Benny. Do you know? Yeah, that's his fucking other name. Hey, Benny, do you know his real name? Yeah, that's right. He is that. Hang on a second. I'll put it in the chat for you. When this fucking computer loads. You know he's got a lot of bullshit YouTube accounts, Benny. Why is this thing taking so long? Don't tell me it's going to crash again. Yeah, I can put this one in for you. Benny likes information like that. I've got my ways, Benny. It's not what you know, it's who you know, Benny. There you go, here we go. This thing's taking forever to load. This shit, why is that? I've got an old one. It might be. I don't think it's his new one though. But I've got a picture of it. I can't put it up. I don't know which one yours is, but let me find this. Is it the? I got the one off ED. Did you get the same one off ED, Benny? Yeah, that's the one. But I'm not sure that picture there. That's 2000 and what was it? 2008 or some shit or 9. So I don't know if it's current. You know, like it's this. That's 5 years old.
That one might help. Who did it? Was it you, John?
What's that? What do I want to listen to this dickhead for?
Wait, what? What happened, John?
What'd you put this video on for? Well, I don't want to listen to this shit. Hang on, I've got to find something here for Benny. He likes information like this, I know that. Why is my computer going so slow for? Fuck, hang on. This one here. This is a good one for you, Benny. And here's another one.
So John, did you did you show the other link that I gave you?
I only got one. This one?
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh my God. Is that you, that Sapo dancer, man? Is that you, buddy?
Do I sound like I'm that tall?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, like, can you tell how tall someone is by their voice? Is that how it works?
Sometimes.
All right. I didn't know that. That's a cool trick if you can do that one. As long as you can get it within a few millimeters, that is. You know, but if you're going to say, oh, that sounds like a 5'5" and 6'5", it's like, nah, you're not getting it. Benny, you seen those videos before? What I put in the chat there?
By the way, to answer his what is Benny questions, the answer is yes. That is his real voice. He could be trolling, but you know.
Mm-hmm. Hang on, I've gotta go get myself a drink. I'll be back in a second.
I thought John was gonna be back.
Yeah, I'm back. My internet's really slow at the moment. I don't know why.
I think you're getting hacked by all them hackers, Johnny.
Probably.
Another day, another dollar, another donut.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Benny? Benny knows what we're talking about. Hey, Benny, where's that Mike Holiday video where I played the Mike Holiday video in your live? Can you link me, Benny, please? Well, can you give me the link to the private? Because that's the only copy we have. I lost the original. Okay, thank you, Benny. I like Benny.
Oh, did he make the last one private when Mike Holiday was in the room?
No, that video that I played in Benny's room of Mike Holiday, remember that?
Well, I can't remember, but it sounds funny. I want to see it.
It's the one where it's a last contact we had with him before he blocked us both.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know the one.
Hey, Johnny, did you give your son some aspirin or anything for the fever?
Panadol.
Okay. I really hope that his mom fucking looks after that.
Well, she was the one who put the Panadol in his bag, and you know, like it comes like in a liquid form. You got to give him like 10 mils. Well, I gave it to him, but like you know what a fever's like. I think he's got to sweat it out of his body. I told him what's going to happen, and you know, like I told him, I said sometimes it can last like 4 or 5 days, right? So I think he's up for it, I suppose.
Yeah. Wow. I can't remember the last time I even had a fever, man. I think it's probably been about 13 years.
Yeah, you sort of like, when you get older, you don't get them as much, but when you're a kid, you get them. Like I said, you know, like when he was outside sitting in the sun, right? I know that his body was getting all hot and cold because of the goosebumps on his legs, right? And if you're sitting in the sun, you shouldn't get goosebumps. But when you got a fever, you will. And I said to him, I says, can you feel your body going hot and cold? And he said, yeah, sometimes. But it's the one where you sweat it out, where you get all sweaty. I told him, I says, you know, you could be lying in bed, it could be like really cold outside, and you could be sweating really bad. But it's not cold outside, it's hot. And I says, that's when the fever is going to, you know, break.
Yeah, my brother, Benny, it's not working. Yeah, my brother always got these earache things and this crap and that crap, but I never got that. And then my appendix got taken out, and then his appendix got taken out, and you know it started to match up again. It was weird. So I don't know. I just hope Mikey Holiday comes back real soon.
When he calms down, that's when he'll come back. He's a little bit butthurt at the moment, you know? But he's going to have to get out of that closet that he's in. That's all.
I wonder what Nadia. I wonder when Nadia's getting evicted again. It's been, you know, she's been evicted already 5 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's trying to take the money for himself, honestly. If she hasn't paid rent, Johnny, if she ain't paid rent in like how long? 10 months, then her fucking rent's gonna get, you know, got to be close to what, 3 or 4,000 at least.
Mm-hmm. Easy, maybe more. Depends on how much she pays.
I think she's paying close to 500, so it's probably close to 5 G's.
Well, that's 5,000 in rent after 10 months.
Hey, Sappho, welcome back, buddy.
No, I've been back. I don't think I left.
I think you did leave. I think you had an out-of-body experience.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Brett King, he'll want his little cut out of that. Oh, there's no doubt about that. Benny's right onto that one. He wants his cut as well.
Oh, does Nadia have you blocked?
No.
What about you, Down?
I don't think so.
Huh. It's funny. I
Why
think
is
by
that?
now. What?
Well, she did block me once, but and I came in the room, right, because Down went into the room, right, and then I couldn't get in, right, and then what happened was Down said to Nutty, well, you got Johnny May blocked, and then she unblocked me, right, and then I came in the room and I says, why did you block me? And she says, oh, because you're creating a kerfuffle in the room in the last hangout or something, right? And I says, that wasn't me. I says, I haven't been in your room for like 3 or 4 weeks. And she says, no, it was you. And I says, all right, Nadia. I says, I'll bet you 6 bottles of scotch and $20, right? You show me the video where I was doing it, and I'll give you that, right? Now, for someone who likes drinking a lot, would knock back 6 bottles of fucking, but it was actually Bacardi, right? You're going to knock back 6 bottles of Bacardi and $20, and you're not going to show me the video, right? Because if it's true, and you do live hangouts 24/7, you should be able to find that straight away. And she says, no. She goes, I'm not going to bother. And I says, yeah, because it's not true. I says, you got me mixed up with someone else. So she didn't take up my offer. Now, if that was true, right, like say I said that you blocked me, Sappho, and you used to do live hangouts, let's just say you don't, but let's say you did, you take that offer up because Nadia loves drinking Bacardi. Like 6 bottles, that's 6 days fucking drinking supply. Plus $20. I should have made it $100 because I knew it wasn't true, but it didn't matter. She was knocking it back. So I knew it was bullshit. Now, wouldn't you want to sit down, right, and say, oh, I know where you were creating a fucking kerfuffle, and show me the video, timestamp it, and I'll go look for myself. But she didn't do it. So that's when I says, you're full of shit. Hey, Benny, why has she got you blocked? Oh, okay, you posted them on her hangout. Down did that. Yeah, but I did it too. I think that's probably why she blocked me, but I did it. I did it once. That's why she couldn't show me nothing, because it wasn't true. So this is the thing with fucking hangouts. You can't fucking... There should be a control where other people can invite other people into the room.
You think Nadia's gonna come back on YouTube?
What do you mean by that? What, Nadia? She's on YouTube now. Like, she posts fucking three
Like
lots
right
of
now,
eight.
right now?
She's on fucking. She's probably doing a hangout right now.
I don't think so. I'll check.
I'll tell you if she is or not.
Well, howdy ho, Eric. How you doing, buddy?
Just fine, and yourself?
Been waiting for you to come in all night, Eric.
Yeah, she's doing a live hangout right now, Seppo.
Oh, 'cause I think, what was it? Was it yesterday or today? But she wasn't doing for like a long. There was a long period of time where there wasn't a hangout from Nadia.
Oh, that would have been about an hour. That's a long period of time.
No, I mean like long period of time.
Well, what's a long period of time, Seppo? Give me a clue. What? How long's that?
Let's put it this way. Nadia tends to do like 8-hour hangouts, so.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Can you tell me a long period of time, Zappa? Give me an idea. Is it a day, a week, or a month?
In this case, I think it was like a day or like 2 hours.
Well, 2 hours in a day. That's
4
like
hours.
20 hours. Hey, Zappa, the longest I haven't seen her do a hangout for is I think it's about 3 hours. And that's because she was sleeping, but the minute she woke up, she started a hangout straight away. She does 3 lots of 8, Zappo, every day.
Right.
That would be 24, right?
Hang on, let me get my calculator.
Well, you know, like you guys, when you're pouring the ketchup and like you're waiting for the ketchup to come down to the bottom, that can be a long time, right?
Yep. That's what I was trying to get out of Sappo, but he says like 2 or 24.
Well, depends on how cold it is. If it's warm, it goes a little faster. And if it's colder, sometimes it takes a long time to get to the bottom of the bottle to come out, right?
Sappo, you've been away from these hangouts for too long, buddy. You've got a lot of catching up to do, mate. I'm sorry about that. You know, there's a lot of new people coming and going and coming and going, and you know, like I'm going to be rattling off names, and you're going to go, who, what, who, what? Don't know him. You know, it's going to be difficult for you, Sappo. It's going to be like learning a new language, I'm thinking. And it's your fault for leaving. It wasn't my fault, right?
Ouch.
Yeah.
So is there a topic here?
Well, we did have one, but we finished that one.
So the topic is, we need a new topic. That's the topic.
Yeah, I know. I think we've had 2 topics. One was in silence. We were just talking about the side chat. That was a good topic, right? And the other one was when Kazoom was crying, but I missed half of that one, right? So I can't really comment on that one. And I should have left when I saw him crying, because I don't like getting involved in shit like that. You know, like that grown man crying. Yeah. And it wasn't my fault. I think it was Down's fault, but I can't confirm that. You'll have to replay this video. I had no involvement in that one. Brought him to tears. I'm trying to get this bloody thing to connect and it's not connecting. I don't know why.
We had some Muslim guy.
Oh, well, Brett Keen's in Nadia's hangout. Yep. Yeah, Tommy Hall.
Is this like the overflow room? Is this where you go if you overflow? You know, you like can't get into any room. You just go here.
Well, yeah, you can do anything you want, I suppose. I wouldn't call it an overflow room. You know, like, if you think that this is where the reject room is.
No, I didn't say reject. I said overflow.
Yeah, overflow, like we're all waiting to get into Nadia's hangout. No, I don't think, I'm not waiting to get into that one. You're lucky if I watch it on YouTube. That's how boring it gets. You know? If I'm really, really bored, I might turn it on and, you know, sometimes I come across a good one, but most of the time I can't listen to that shit no more.
So what do you listen to, or what rooms are you going to that are any good?
I'll go play Chinese checkers or something with a computer. Yeah, because the computer's got more brains than half these other idiots on the fucking internet.
So where do you go?
I sit down here and I don't go nowhere.
Oh my goodness.
or I might listen to some YouTube videos, you know, like, because I've got a few subscriptions and they're always fucking sending me new fucking videos to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got to do something to stimulate my brain. You know, because I've heard all the arguments and they're sort of like, you know, getting rehashed every day and all the rest of it.
Eric, this is, if you need to know, and down, you can check out that website right there.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. It's like a half a link. I can copy and paste it, but I can probably fix it, but it's like something happened to the link.
Yeah.
I can't copy it though.
I'm going to copy it, see if it works.
Pro-Palestine. Who? Ben? I don't know. Pro-Palestine. I think I'm more pro, like, friendly and harmony, but I don't know if that is even possible. I don't know. That's a good question, Benny. That's a topic that is very loaded with
No, that makes no work.
history and emotion. I don't know. I don't really know what I think about that. I'm really not pro either one. Maybe. I like to laugh a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I like jokes. Hey, I heard a really funny joke from a Indian guy. I started to hang out and just said, "Tell me a joke," and it was about 9 in the morning. So these guys were just getting home from work in India, and this guy got on and told me this pretty funny joke. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, go on.
All right, so it's told from the first person. So I go into this club, and the music is really loud. Music is pumping really loud, and I'm in there for a little while, and I realize I got some gas. I got some real pressure. I got to let it out, and I don't want to go all the way to the bathroom, so I just decided I'm gonna let it out in little bits. And since the music is so loud, I just time my farts with the music. So as I'm letting them out, have you heard this joke before?
No.
Okay. So as I'm letting them out, I just let them out a little bit at a time in time with the music, and I'm feeling much better after several of these. And then I look around, everybody's kind of staring at me, and then I realize I had my iPod on.
Yeah, that could be a bit embarrassing, couldn't it?
I guess so. My avatar represents an animated GIF that I thought was interesting. I love animated GIFs and I love memes for some reason. I don't know why. I'm pretty immature in that way, but I just love them. I have a library of animated GIFs and memes, and I love creating memes and perpetuating them. And well, that's what I do. That's what I like to do. So I don't know. What do you think it represents, Benny? As he changes his avatar. Wow. So, barrels of fun here. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that.
That looks like G-Man.
Is that Bobby from Supernatural? Let's see what that looks like. Wow, you guys, this is a rollicking good time here.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I can think of no better place to go on a Sunday evening.
This place is for all the losers.
This is like purgatory for Google Hangouts. It's like
Where you go when no one else wants you.
the world between worlds. Wow. What if the world was like that? Ouch. Wow.
So, but I don't know, that link doesn't work. You keep putting it in the side chat. It just does. Not only that, it's half blue and half black. And every time I do a copy and paste, nothing comes up.
Right. You can't. It's like impossible to copy and paste.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you can in side chat. I think the link has to either work or not.
Well, I copy and paste links in the side chat all the time, but here's one there. It's just nothing's happening. He's doing it wrong or some shit. I don't know. Let me do it. But even when I see, it doesn't even work doing that.
Maybe he's inserted a virus into the side chat.
I think so. And it's just not working.
Side chat hacks.
copy. I'll even post it in YouTube. Still don't work. No. That link don't work, Sapphire. I don't know what you're trying to do here, buddy, but it's just not working.
All right, I'll fix it.
Yeah, well, hurry up about it, will ya? We've got nothing to do here, or I'll get bored shitless.
Who's mod? Who's the moderator?
Benny.
So I loaded YouTube's plugin. How do I show you guys a video?
You just copy and paste the link in the side chat.
Oh, I see. But there's like a YouTube plugin for Google Hangouts. You guys don't use that?
Yeah, there is.
Oh.
But I don't even think Sapphire knows how to use that one either.
Oh, okay.
He's been away for a long time. Technology's fucking gone past him, I think. He's playing catch up. That's why he can't do it.
Catch up.
Yeah.
Sometimes catch up takes a long time to get to the bottom of the bottle.
I know how to use it for me, but I don't know how to use it for other people.
But not for everybody else. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. I know how to save my ass. Fuck you, cunts. Yeah. I'm going to watch it. Fuck you guys. Thanks, Sapphire. No problem. It still doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, when I
wrong.
paste, it only shows the first two letters after the //
Yeah.
Strange.
But the thing is, when I do the copy and paste, right, on YouTube, it still don't come up. Hang on, I'm going to open up the YouTube app.
John, are you in England?
No, I'm in Australia.
Australia. Sorry.
It's the land down under. That's where women blow and men blunder.
Do you like Vegemite?
Yeah, until we sold the company, I did. Yeah, I don't like it no more.
So Vegemite was a thing? Was a real thing?
Broken. All these links were broken. No, they're all coming up with fucking...
Benny.
Why are they...
So who watches House of Cards?
Nope.
Anybody else? Nobody, really?
Bueller.
It's awesome. I binge watched the entire fucking season last weekend.
I think there's a problem here because even when I copy and paste the link on the outside chat, trying to look at it, it still doesn't work. Even when I post it in the fucking this one here. Oh, this is this fucking Rick Astley one. I've had enough of that one, fucking Sapphire. Is that the only fucking video you know?
You was not supposed to say it out loud. You
Well,
don't say it out loud. You
I thought
don't
you were
say
the only
it out loud. Who does that? Come on, man.
I do that.
It seems like you say a lot of things out loud, John.
Like talking, for instance. I should use that mind control shit that I've been working on.
It's like you have no inner monologue.
I should be able to project my thoughts on everybody. Yeah, even Benny agrees this is the best hangout ever.
تبارك وتعالى خلقنا لنوحده ونعبده شهر يقام فيه سوق الجهاد فكان صلى الله عليه وسلم يعقد فيه الألوية ويجيش الجيوش لمقاتلة أعداء الله لمجاهدة المشركين فاغتنموا هذا الشهر الكريم يا عباد الله إن الله تبارك
Does anybody know this guy, or is he just this guy just being a troll, or like who is this?
وسلم يعقد فيه الألوية ويجيش الجيوش لمقاتلة أعداء الله.
Okay, I muted him.
Yeah, does anybody know that guy is like he a troll or like what the fuck?
It said ISIS has invaded your hangout. That's what it said.
Dude, ISIS is such a like. I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually ISIS because they're such a fucking joke. You heard about like them trying to do like all this social media shit to fuck with people. Like
Oh,
they are
really?
such a they're such a fucking joke. ISIS, fuck ISIS. Like they like send out messages throughout like Facebook and Twitter and shit, telling people in America to go to military servicemen's houses.
فكان صلى الله عليه وسلم يعقد فيه الألوية ويجيش الجيوش لمقاتلة أعداء الله لمجاهدة المشركين.
Wow.
Fucking retard.
How do they get in here? Where do they get the link from?
Well, this is the world between worlds, right? This is where all the fuck-ups go, right, John?
Post the link all over. What, to the Middle East? You post the link to the Middle East? Well, you bringing the war into my country?
Bring it.
I'm gonna get my fucking AK-47 out of the garage.
You don't have one in your garage.
Yeah, I got one in the garage. I got one in the bedroom. I got one in the lounge room.
What?
I got a rocket launcher. I'm gonna have all that shit to protect myself.
Rocket launcher.
Oh yeah, everybody has to have a rocket launcher. I love them. They're one of my favorites. You know, just in case the fucking neighbors play up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, rowdy neighbors. I don't like rowdy neighbors that send a couple of fucking bombs over the fence.
Wow.
I'm still here, Benny.
I posted the link all over. We will be off the air. I'm going to the Apologetics radio show.
Yep.
I'm just gonna keep drinking.
You don't stop drinking. I like a good drink.
I'll put another one. There you go.
Oh, no, not this bullshit.